इसको समझने की कोशिश करिए। उनकी बातों में भी कर्कशपना था, एंटी डेवलपमेंट बात कर रहे थे, प्रांतवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। अब ये कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या जा करके गुजरात में कैसे वोट मांगेगी, ये सोचने की कोशिश करिए। और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे अब के नाम पर कैसे उद्धव ठाकरे आगे की राजनीति करेंगे। 20-20 सीटों की पार्टी हो गई है महाराष्ट्र में। ऐसा जमींदोज इनको किया गया है और बीजेपी की चुनाव लड़ने की महारथ जो है उसकी वजह से किया गया है। और वो कोई सीक्रेट प्ले बुक थोड़ी है, वो सब पढ़ते हैं, सब जानते हैं। आप उसको कॉपी करते हैं, लेकिन कॉपी करते हैं तब तक 5 साल का आपका एक चुनाव निकल जाता है। तो ये चुनाव राहुल गांधी के पर्सनल फेल्योर की सबसे बड़ी मिसाल है, सबसे बड़ा सबूत है। और ये बहुत गंभीरता से ये बात हम आपको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि देखिए, लोकतंत्र चलना चाहिए। बीजेपी का ऐसा डोमिनेंस किसको चाहिए? कोई पब्लिक नहीं चाहती है कि ऐसा डोमिनेंस हो। लेकिन अगर अपोजिशन ऐसी एंटी डेवलपमेंट, ऐसा एंटी नेशनल, ऐसा एंटी बिजनेस एंड नो प्रो पीपल क्या कर रहे हैं? उन्होंने 3,000 रुपए दिए, मैं 5,000 रुपए दे दूंगा। ये कोई पॉलिटिक्स होती है क्या? इसीलिए मेरा कहना है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी भी, अगर आप लोगों को ये लग रहा है मेरी बातों से कि भ्रम हो रहा हो कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जागेगी इस झटके के बाद भी, तो इसको भूल जाइए। क्योंकि जब तक राहुल गांधी का नेतृत्व है, कांग्रेस धराशायी होते रहेगी, इसी तरह से टूटते रहेगी। और आखिरी बात, 2029 अगर ये इस ट्रोल पॉलिटिक्स से लड़ना चाहते हैं तो भूल जाएं।
कांग्रेस के प्रचार में जो एक बात दिख रही थी वो ये दिख रही थी कि कोई भी महाराष्ट्र व्यापी, जिसको आप पैन महाराष्ट्र कह सके, ऐसा मुद्दा लेने की वजह एजेंडा सेटिंग लग रहा था। ऐसा लग रहा था कि जो मुद्दे कांग्रेस लाना चाहती थी वो पहले से तय किए गए थे और उन्हीं को कांग्रेस आगे लाना चाहती थी, पर बदकिस्मती महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया।
मतलब जनता से जुड़े सवाल भूल के कांग्रेस कुछ अलग सवाल उठा रही थी।
वही प्रॉब्लम है ना कि जनता सोच क्या रही है। इनको पीपल पल्स का कुछ नहीं मालूम था ना। ये अगड़े पिछड़े की राजनीति नहीं समझ रहे थे, इलाकों की राजनीति नहीं समझ रहे थे। हमारे पत्रकार लौट करके सोया कपास को बड़ा मुद्दा बता रहे थे। कौन सा मुद्दा निकल करके आया? कोई रिजोनेंस था ही नहीं इनकी बातों का। क्या कह रहे थे? आप लोगों ने इतनी कमेंट्री की है, आप लोग मुझे बताइए। मेरे इस सवाल का जवाब मैं आप लोगों से लेना चाहता हूं। आपको कांग्रेस का कौन सा इशू याद है? कोई एक इशू याद है आपको जो पब्लिक में रिजोनेट करे? किस राज्य में? महाराष्ट्र, जहां पर की कांग्रेस मजबूत थी, जहां शरद पवार का साथ था। ये तो शरद पवार हैं, इसलिए आपको एक सेम्बलेंस ऑफ चुनाव लड़ने वाला फाइटिंग मोड थोड़ा सा नजर आया, वरना कांग्रेस की क्या हैसियत थी इस चुनाव में सामने आ गया है ना। उद्धव ठाकरे किस तरह से तितर बितर होकर बिखर करके पराजित हो गए हैं, सामने आ गया है ना। मेरा यही कहना है कि अगर आपका ऑब्सेशन कॉरपोरेट दुश्मनी और एक ऐसी आवाज, अमेरिका का चुनाव, लिबरल अमेरिकन डेमोक्रेसी का हम एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, आपको दिख नहीं रहा है वहां पर कि क्या बयार बह रही है, आमतौर पर पब्लिक क्या सोच रही है? आप अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को रीएडजस्ट नहीं करेंगे क्या? और चूंकि आप अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को रीएडजस्ट नहीं करेंगे तो ऐसा ही नतीजा आएगा जिसमें आप जमींदोज हो जाएंगे। इनको पब्लिक पल्स का कोई आइडिया ही नहीं है। ये सोशल मीडिया के ट्रोल को पॉलिटिक्स समझते हैं और सोशल मीडिया के ट्रोल में ये जब तक फंसे रहेंगे, कांग्रेस पार्टी का भविष्य अत्यंत ही अंधकारमय है। ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। आप सोचिए, ये बैठ करके ब्लैक बोर्ड ले करके अपने प्रवक्ता के साथ, जब इनको चुनाव प्रचार में गली मोहल्ले में घूमना चाहिए तो वहां बैठ करके कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी का, जैसे नहीं होता व्हाइट बोर्ड पर कोई बड़ा स्ट्रेटजिस्ट अपने को समझ रहा है, बैठ करके कोई डिजाइन बना रहा है, उस प्रकार का बीच चुनाव में कैंपेन के दौरान अपने आर्म चेयर पर बैठ करके ज्ञान दे रहे हैं। तो मेरा यह कहना है कि इस वक्त एंटी डेवलपमेंट पॉलिटिक्स के ये बड़े चेहरा बन गए हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात है, लोकतंत्र मजबूत में कांग्रेस मजबूत हमको चाहिए, लेकिन ये तो नहीं दे पाएंगे। इसीलिए इनका पब्लिक में कोई रेजोनेंस नहीं दिख रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में, महाराष्ट्र कौन है? सबसे बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म वाला राज्य। महाराष्ट्र कौन है? सामाजिक रूप से सबसे जागा हुआ राज्य। महाराष्ट्र कौन सा राज्य है जहां इतनी जातियां, धर्म, सबके बावजूद ये एक ऐसा मैंडेट ला करके आपको देते हैं? आपकी कौन सी थ्योरी सही निकली, आप ये बताइए ना।
क्या फ्यूचर देखते हैं तीन पार्टियों का जो बुरी तरह से हार रही है?
ये जो रिजल्ट है उसके बाद कभी भी पॉलिटिक्स में ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि कौन सी पार्टी उठेगी या नहीं उठेगी, लेकिन पवार लेड जो पॉलिटिक्स चली थी इस महाराष्ट्र में, और पवार का मतलब होता है पूरे देश में एक खास तरह की पॉलिटिक्स, पवार लेड पॉलिटिक्स का ये आखिरी अध्याय है। ये दुख की बात है। पवार साहब की पॉलिटिक्स को जिंदा रहना चाहिए और सक्सेसफुल होना चाहिए, ये दुख की बात है। और उसको फ्लॉप किसने किया है? ये दो कमजोर खिलाड़ियों ने, जो लोग कॉरपोरेट दुश्मनियों के कारण और छोटे मोटे जिसको कहते हैं ना गुदगुदाने वाले अचीवमेंट के कारण एक ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स को परस्यू कर रहे थे जिसका जनता ने करारा जवाब दे दिया है। ये लोग ब्रीफ पर काम करने वाले लोग हैं, ये लोग ट्रोल करने वाले लोग हैं, इसीलिए इनकी इतनी धुनाई हुई है।
एक तो
इनका फ्यूचर बहुत खराब है।
एक तो आपने मुद्दों की बात की, लेकिन अगर हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के तौर पे बात करें तो भी कांग्रेस कुछ अच्छा करती नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। जिसको हम कैडर मोबिलाइजेशन कहते हैं, जिसको हम वोटर मोबिलाइजेशन कहते हैं, उसमें भी कांग्रेस कहीं नहीं दिख रही थी। कहीं ना कहीं इसका भी खामियाजा कांग्रेस को इस इलेक्शन में भुगतना पड़ा।
इसीलिए क्योंकि आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता को ये एहसास दिला दिया है कि सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रोल करने से चुनाव प्रचार हो जाता है, तो पूरा कैडर घर पे बैठा रहता है, इनके नेता घर पे बैठे रहते हैं, इनके जो प्रभारी बन करके आते हैं चुनाव लड़ने के लिए वो ड्राइंग रूम में बैठे रहते हैं। ये लोग ग्राउंड पे हैं कहाँ, इनको मोबिलाइजेशन आता कहाँ है? इनका वोट है, उनको ये बूथ तक ला नहीं सकते। ये आप पिछले 10 साल की हिस्ट्री नहीं है, उससे ज्यादा की हिस्ट्री है। पब्लिक मूड थोड़ी ही कोई बीजेपी के पास 60% है, 40% ही है ना नेशनल लेवल पे, 60% दूसरे साइड में है ना। फिर ये अपोजिशन वोट मोबिलाइज क्यों नहीं कर पाता? इसलिए नहीं कर पाता क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये गेम खेलना आता ही नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का जिस प्रकार का नेतृत्व है वो कहता है कि हम तो पावर लेने के लिए चुनाव ही नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, तो घर बैठो यार, घर बैठा दिया पब्लिक ने।
राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व पे जो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाया जा रहा है, लोकसभा के दौरान थोड़ा सा कम होता दिख रहा है, पर लोकसभा के बाद जो जो चुनाव हो रहे हैं उसमें वो प्रश्न चिन्ह और गहरा होता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव में उसमें एक और मोहर लगा दिए।
बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। भारत की जनता अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को शेप करती है, उसमें एक बड़ा नेतृत्व होता है, वो उसको क्राफ्ट करके एक फ्रेमवर्क देता है कि मैं आपको विकास की राजनीति दूंगा, मैं आपको ऐसी राजनीति दूंगा, वैसी राजनीति दूंगा, जो भी है। इनके पास पब्लिक मूड को पढ़ने का कोई तरीका या पैमाना ही नहीं है। इसी कारण इनकी ये परिस्थिति हुई है कि लोकसभा में जो अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट हुई थी, इसको इन्होंने गंवा दिया। हरियाणा में जीता हुआ राज्य था, तो अगर आप हरियाणा में नहीं जीत सकते, आप राजस्थान जैसे राज्य में, मध्य प्रदेश में जहां लगातार 3 बार बीजेपी लौट के आई है, वहां आप अपनी नई शुरुआत नहीं कर सकते, तो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अब ये क्या करेंगे मैं बताता हूं। मुझे नहीं मालूम कि इनको चिंतन मनन शिविर इस बार कहां लगाना चाहिए, बारामती में लगाना चाहिए या बैंकॉक में लगाना चाहिए। लेकिन ये सोचने की बात है कि आप अपने कैडर को ब्लेम करेंगे। आप जानते हैं क्या कहेंगे? अब नेतृत्व को इंसुलेट करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के नहीं नेता ये कहेंगे कि जी लोकल नेतृत्व पर डिसीजन छोड़ा हुआ था। कोई लोकल नेतृत्व पर डिसीजन नहीं छोड़ते, सब जगह फ्लुक में बैठ के कहते हैं इसको लड़वा दो, इसको हटा दो, इसको सबक सिखा दूंगा। घर के अंदर ही अशोक गहलोत और पायलट की राजनीति को लोग ठिकाने लगाने में लगे रहते हैं। उस प्रकार का इनका काम है। इसीलिए ये पॉलिटिक्स जो बॉटम ऑफ पिरामिड सिटीजन के खड़े होकर के डेमोक्रेटिक अपरेटस को अपने हाथ में लेने की राजनीति है, वो राजनीति इनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये एलीट पॉलिटिक्स है, ये फैमिली डायनेस्टी ओरिएंटेड पॉलिटिक्स है। उसके आगे इनका कोई बहुत ज्यादा एम्बिशन है भी नहीं लाइफ में। ये प्रॉब्लम है।
अगर जिस तरह से चुनाव के नतीजे आए, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? लोगों को क्या चाहिए, मतलब इस मैंडेट का क्या अर्थ निकाले हम?
इस मैंडेट का जो सबसे बड़ा अर्थ है वो ये है कि भारत की पब्लिक ने ही, जो आपने सवाल पूछा उसका एक सप्लीमेंट्री आंसर ये है कि भारत ने ही लोकसभा के चुनाव में भारत की पब्लिक ने ही एक कोर्स करेक्शन किया। तो ये उसके विल का कोर्स करेक्शन था कि आप गवर्न करिए एनडीए, मोदी जी की ही सरकार हमको चाहिए, लेकिन हम थोड़ा सा चेक एंड बैलेंस आप पर लगा रहे हैं। ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी को अगर अपोजिशन भुना नहीं पा रहा है तो ये भारत के लिए, लोकतंत्र के लिए दरअसल ऑन अ सीरियस नोट चिंता की बात है। लेकिन ये पॉलिटिक्स में अपोजिशन आएगा कहां से? ये जो अपोजिशन लाना है, क्या ये काम कांग्रेस पार्टी कर पा रही है? अभी तक का रिकॉर्ड बताता है कि नहीं कर पा रही है। क्या उनके कुछ रीजनल छत्रप कर पा रहे हैं? उदाहरण कर्नाटक, हाँ शायद कर पा रहे हैं। तेलंगाना शायद थोड़ा बहुत वहां कुछ हो पा रहा है, लेकिन ये इसलिए हो पा रहा है कि वहां की लोकल पॉलिटिक्स को आपने थोड़ा सा स्पेस दिया हुआ है। रीजनल पार्टियां बनी रहेंगी, वो कहीं नहीं जा रही हैं। डेमोक्रेसी का बैलेंस बना रहेगा, कहीं नहीं जा रही है। लेकिन अगर इस डेमोक्रेसी को कोई पहला थ्रेट है, जो अपोजिशन का काम बचाने का होता है, वो पहला थ्रेट राहुल गांधी लेड कांग्रेस पार्टी से है।
ये बहुत बड़ी बात कह दी है सर आपने कि लोकशाही है वो वैसे ही रहेगी, डेमोक्रेसी है वो वैसे ही रहेगी, बैलेंस भी बना रहेगा, बट वो बैलेंस बनाने की जिम्मेदारी जितनी सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की होती है उतनी ही वो ऑपोजिशन की भी होती है। तो जितना हमें सत्तारूढ़ पक्ष मजबूत चाहिए उतना ही मजबूत चाहिए अपोजिशन, अगर डेमोक्रेसी हमें जैसे है जिस स्पिरिट में चाहिए वो अगर इस देश में रखनी है तो। सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस पूरे बातचीत के लिए।
थैंक यू।
या विशेष चर्चेमध्ये आता वेळ झाली आहे इथेच थांबण्याची.
All right, so that is Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia. In fact, his analysis over what happened in Maharashtra. Of course, Maharashtra is a big state, will be spoken about for many, many hours. But don't forget, there is another state in the reckoning today, and it was Jharkhand, where at this moment, 50 leads coming in for the India Alliance led by Hemant Soren and the BJP. I mean, this is also, in a way, quite an aberration, because in Jharkhand we have seen more or less after every 5 years the government changing. Hemant Soren has been able to, in fact, bring his alliance back into power. That's a big deal there as well when it comes to the election results.
Absolutely,
this
but
morning.
going back to Maharashtra, because that's where a lot of interest is. Neerja Chaudhary, let me just take you through some numbers. Of the 53 seats which saw a direct fight between Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde led Shiv Sena, and of course Shiv Sena led by UBT. The UBT faction is leading on 14 seats and Shinde faction is leading on 38. And when you talk about NCP Sharad Pawar versus NCP Ajit Pawar factions, 41 direct contest in which 31 is where Ajit Pawar is leading on and 8 is where Sharad Pawar is leading on. So clearly that's a reversal of what we saw in Lok Sabha. This is so much about legacy and pursuit of legacy. Tell us what are the larger implications for Uddhav Thackeray and of course Sharad Pawar?
I think for both it's a huge challenge. As I say, you can never rule out anybody in politics, never write their obituary. They have a tendency to bounce back. But it is a very difficult situation because Uddhav Thackre's party having almost 1/3 of what Shinde has. Not only is it an endorsement of Shinde as a leader of the Shiv Sena, and he would say as a legatee of Balasaheb Thackeray's politics. Even though Uddhav Thackeray during the campaign had said, why is he using my father's photograph? Why doesn't he use his photograph? But that's not the way, legacies are determined. So one, of course, is, he has fought back. He's projected himself as a Maratha leader, new Maratha star, and also become a champion of social welfareism. He's thanked my Ladki Behnas for the trust they've reposed in him. So he has carved out a new profile for himself as a leader of the future. Right. Now, and he's accessible, he's helpful, he's doled out money, he's very generous with giving money, I'm told. So smaller number with Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde with not only numbers, ground support, people support, as well as power.
Neerja, does this mean that these smaller numbers can even shift?
That's the point I'm making. It'll be more attractive for the smaller numbers to split and break and go there rather than for those in power to move to no power.
In days to come, we may see further consolidation.
Erosion in their ranks, and this may also happen to the NCP.
Yeah.
Right. As long as Sharad Pawar is alive, there are people there who are very loyal to him. And I would also say, Sharad Pawar had said to me during the Lok Sabha campaign that regional parties like his would very soon merge with the Congress, associate more closely with the Congress. Now, is that something that may be on the table for him?
There's a very famous interview of Neerja Chaudhary.
It's a very interesting thing.
Maybe that's the only way for him to survive.
For the NCP to survive.
Practical solution to...
And because Ajit Pawar now has established himself, he is at least in the state politics, he has taken the mantle away from Sharad Pawar, whether after the results of the Lok Sabha, at least in Delhi politics, they have an upper hand, but in the state politics, it's Ajit Pawar who established himself.
And he could also devour the party.
Absolutely. So possibly the only safeguard is to try and align with the Congress party and see a way forward. These are very important questions.
Do that when the Congress is, not feeling very great or strong. But Sharad Pawar is 84. But he is probably the real Chanakya of politics in India today who understands the system.
Like people steeped in politics.
Can he bring together elements of India closer together? possibly many facilitate other parties also merging in the Congress to strengthen the
And he played a pivotal role in this. Also, like people steeped in politics always say.
I'm sorry. We are being told we have to take a break at this moment completely. We're slipping into a very short break. We'll keep coming back with very, fantastic insights that we have at this moment. Stay tuned. We are coming back on this 360-degree coverage of the election, last election result day of 2024.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends. Why is Africa crucial to India's strategic and geopolitical calculus? Will COP29 address climate catastrophes, or will the deadlock in negotiations hurt global climate goals? What does thaw in India-China ties mean for business and regional security? And big global voice on India Ascends this week, Ian Bremmer on Donald Trump 2.0. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Mahayuti seems all poised for a comfortable victory. In fact, a sweep in the state of Maharashtra, a state that's known for being so restive. It's a state that has seen 3 chief ministers in the last 5 years and also 4 deputy chief ministers, multiple wards for symbols and name. But of course, there's some sense of clarity that's coming in now. The BJP out there putting on its best performance. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis, the first BJP chief minister of Maharashtra, is at the center of all of this celebration. Also because in Vidarbha, 62 seats, the BJP has put on a remarkable performance. Also in direct contest with the Congress has failed to make a mark. Also with regard to Sharad Pawar-led NCP versus NCP-led by Ajit Pawar. It's the Ajit Pawar faction that has managed to get 80% of the seats. And in Shiv Sena, that's led by UBT versus Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, it's the Shinde faction that has surged ahead.
That's right, and the celebrations, of course, have erupted in the NDA camp. You can see on your screens right now, Eknath Shinde there holding up the victory sign. We've also seen Devendra Fadnavis there, being congratulated. Of course, congratulatory messages have also gone from the BJP High Command to all the 3 top leaders in the NDA in Maharashtra. Their celebrations have already begun. Of course, there is this tough question about whether or not Eknath Shinde will be retained as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra or not. These are some of the aspects that we'll discuss along with our panel of experts, as well as go across to our ground reporters there. But first, let's take a look at the top headlines.
Celebrations erupt as NDA is all set to sweep elections in Maharashtra. BJP wave stuns Mahavikas Aghadi.
BJP's best ever show in Maharashtra, leading in about 124 seats out of the 149 seats that they contested in the state. Devendra Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man in Maharashtra, stars in BJP's stunning show.
Home Minister Amit Shah congratulates Mahayuti leaders. The Home Minister has spoken on the phone to Eknath Shinde and also Devendra Fadnavis. He has also spoken to Ajit Pawar.
Big win for India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in the state.
Congress's Priyanka Gandhi on her way to win the Wayanad Bypoll, leads by a margin of 3 lakh. Finally, all Gandhis in the parliament now.
Right, and we are, of course, looking at the battleground state of Maharashtra first, as we have, in fact, seen BJP scoring their biggest ever victory, win in a way in the state, but it's the NDA camp which is, of course, celebrating over there. All the three parties over there of Shiv Sena as well as the NCP doing remarkably well in order to get this stunning victory by the NDA. At the moment, there's, of course, we are looking at a landslide victory of the NDA in Maharashtra. Vasudha.
Absolutely. And Tanima, you know, if you look at the different issues that played out in this election, there were slogans like "Ek hai to safe hai." There was also "Batenge to katenge." But at the same time, there was a lot of social engineering attempt that the BJP put in. In fact, Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav, the in charges of from the BJP side, had this whole mandate to ensure that the OBC castes are with them. They also tried uniting the Marathas and also going to Dalit bastis to ensure that the Congress's narrative that the constitution can be changed is something that is worked upon. So a lot of corrective actions is what the BJP took. This is after the BJP faced its worst setback in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, winning just Mahayuti winning just 17 of the 48 seats. But major takeaways there. For that, we have with us Aarti Jairat, senior analyst and senior journalist, and we have Mayank Mishra, who's also with the NDTV.
Hey.
Thank you, both of you, for being here. To you, Mayank Mishra, first, the Congress clearly is the weakest link, because if you look at Vidarbha, it looks like the BJP has put in a lot of effort there. It's winning more than 70% seats there. Tell us, what are your big takeaways from the election outcomes as far as what we see right now?
I will give you some data which I picked up from Election Commission. Congress vote share, Congress got fewer votes than all other parties, all 5 parties, major parties. Congress vote share is at 10.6% as of 12:30 from Election Commission. NCP, both the factions of NCP got more votes than Congress. UBT faction got more votes than Congress, and Shinde faction also got.
Right.
So undivided,
Okay,
Shiv Sena had.
Mayank, I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but we will, of course, finish that point. But let's go across to my colleague Radhika, who is standing on the ground there. Radhika, what's the latest on the ground where you are reporting from?
That's right. It is an incredible victory for Mahayuti, and BJP is, of course, celebrating. I'm outside BJP office. A stage has been erected where all the BJP top leaders are expected in just a bit. Devendra Fadnavis, Chandrasekhar Baumkule, and several other winning candidates will be taking over the podium in just a bit. You can see saffron all over, and of course, people here celebrating, sloganeering. बताइए, नहीं, बताइए आप.
आज की जो महाराष्ट्र की जो कामयाबी है, ये हर कार्यकर्ता ने मेहनत किया है, और महाराष्ट्र शासन में जो माझी बहन लाड़की योजना लाई, उस तरफ से बड़ी कामयाबी मिली, और महायुति का मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेगा भाजपा और महायुति, बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी मिली, और महाविकास आघाड़ी तो पूरी खत्म हो गई अभी.
क्या रीजन एट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, क्या रीजन है ऐसे वाले विक्ट्री के लिए?
देखिए क्या है, देवेंद्र जी ने नारा दिया था धर्म युद्ध का, धर्म युद्ध हो चुका है, अभी धर्म स्थापना की बारी है. नरेंद्र जी के, माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी महायुति की सरकार आ रही है, और हम 2 दिन के बाद मुख्यमंत्री हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी जी के ही बनेंगे, और देवेंद्र जी ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे.
वुमेन कार्यकर्ता,
देखिए लाडली बहन जो योजना बनाई मुख्यमंत्री शिंदे जी ने और उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी ने, वो काम में आई. लाडली बहनों का भी आशीर्वाद मिला है. फिर बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक है तो सेफ है. और हमारी जो मातृशक्ति है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की संघ वाले, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से ये मुद्दा उठाया था कि हिंदुओं ने अपना वोट करना था, वो भी एक कामयाब हो गया. जैसे मुस्लिमों ने फतवा निकाला था कि मुस्लिम ने महाविकास आघाड़ी को आउट करना चाहिए, तभी हिंदू जागृत हुआ कि अभी हमें महायुति को लाना है। और उस प्रकार से एक विकास और हिंदुत्ववाद, ये पूरा और महिलाओं का जो लाडली योजना है, ये पूरा फैक्टर है जो आज महायुति के।
So those are the reaction and responses from BJP Karyakartas here. Of course, victory sloganeering is what we are hearing, and we also heard some firecrackers, laddus being distributed. So all that taking place outside BJP office, a lot of movement activity going on. And of course, as this, this particular person was in fact commenting, it is the development factor as well as women's schemes that seems to have worked well as far as Mahayuti, particularly BJP and Shinde Sena are concerned.
So Radhika outside the BJP office and reporting all those visuals there. Radhika, tell us, this is the best performance of the BJP when it comes to Maharashtra. And of course, the party is leading in more than 129 seats. Tell us what is the demand of the BJP workers? The Prime Minister is also expected in the BJP headquarters today evening. There will of course be a lot of meetings today. This is not something that the BJP will let go of, and there will be a lot of power play that we can see in the next few days.
But as I was saying before, 2019 and 2024 are starkly different, and we couldn't really predict the results this time. We thought it would be a hung assembly. Some of them did predict Mahayuti win and some did predict MVA win, but did not predict a landslide victory of this kind. That is something that was unexpected even for leaders within Mahayuti. They did say a number of 170, 180. As far as MVA was concerned, they were speaking about numbers ranging from 160 to 170. But about 200 was something that even pollsters perhaps did not predict as far as Mahayuti's performance is concerned. And all this, just a couple of months after the Lok Sabha elections saw a defeat of sorts as far as Mahayuti is concerned. And we saw what happened to Devendra Fadnavis. Soon after Lok Sabha defeat, Devendra Fadnavis decided to resign as the Deputy Chief Minister. He wanted to concentrate on strengthening the organizational structure of the BJP obviously, his resignation was not considered by the BJP top brass, but he continued to work for the organizational structure. And this time around, what was different from Lok Sabha is that, of course, there are unlikely alliances, unlikely parties within Mahayuti as well as within MVA. During Lok Sabha, there were a lot of disputes, bickering over seats, candidates. BJP as well as Shinde Sena announced candidates and seats in the last minute. That really cost them dear. Constitutional narrative by the Congress, that cost them dear. But this time, they made sure that those narratives did not adversely impact Mahayuti, one. And secondly, they made sure that the candidate selection, the meetings, all of them happen in a very structured way and much before the election. So they were very careful in terms of planning for these elections, and certainly the campaigns and all the schemes seem to have worked wonderfully well as far as BJP, Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP are concerned.
Right, thank you Radhika. We'll keep coming back to you. Joyce, celebrations happening there at the BJP headquarters. We also have GVL Narasimha Rao from the BJP joining us. Thank you Mr. Rao for joining us on NDTV. The Mahayuti faced its worst setback in the state of Maharashtra in Lok Sabha elections 2024, winning just 17 out of 48 seats. But today the tables have been completely turned. Can you tell us what are the corrective measures that the BJP took, and also this welfare pitch? It seems like the BJP will no longer be able to blame the Congress for its guarantees, because welfare has also become your hallmark.
Yeah, good afternoon to you and all the viewers watching NDTV. First of all, we'd like to thank people of Maharashtra for giving us such a massive mandate. I think first let me explain the significance of this mandate. For over 4 decades, a magnitude of this magnitude has not been given by the people of Maharashtra. This is the largest seats tally for the BJP. This is the lowest tally for the Congress and the opposition. And the most important, the headline point is, there will not be any party which can really claim the leader of the opposition status in Maharashtra Assembly. Congress will fall in the same league as they have in Lok Sabha. For 10 years, they could not claim a leader of the opposition post. So this is the, and then we have polled close to 50% votes. Last time when we won the mandate in 2019 with Shiv Sena, we polled only 42%. Together, this time we polled 50%. So a big voter, big support from the public across segments, various sections and segments. I think in the recent elections, we are seeing people cutting across the geographic divides, the demographic divides. They're voting for development, they're voting for Vikas, they're voting for welfare. And this is, the welfare pitch of the BJP is different from that of the Congress. Because for Congress, welfare is deceit. They've only been making empty promises. They've done that. They have won elections in Karnataka, Telangana, Himachal, making such promises which they never fulfilled. On the contrary, BJP has fulfilled every promise that they have made, that we have made. So that certainly there is a credibility gap for the Congress party, whereas the BJP under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and the state leadership in Maharashtra has the credibility. Today, the Congress has plunged to its lowest ever tally because the Congress suffers a serious credibility question.
Okay,
they have
Mr.
made
Rao,
several
first of all, also
lucrative
congratulations,
promises,
given that, you know, the
but
BJP has
people have
performed
not believed them.
remarkably well. You know, can we also expect the party to, you know, to really align with the alliance dharma? But, you know, this is politics, and given that the party may not really need two of the allies who have also not really performed that badly, what can you tell us about what is in store for the future? Because this is politics, and I'm sure BJP, I mean, this is also BJP's chance of making Maharashtra BJP yukt, you know, something that the state has not been in the last many years.
No, but in between 2014 and 19, it was a BJP-led government with Mr. Fadnavis as the chief minister. So it's not that BJP had never led government in Maharashtra, but this time certainly the central leadership of the BJP, the parliamentary board of the BJP, in discussion with the state unit, will take a decision, and that will not be a problem at all. You've seen how BJP has been able to elect governments without any murmur. So certainly this is not, today is a day to understand and also to swallow the victory. And a government formation has never been difficult for the BJP. It will not be difficult now. It will certainly be a decision that will be collectively made by our parliamentary party in discussion with the state unit. But another important thing, today the Shiv Sena, the NCP, another major takeaway from today's election is people have decided which, you see, there has been a discussion all through this campaign that people might vote against Mahayuti because certain Shiv Sena split and NCP split. On the contrary, people have given legitimacy to the Shiv Sena led by Mr. Shinde and NCP led by Mr. Ajit Pawar. They have given legitimacy to them. They have clearly given their verdict that they consider them to be the real parties. And they have punished these parties, Shiv Sena particularly, for betraying the mandate of the people in 2019 and siding with the Congress party, which was defeated in 2019 polls. So this is a result against Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's betrayal of the mandate of 2019, and it's certainly some sort of legitimizing. The constitutional authorities, Election Commission, Supreme Court have already given the legitimacy, but today people have put their stamp on it. So certainly in all respects, it's a huge victory for the Mahayuti and the biggest setback for the MVA ever.
Right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for joining us on NDTV. Quite a remarkable victory for your party. Congratulations on that. Going back to our guests, Aarti Jairat and Mayank Mishra. Mayank, you were saying you were talking about the big takeaways from this result.
It was one headline, stunning headline is stunning rejection of the Congress in Maharashtra, and I was going through some of the data. Undivided Shiv Sena had polled 16% votes. Now, if you combine the two factions together, it comes to around 23%. So everybody else has gained and Congress has lost. BJP remains intact. And second takeaway is whoever has allied with BJP, BJP has pulled them up, whereas Congress has pulled everybody down. That is one. On Jharkhand, I would like to say, it is Hemant Soren's victory, not India Bloc's victory. Hemant Soren has gained 4 percentage points in terms of vote share, which is huge in a multi-corner contest. Everybody else stays either at the same level or has gone down, except JMM in Jharkhand. So it is not India Bloc's victory in Jharkhand, it is Hemant Soren's victory, and it is rejection of Congress in Maharashtra and BJP lifting all its allies.
The same thing happened in Kashmir with National Conference saying that, you know, it was our victory and Congress's. Aarti Jairat, what would you say with the BJP actually surging ahead, registering this remarkable victory? Now what happens to Mr. Shinde and of course to Ajit Pawar? They have proved their utility, because if you look at numbers, 53 seats, Sena versus Sena. UBT-led faction is leading in 14, and Shiv Sena, led by Shinde, is leading on 38, which means that Shinde has actually performed very well. He's the face of the welfare. He's the Maratha face of the Mahayuti. Do you think, what do you think is going to happen in the next few days?
So I think, well, there's really not very much time. The new government has to be in place by the 26th of November. So swearing in ceremony by 25th, I think. So they've got just 2 days in which to take the decision. Now, it depends on how the BJP decides to play this. Are they going to sort of settle for continuity, which was the mantra after the Lok Sabha elections, and coalition dharma, in which case, maybe Shinde will be the chief minister. Alternatively, they have several bargaining chips in their hands, actually. If you look at the numbers, they can form a government without Eknath Shinde, just, Ajit Pawar's faction and the BJP together. That's a bargaining chip, as far as Shinde is concerned. Secondly, they can also accommodate Shinde at the center. Like Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh, he was supposed to be the face of the Ladli Behna scheme, which is supposed to have won the BJP that election in Madhya Pradesh. And they brought him to the center as the agriculture minister and gave him several other important, jobs. So they could accommodate Shinde here and make Devendra Fadnavis, the chief minister, because the BJP's tally is no question. It is the highest, their strike rate is the best. And while the allies played their part, I think he's right. It is the BJP that pulled the allies, up. Yes. So, that has to be acknowledged in some way. So, I think the decision really will rest partially on what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi decide. Amit Shah particularly, because he's been so deeply involved in the Maharashtra elections. And I think also on inputs from the RSS, which behind the scenes has played a fairly crucial role on the ground, to help the BJP, with this Samvidhan Yojana that they started, which was basically to counter the Lok Sabha campaign of the MVA, that these people were against the constitution and they'll take away your reservation and so on. So, but, as I said, they don't have much time. So, we will see a decision very soon. So hopefully none of those midnight dramas that we saw last time.
And the results are also interesting because, the satraps or regional leaders seem to have really done well regardless of, whichever party they come from, although most of them are from the BJP or Shinde-led Shiv Sena. And Jayant Patil, who is from NCP-CP, one of those tallest leaders. Dilip Walse Patil, somebody who worked very closely with Sharad Pawar, and Sharad Pawar, emotively campaigned against him. He is winning this time from Ammegaon. So clearly, a lot of it is also...
Right, sorry to interrupt there, but I believe we have Mr. Prakash Javadekar, who has joined us, senior BJP leader and former union minister, who is joining us live directly on the broadcast there. Mr. Javadekar, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. The big question, of course, congratulations, of course, on the decisive victory that BJP is seeing in Maharashtra and, of course, the NDA alliance in total. But everyone has that big question up now, like whether or not there's going to be a change as far as the chief minister is concerned of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is being seen as the comeback man. He is actually the person who has led the party from the front. in the state, and whether or not he's going to be awarded with the top post in the state, that is the question on everyone's mind. So what would you say, what is your first reaction to this?
See, this is not the correct analogy. I'll tell you, in 14, BJP was the single largest party and ruled for 5 years under Devendra Fadnavis on its own. Shiv Sena backed it. Then, in 19, Shiv Sena and BJP were in alliance, and people gave the same mandate, very good mandate. But Shiv Sena wanted chief ministership, so they went with the enemies of the alliance, and now they are repenting. They must repent, because people punish such acts. And what people have, now this is the third consecutive victory in a way, I will say. What people have seen that in 5 years they have seen 2 chief ministers, Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. It is exactly negative and positive. So negative was Uddhav Thackeray's when there was no development, when all the developments were stopped, and now is development and welfare both. That is very important. And one factor I must tell you, people remind it. People, Shiv Sena earlier in 19 ditched the people's verdict. So people are punished. That is the simple thing.
Right. I mean, of course, that is, we have heard Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao also before you talk about the fact that this is, of course, the entire alliance which has come together to deliver this sort of a win in the state. But there's, of course, a lot of curiosity around the question of the top post in the state, Vasudha, as we have in fact seen, that it is the best ever show that BJP has put up in Maharashtra by far.
Right. Mr. Javadekar, also one question for you, sir. There was a lot of emphasis on Karyakarta ka josh ya morale, you know, because there was a belief, there was an understanding that in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, a lot of Karyakartas, a lot of workers, in fact, also those with the RSS did not really come out. That also led to the kind of results that we saw. What did you change with respect to working with party? Because this time, all BJP leaders were very clear that though Eknath Shinde was being projected as the leader of the alliance, it was very clear that that's something that will be decided later. Was that also a strategy to ensure that every party brings out its supporters and workers in huge strength?
Strategy apart, but fact is that BJP is a 24/7 party. I have come to Delhi just to attend yesterday's meeting, which is about organizational elections. We don't stop. And therefore, after Lok Sabha, from the very next day, Maharashtra, Karyakartas, leaders and everybody started working hard, understanding what has gone wrong somewhere, and we found out many things, and many things were corrected also, and that is how things happen. People who are ready to think and learn always make progress, and people like Sanjay Raut who are never are ready to think again, introspect, or accept the mandate, will always be on the wrong side of the things.
For joining us on this very important day. Also, congratulations on your party's victory. Also, apart from Maharashtra and Jharkhand, there were 42 bypolls that were held across the country. We will take you to one of them. Gurpreet joins us. Gurpreet, important bypolls that took place in Punjab, specifically the prestige seat of Gidarbaha, which saw the battle between Amita Waring, the wife of Raja Waring, the state president of the Congress party, versus Manpreet Badal, the former finance minister of Punjab. He had actually taken a break of sorts from politics, and this is a comeback of sorts. Tell us what is happening there and also the significance of these bypolls.
Well, we have seen in 4 bypolls, three bypolls result have already been out, and what we have seen from the Congress stronghold, Dera Baba Nanak, Aam Aadmi Party is able to win, and from Chabbewal, Aam Aadmi Party has managed to win that 2 seats from there. But a stronghold of Aam Aadmi Party from Barnala, where they have lost that seat to Congress Party, and Congress Party was able to win. We are reporting from Gidraba at this point of time, and we are showing all the statistics and calculation how these rounds are happening here. So total 13 rounds are required, and 9 rounds have already been done, where we can see Amarta Vring, who is wife of Congress chief, she is able to get 36,561 votes, whereas Dimpy Dhillon, Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dhillon, who is the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, he has got 49,772 votes as of now. If we can talk about Manpreet till the time 9th round, he is able to win only 10,245 votes. And if we can talk about the margin, we can see 13,211 margin here in Giderba, and this counting is already underway. It's a 9th round which has just been finished, but as of now, we know this is the prestige battle here in Giderba. One side we have seen the former finance minister Manpreet Badal, he was contesting from the BJP, whereas from Congress we have seen Congress chief's wife Amrita Vring, she is contesting from here, and Amrinder Singh Raja Vring was able to win this election multiple times, 3 times from the same constituency, but this time we have seen there is a lot of anti-incumbency against him, and Hardeep Dhillon, who has just joined from Akali Dal to Aam Aadmi Party, he is able to manage to win, and so far we are seeing these trends. We have seen he is leading from this Giderba. So in Punjab, if we can talk about overall bypolls elections, we have seen Aam Aadmi Party has already won from 2 constituencies, it's Chabbewal and Dera Baba Nanak, and from Barnala, the Congress candidate is able to win election from here, and from Giderba, the counting is still underway. So let's see, because these elections, bypoll elections, are very important for Aam Aadmi Party ruling government. It seems the way they have already got mandate, it seems from the way Aam Aadmi Party is leading from here, also Giderba, it seems Aam Aadmi Party is able to get mandate, and we have seen all the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, they are going to address their supporters and celebrating this victory of Punjab in national capital. So let's wait for more time to understand how this political calculation is going to happen in Giderba. Back to studio.
So comeback of sorts for Aam
Aadmi Party in Punjab there, yes.
Very critical, I think, because Delhi elections are coming up in February. So, you know, if they win 3 of the 4 seats, it's going to be a big morale booster for Aam Aadmi Party, which is pretty much down in the dumps after all its top leaders have gone behind bars.
And I can notice one more trend. After 2019, BJP lost votes and seats in all assembly elections, most assembly elections. Now, this time there has been a trend reversal of sorts. In Haryana, we saw BJP making a comeback, in huge comeback in Maharashtra, and BJP did not do so badly in Jharkhand. And now Aam Aadmi Party reversing its Lok Sabha.
So we used to think that BJP performs very well only in Lok Sabha elections, and that trend is getting reversed because they're performing better in assembly polls. Also, let's go across to Ratnadeep, my colleague. Ratnadeep, tell us about these important bypolls that took place in the state of Assam. 5 bypolls. Himanta Biswa Sharma found time to campaign despite being the Jharkhand in charge, and also the importance of Gaurav Gogoi, the significance of these bypolls with respect to the kind of prestige that is attached to both Mr. Sharma and also to Mr. Gogoi.
That's right. In fact, as we speak, the counting is underway. There were 5 seats for which bypolls have taken place, of which in the assembly elections of Assam, 4 were with the BJP and allies and 1 with Congress. And that 1 seat is Samaguri, where in the run-up to the polls, we saw massive pre-poll violence. There was death of 1 person. And Samaguri is a seat, remember, which is a strong hold of the Congress since 2001. Congress has never lost there. Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, a former minister, this time chose to contest the Lok Sabha election and won with one of the highest margin in the country. And this time in the Bypolls, his son Tanzil Hussain is making his electoral debut. He is just 26-year-old, and at this moment till round 4, Tanzil Hussain was leading with about 4,000 votes. But from round 8 onwards, the BJP candidate is closing on that gap. Remember, BJP has tried a lot in terms of the campaign to try to win this seat, which is a Muslim majority seat in Assam, Congress stronghold. In the other seat, Bihali, where Gaurav Gogoi had campaigned for Congress has actually lost that seat. BJP has been able to retain that seat, so that has been a setback for Gaurav Gogoi, who is seen now as the emerging face of Congress in Assam. The BJP is leading in another seat, which is Dholai, which it was its MLA who was elected in the last election, and its allies AGP and UPPL are also leading in 2 other seats. So at this moment, BJP and allies are leading. BJP has won 1 seat and 3 seats. Its allies and BJP is leading, and Congress is leading in 1. However, let me tell you, this election was one election after 2016 Assam Assembly election, when BJP came to power for the first time in Assam, that the campaign of the party in Assam was not led by Himanta Biswa Sharma because he was busy in Jharkhand. Perhaps the Jharkhand result would be also a setback for Mr. Sharma. Remember, ever since Mr. Sharma delivered Assam elections for the BJP in 2016 and subsequently helped BJP and BJP allies to form governments in several states in Northeast, his services were taken for states like Odisha, where the BJP had done well, and this time he was he was made the co-in-charge for Jharkhand, where the BJP, however, could not, as of now, is trailing. So this might be a setback for Mr. Sharma. But having said that, there is good news in neighboring Meghalaya, where Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's wife, Mehtab Chandi Sangma, who made her electoral debut in the by-election in Gambagre seat, she has won her seat. So this is going to be a good news for the ruling NPP in Meghalaya.
Right. Ratnadeep there, thank you so much for joining us with that update of the Northeast Bypolls, the Bypolls which are taking place in Assam and Meghalaya there. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm also being joined by Mr. Arshpreet Karyal of the Congress Party. Mr. Karyal, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast on NDTV. Even till yesterday, there were murmurs being made by several people from your party that Congress would be leading the MVA in terms if they get a favorable result in the Maharashtra elections today. But now we can see that Congress has actually registered probably its worst performance.
It is the worst.
It is the worst performance that we are seeing coming in from Congress in Maharashtra. So do you think, and there have already been a lot of questions being raised about the way Congress managed its campaign, both in Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand. So in hindsight, do you think more effort needed to have been put in by the Congress leadership in the battleground state?
Well, a couple of things to that. First and foremost, the Bharatiya Janata Party is one state and India Alliance one another state. So it's 1-1. Let's see it for what it is. Number 2, the Bharatiya Janata Party has registered Guinness Book of World Records record as in the maximum number of malpractices have been witnessed in this election. We all saw how the General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, if there's a BJP spokesperson here, he should tell us, was Mr. Vinod Tavade caught on camera influencing votes, distributing money, or was he not? Number 2, the Operation Lotuses that have taken place under the BJP regime, everybody's witnessed that. Number 3, the misusage of the agencies, whether it be the IT, the ED, the CBI. We've all seen how the arm twisting happened and how all the complaints that went vis-a-vis the violation of the Model Code of Conduct, all of them went unaddressed. We did not get any substantial action taken against any BJP leaders that were violating it. And these things have been caught on camera. Despite that, there's been no action, number 1. Number 2, it's very important for the Bharatiya Janata Party, if there's a BJP spokesperson, to tell, could you please enlist 5 things that the BJP has done in the last couple of years, the Mahayuti has done in the last couple of years in Maharashtra? 5 things they could not tell. I've been asking spokespersons of the BJP and they could not enlist 5 things. And number 2,
Arshpreet,
now that they have
back-to-back defeats both in Haryana, then Maharashtra, and of course even in Punjab, which is where you come from, it's the Aam Aadmi Party that's surging ahead in 3 seats. Congress, of course, is leading in 1. Don't you think all of this is, in a way, sort of really problematic for the party and for its workers?
Not really. See, winning and losing is a part and parcel of the game. What matters is the people's work should be done. And the question here is, will the 15 lakhs be given? Will the 2 crore jobs a year that the BJP promised would be given? Will the doubling of farmers' income by 2022, which was supposed to happen 2 years ago, will happen now? Will the inflation decrease? The diesel, petrol, dal, dahi, doodh, paneer and whatnot, will the prices come down? Will the rupee be better as compared to the value it has against the dollar? All these things are what is what matters to the people of India. Winning and losing of a political party is irrelevant to the people. They want their work done. They want to be able to sustain themselves. They want good governance, and the BJP has not been able to do that. And the question is, now that you have won this, now that you've won Maharashtra, will you be doing the promises you made a couple of years ago? Because you made new promises. Number two, you talked of Haryana. In Haryana, the vote percentage was 39%. And if the Bharatiya Janata Party had won Haryana, at the same time, India Alliance had won Jammu and Kashmir. If this time the Bharatiya Janata Party has won Maharashtra, India Alliance has won Jharkhand. And in the other states, the Bypolls, we have swept Karnataka Bypolls. Everybody's seen that. We have swept it. And the BJP's questions, the allegations that they were leveling against our government, all of them have gone out of the window. And very soon you will see that the other seats, the other Bypolls where we have either won or where we are leading, the Congress party will make a significant development in all the other Bypolls which are happening. In totality, if we were to talk of the results in Maharashtra, in Assam, we have won 1. In Gujarat, 1. Karnataka, 3. Kerala, 1 with a massive lead. Lakhs. There's a margin and there's a difference of lakhs of votes. In Punjab, there's 1. In Rajasthan, there's 1. In Jharkhand, there's 15. And so on and so forth. So basically, the fact of the matter remains that will the Bharatiya Janata Party start delivering on their promises, or will they keep on coming up with hollow promises and hollow statements?
That's an important point. Thank you, Ashpreet, for joining us with your views. Aarti Jairat, what happens now? Because, 2024 Lok Sabha elections, we saw a different sentiment. But now, clearly, that blemish of 2024 is going to be forgotten because that will be seen as an aberration. It's the Haryana mood, it's the Maharashtra mood that is going to be there. That's going to be projected by the BJP as mood of the nation. Also, what explains this massive victories? I saw this in Gujarat, 156 seats. We've seen that in UP in the past, not this time, of course, and then Haryana and now this. So what explains, so many people voting for one party?
Well, if we look at the strategy of the BJP in the Lok Sabha polls and the strategy they adopted both for Haryana and Maharashtra, the Lok Sabha polls were all about one man. He actually led the show and nobody else was given any kind of space. In fact, Yogi Adityanath's big complaint was that he was not given a say in the polls in UP, which is why the BJP did so badly in UP. This time, the BJP went back to its roots, which is letting local leaders, take front stage. This is what the BJP has always been about. The old Vajpayee-Advani BJP was about nurturing and letting local leaders flourish. All the people you see today, starting with Narendra Modi, whether it was Vasundhara Raje, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley, they just, they nurtured and developed younger leaders, local leaders, and that was the party's biggest strength. I think it kind of lost its way somehow during the Lok Sabha elections, and I think it is now going back to its roots. And if you saw that in the Maharashtra elections, both Modi and Shah didn't address as many rallies as they used to. In Haryana also the same thing. So they forefronted their local leaders, and I think that really helped, which is probably why this time they're doing better in local elections rather than earlier when they used to win the national elections, but they didn't do so well in local elections.
That is the beauty of BJP. Despite being the incumbent for 10 years, successful people are expected to be least flexible, but BJP is most flexible party we have known in years. They always change their strategy. Whereas in the case of Congress, and we heard the spokesperson, they blame everybody except themselves. Same agencies worked in Maharashtra, same agencies worked in Jharkhand and elsewhere, in Wayanad also, and we have different outcomes. Why can't they understand that people have rejected them in some places, they have accepted them because of different issues altogether. So brushing everything under one carpet and saying ki agencies are to be blamed. This is.
But you know, again, to go back to this issue of local leaders, the only place where the Congress is doing well actually is Karnataka, where you know they're winning 2 of the 3 bypolls, and that's because that's one state where they still have strong local leaders.
An organization.
And an organization. Yeah. You know, everywhere else, I mean, Maharashtra, for instance, they've lost everybody. Either they have passed on because they were too old, or people like Ashok Chavan have left, you know, and they don't have local leaders left. So, I mean, I think really the BJP, Congress needs to learn some lessons from the BJP about the flexibility, adaptability, you know, reading the mood on the ground, and, you know, when necessary, push your local leaders forward, when necessary, push your national leaders forward.
Ma'am, on that aspect of local leaders being at the forefront, you know, another important thing which is of course coming out is the legacy war that everyone was talking about. You know, how Uddhav and Sharad Pawar had the sympathy wave in their favor in the Lok Sabha elections, and the tables seem to have turned this time around. So in terms of these 2 big political stalwarts in Maharashtra, this mandate, what would it mean for their future career?
Well, you know, I mean, honestly, for me, the biggest shock in Maharashtra is not the poor performance of the Congress, because I really wasn't expecting the Congress to perform well, you know, when challenged by the BJP. For me, the really big story is Sharad Pawar's complete eclipse in these elections. In his home turf of Western Maharashtra, you know, his nephew's party, breakaway party, has done better than him. Absolutely. I mean, he has dominated Maharashtra politics for 4 decades. You know, for me, this is, and he had said this is his last election. So it's his eclipse, and maybe the eclipse of the NCP, because I really don't know who can take his legacy forward now that, you know, Ajit Pawar seems to be in the driver's seat as far as NCP is concerned. So, yeah, I mean, this is the most shocking story. And, you know, it's also very, it'll have an impact on the India alliance, because, you know, Sharad Pawar was a major strategist for India through the Lok Sabha polls. Now with his eclipse and his failing health and his age and everything, I mean, they don't really have anybody left anymore to, you know, do a kind of national strategy for them.
Asif Pamla of the BJP also joins us. Asif, when it comes to, Asif, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. Also, congratulations. I was
Thank you. It's a good day for us.
Yes, I was looking.
Thank you to all the media people as well for, you know, bearing us at many times of challenges as well. Thank you.
Okay, sir, I was looking at some numbers, but before that, tell me, is Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief minister, or is it going to be Eknath Shinde?
Well, अभी थोड़ा सा सस्पेंस भी रखना चाहिए ना. सारी बातें आप लोग को अभी बोल देंगे तो क्या फिर आप लोग हमें बुलाना ही बंद कर दोगे. But in all possibilities, it looks like he's on the driving seat. And it's not that he's on the driving seat now. He was always on the driving seat. I mean, if you know, in the last time, in the last time we got the mandate for 5 years. But apparently हमारे पीठ में खंजर पोपा गया था और उन्होंने जाकर अपना अलायंस तैयार किया. 2.5 साल, all the progress of the state, all the infrastructure projects, all were pushed to the back burner just to show Devendra ji down. And of course, after 2.5 years, when they themselves, being in the ruling, their own people left them and went away. And they preferred to join us not being in power. And when we came in power, we got the trail back. But then again, after that, Lok Sabha came. And after Lok Sabha's victory, they saw no end to themselves. And to an extent that they were so trumpet about the fact, although देखिए क्या झूठ ज़्यादा टिकता नहीं है. आपने संविधान की बात की, वही किताब जिसके अंदर पन्नों में कोई संविधान के बारे में जानकारी नहीं, आप वो दिखाते रहे. मराठा आरक्षण वर्गलाते रहे आप. तो ये चीजें जो है उस समय उन्हें बहुत फायदा हुआ. Except that we, in all humility, we accepted our defeat. लेकिन आज वो फिर से मौका आया. और यही नहीं, 2.5 साल में देवेंद्र जी ने वो कहते हैं ना गम खाकर, a man who's been a successful, वो कहते हैं development Fadnavis in his time for 5 years had to go as a deputy chief minister. So he was not interested to even come into the chair. but the party gave him, and he, with all the huge numbers that we had, we went and we compromised. No, that was in the interest of the state. और यही लोकसभा के बाद आपने देखा इनके तासुरात क्या हो गए. यही लाडकी बहन योजना जो हमने लाई,
लाडकी बहन योजना, which is being seen as the reason, one of the most important reasons.
Give me 10 seconds on that.
Yes.
That was what was passed. तो इतना हुआ रेवड़ियां बांटी जा रही है. अरे नेशनल एक्सचेकर पे इतना प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा. Where do we get all the money from? और तुरंत you take a U-turn on that and say no, they're giving you 1,500. Now we will give you 3,000 rupees.
Right.
So तब national exchequer पे भार नहीं होगा state exchequer.
Right.
So these
Asif ji, valid point there, but देखिए, ये जो लाडकी बहन योजना थी, which is being seen as one of the reasons for your win, उसका जो face था, the face of that was also Eknath Shinde. आपको लगता है कि the Mahayuti alliance will also remain collective, और सबकी utility जो है will be taken into account when decisions of the government are being taken, and also उसमें भी you don't have too much time because the government has to be in place by the 26th.
देखिए महायुति की अगर आप बात करें तो you come back again. Sorry, I just got a little airy with the question.
I'm saying that the face
about Eknath Shinde. Yes, of course. We are all together. Eknath ji ho, हम हो. We are not like the Shiv Sena. आपस में उनके ही अगर आप देखो तो परिणीति शिंदे के वहाँ शिव सेना के लोग उनके बैनर फाड़ रहे हैं. तो ये भूमिका हमारे तीनों लाइन में, though we had a lot of differences also, but we never had a situation like that. And let me tell you, लाडकी बहन का संकल्प था मध्य प्रदेश से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक कामयाब कैंपेन रहा जिसका एंड रीच लोगों को रहना जरूरी है. आप स्कीम्स बहुत लाते हो लेकिन it doesn't reach to the end person. If you see, all the mahilas had a smile on the face when they went to the election. I remember in Bandra I stay when we went for the campaigning of Ashish Shelar ji, महिलाएं कहती थी आप क्यों आ रहे हो हमारे दरवाजे पे? आपने अपना काम कर दिया, अब हमें अपना काम करने दीजिए, हम आपको दिखलाएंगे. और आज उन्होंने चमत्कार दिखाया. That's why it's women's first, and I'm happy that you are interviewing us and you are there on heading this debate also. So this is the Ladki Behan charm and the charisma that was well crafted. And not only that, we also understood the mood on the ground. We didn't live in the denial, which of course Mahavikas Aghadi lived in, like a Sanjay Raut coming in the morning and blabbering, from all the worst thing. We said, हमें तो पार्टी से भी आदेश दिया गया था कि भाई एज अ स्पोक्स पर्सन आपने संयमता बरतनी चाहिए. आपने ये नहीं कहना कि कौन सीएम बनेगा. दैट्स ऑन. हमें महाराष्ट्र चाहिए, महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति और उन्नति चाहिए. सीएम अभी जो भी हो वो आला कमान और पार्लियामेंट्री वोट तय करे.
सर ये बताइए, चीफ मिनिस्टर के नाम पे सस्पेंस रखा जाए आपको जब होगा सुविधा, लेकिन ये अरेंजमेंट है कि एक चीफ मिनिस्टर और 2 डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर, ये अरेंजमेंट रहेगा इस बार मैंडेट एकदम से इस मैंडेट के बाद?
देखिए आज का दिन तो बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है, तो हम बड़े खुश मिजाज हैं. और आगे क्या होगा वो कोई इतना अहमियत रखेगा जरूर कल के बाद. लेकिन आज तो मैं स्वयं पार्टी ऑफिस जा रहा हूँ 4 बजे. देवेंद्र जी आ रहे हैं वहाँ, तो बड़ा जोश खरोश और जोश उल्लास से हम आज के दिन को, क्योंकि मेहनत भी इतनी लगी हम सबकी. देखिए हमने जो है वो कहते ना, जब हम हारते हैं तो हम इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करते हैं. लोकसभा में हमारी जो हार थी उसका हमें बड़ा खेद और दुख रहा, और हमने यातायात उस पर हर दिन काम किया. और देखिए आप, युवा हो, महिला हो, अपना किसान हो, लाभार्थी हो, सबको हमने साथ लेकर चलने का एक प्रण लिया कि नहीं, ऐसा कोई we didn't leave any stone unturned to reach to a magic figure.
Absolutely, Asif Bamla ji, thank you so much for joining us.
That is the blessings that the blessings that Maharashtra, my Ladki Behna, and all of us given us in the form of coming back to power. Thank you.
Yes.
Right, that was Asif Bamla there of the BJP, of course. Let's also turn our focus to one of the states which saw very crucial bypolls taking place, and that is, of course, the state of Uttar Pradesh, in which the BJP seems to have stolen a march ahead of the Samajwadi Party. And I have my colleague Ranbir, who is standing by to give us the latest. So, Ranbir, it's the BJP which is leading in in most of the 9 constituencies which had in fact had the bypolls earlier this week. Yes.
BJP is leading on 7 seats out of 9, and 2 Samajwadi Party is winning 2, Karhal and Sisamawa of Kanpur. So the ratio between BJP and Samajwadi Party is 7:2, and that ratio is expected because exit poll says that the situation is that BJP can win 6 to 7 seats, and today after the trends we can say that BJP is in condition to win at least 7 seats out of 9. So it's a setback for Samajwadi Party because in 2022 Samajwadi Party won 4 out of these 9 seats, and this time it shrinks to 2. So the number, one is Karhal, from where Akhilesh Yadav was MLA in 2022, but now it's time for Tej Pratap Yadav, who is winning from Karhal seat, and another one is Sisamawa of Kanpur, where Naseem Solanki, she has almost won that seat by around 8,500 votes. And rest of the 7 seats, including Ghaziabad, Khair, Kundarki. And the most interesting one is Kundarki because at least 65% voters are Muslim community, and BJP is winning that seat by at least margin of more than 90,000. So that is very interesting seat. And if we talk about Majhwa, if we talk about Katehri, if we talk about Phulpur, all these seats, BJP is in a condition to win these seats. So the ratio between BJP and Samajwadi Party is 7:2, and that's a setback for obviously for Samajwadi Party.
So the bypolls of UP being seen as a semi-finals before the 2027 assembly polls, also seen as a test of the sentiment that existed in UP, where the BJP faced a setback in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, to know if that sentiment actually existed, because that's when Sapa Samajwadi Party got 39 seats, reducing the BJP to 31 seats, so clearly 27 seats. So clearly this was an important set of elections. Also in Maharashtra, like we know, while the BJP and the Mahayuti focused a lot on micromanagement, there was also a trend. There were also many leaders, top leaders, addressing public rallies in various parts of the states, very strategically designed program in which what we understand is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed around
11 rallies, and
in which the strike rate has been 82, which is where the Mahayuti has won about 9 out of 11 seats that he addressed. And so the strike rate is around 82%. For Rahul Gandhi, he addressed around 7 rallies in which the Maha Vikas Aghadi has won 1 seat, which means the strike rate is around 14%.
Right. And let's also take a look at other leaders there. JP Nadda there's 3 out of 3, which means in all the areas that he campaigned, BJP has in fact won all the 3 seats where JP Nadda campaigned, the BJP president there. Also, let's take a look at Amit Shah's strike rate, 93%, which means out of the 15 seats, the regions that Amit Shah campaigned, BJP has managed to win 14 out of those 15 seats.
And Amit Shah was the BJP leader who addressed the maximum rallies, because he had taken this as a personal project for himself, both Haryana and Maharashtra.
Yeah, let's shift focus away from the BJP leaders. If we look at the MVA and its performance in Maharashtra, Priyanka Gandhi, out of the 5 seats, the regions where Priyanka Gandhi had in fact campaigned, Congress has managed to win 2 out of those 5 seats, the strike rate of 40%.
In fact, her last rally was in Vidarbha, which is where the Congress has performed the worst. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he addressed around 36 rallies. In fact, that was, credited to him because he visited apparently every village in the sugar belt bastions, and that the strike rate has come to 67%. In some ways, also responsible to the 31 seats that his party is leading out of the 41 direct contest with his uncle's party.
That's right. So interesting data there. Also, let's take a look at Uddhav. Right, we'll have to cut across live now to Uttar Pradesh, where Dimple Yadav is speaking.
अभी हम सफाई में है, करहल में जिस तरह से शुरू से ही बढ़त बनाए हुए थे, क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि 27 का एक तरीके से सेमीफाइनल इस तरह से माना जा रहा था कि आगे देखा जाएगा?
नहीं, अच्छा है क्योंकि जहां यहाँ पे प्रशासन ने और जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को खुली छूट दी गई कि मतदान के दिन वो घूमें, और बाहर से भी दूसरी विधानसभा से भी लोग आके गाड़ियों में यहाँ घूम रहे थे, और जहां 3 या 4 गाड़ी चलने की अनुमति होती है वहाँ पे 10-10 गाड़ियाँ लेकर लोग चल रहे थे, और जिस प्रकार से पूरा माहौल रहा उसके बावजूद भी समाजवादी पार्टी का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो सही रहा है।
लगता है अभी और सीटें आ सकती हैं, कई राउंड बाकी हैं।
हाँ, मैं समझती हूँ कि हम लोग अनुमान लगा रहे हैं कि 4 सीटों पे हम लोग अभी भी जीत सकते हैं।
थैंक यू
सो मच।
Right, so
Dimple Yadav there alleging that the BJP had a free hand. In fact, also suggesting that it's the UP police's role that was instrumental in BJP actually leading in 7 out of 9 seats. Remember, 5 of those seats were won by the Samajwadi Party earlier. Those are details about the bypolls that were held across the country. But of course, all eyes are on Maharashtra and Jharkhand, even as Mahayuti in Maharashtra is all poised for a comfortable victory, a sweep, never seen sweep before in the state of Maharashtra, even as Hemant Soren is all likely to come back as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand.
Right, and at this moment we'll head into a short break, but Ankit Tyagi coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options?
Hello and welcome to NDTV, our continuous coverage of the last election result day of 2024. And how has this day turned out to be? A massive landslide, something that we have not seen in Maharashtra probably since 1995. The kind of victory that the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance is enjoying at this moment, and all those doles and the lovely dance moves that you are seeing on your screens are the BJP and Shiv Sena Shinde supporters celebrating the massive victory. It's not, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, something that you call a wave. It's an absolute tsunami that has hit Maharashtra in favor of the BJP and the Mahayuti at this moment. The MVA, the opposition alliance, relegated to just 55 seats. On the other hand, Some good news coming in there for the India Alliance from Jharkhand, where Hemant Soren is making a comeback in the state. We'll get you all the details. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines. Mahayuti landslide in Maharashtra. Saffron surge drowns Mahavikas Aghadi. Celebrations erupt as the NDA camp is all set to sweep the elections in the significant state of Maharashtra. BJP's best ever show with a phenomenal strike rate. 124 leads out of 149. The BJP contested Devendra Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man. Now has his eyes all set to become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra for the third time. Big victory for the India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in the state. It will be the third Gandhi in the parliament with the victory of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra at the Wayanad Bypoll. Stunning debut for Priyanka Gandhi, surpasses Rahul Gandhi's victory margin. TMC's massive sweep in first Bypolls after RG Kar case. TMC wins 3 seats and leads in the other 3 in the state of West Bengal. Yogi Adityanath firmly in lead in Uttar Pradesh, leads 6 seats out of 9 in Punjab. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 3 and the Congress on 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the most significant state of Maharashtra has fallen to the BJP. The incumbents are coming back, and with this, a lot of questions that were being asked about who's the real Shiv Sena, who's the real NCP, probably these elections have answered those questions. But what a turnaround has this been in the state of Maharashtra in just 5 months, from 2024 Lok Sabha election, where the BJP was stunned by the margin of the victory of the opposition alliance and possibly went back to the drawing board. And then, of course, the Ladki Behan Yojana coming in and making sure that the Bharatiya Janata Party is home in style, romping home in style, with Devendra Fadnavis now, in fact, eyeing a third term as the Chief Minister. I mean, these visuals are of celebrations across, in fact, in the state of Maharashtra, where the BJP has won, even in areas where the Bharatiya Janata Party traditionally found itself on a weaker wicket. Marathwada, Vidarbha, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which was absolutely clean bowled in the 2024 elections of Lok Sabha, has made a stunning comeback. And one of the big winners is the man of the moment at this moment, the man that you see on your screens, Eknath Shinde, the, Chief Minister. He has won and possibly has answered a lot of questions about his legitimacy and his claim as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Radhika, who is joining us at this moment. There is, we'll also talk about the Bypolls and also the state of Jharkhand. The solace there coming in for the India Alliance in the state of Jharkhand, where Hemant Soren is making a comeback. Prabhakar is joining us from there. Radhika, coming to you. Celebrations have just begun. It is going to be a long day of celebrations for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, I'm not able to hear your question, but I can show you the scenes around. It is very, very loud here, but certainly celebratory. In fact, celebrations are peaking outside BJP office. As you can see, doors and drums. People are dancing all around. There is saffron wave throughout outside the BJP office here. Top leaders have already started coming in. They are inside holding meetings. After some time, we'll see Devendra Fadnavis also holding a press conference. We know for a fact that at Varsha, there is going to be a joint press conference of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, post which celebrations will turn to BJP office here, and multiple activities, celebrations, firecrackers, saffron flag, BJP flag all around. And we've been, speaking to several of the karyakartas here. Of course, They are ecstatic. Several candidates, leaders have already started coming here. Winning candidates will also be felicitated in a bit. I have some women कार्यकर्ताs here. Ma'am, आप बताइए विक्ट्री के बारे में इतना एक्सपेक्ट किया था ऐसे मार्जिन विक्ट्री?
हम लोगों ने तो एक्सपेक्ट किया था, हमें पता था कि लाड़की बहन हमें साथ देगी और ज़रूर साथ देगी।
लाड़की बहन योजना ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और हम आगे भी सपोर्ट करेंगे उनको, इसलिए हमें उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है इस पर।
क्या फैक्टर्स, व्हाट फैक्टर्स वर्क फॉर बीजेपी?
बटेंगे तो कटेंगे मुद्दा और लाड़की बहन दोनों ने कमाल कर दिया है।
बटेंगे तो कटेंगे campaign as well as Ladki Behan, that's what has worked for the BJP, is what these karyakarta are telling us. But you know, a lot of factors did work. We know for a fact that post Lok Sabha defeat, BJP had been very careful in terms of projecting itself as a party, in terms of projecting itself as a coalition, alliance in itself. We saw all kinds of schemes being launched, not just Ladki Behan, but multiple other schemes for youth, farmers, senior citizens, and then of course the campaigns such as Ek Hai To Safe Hai and so on. Besides that, the development projects, we know for a fact that over the last 6 months especially, there have been multiple infrastructure development projects in Thane, Konkan, especially in Mumbai, be it the coastal road, be it metro. So all that has in a way contributed. Even when we spoke to voters, they just had to speak about the infrastructure development project that has made their lives easy. And of course, Ladki Behan, that has changed the lives of lakhs and lakhs of women, especially in rural parts of Maharashtra. I'm not able to at all. It's very, very loud here. But in a bit from now, all the top leaders of the BJP and, of course, leaders from Mahayuti will be descending to address the media, to celebrate along with winning candidates. And that will happen in just a bit. Of course, this is a landslide victory, no doubt, as far as Mahayuti is concerned. Unprecedented and something that even the BJP or even the Mahayuti did not expect.
Absolutely, it's beyond expectations of many. The margin of this victory, 227 place 56 of the Maha Vikas Aghadi for the Mahayuti. All the components of this alliance firing all cylinders with the BJP, of course, over 127 leads that they have at this moment. But for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a breather from Maharashtra, and where of course overwhelming emotions for the winners and the losers. But let's just take a look at Jharkhand as well. That's the other big state. The last, as I said, of the 2024 election results, and Jharkhand also, the incumbent is making a comeback. Here also, what we are seeing out of 81, 55, by no means, I mean, of course, both the states in geography, in the strength of their assembly are different, but make no mistake, out of 81, if you are getting 55, this alliance is also winning big. Prabhakar, massive victory there for Hemant Soren-led alliance, and Hemant Soren firmly puts himself in the driving seat. He is, make no mistake about the fact, the biggest tribal leader in this country at this moment. All the sympathy, along with the Maya Saman Yojana, seem to have working for Hemant Soren.
Yeah, indeed he is. Indeed, he is one of the tallest tribal leaders, and especially after this victory, he becomes one. He becomes even taller. And remember, he has created a political history of his sort, because this is the first time an incumbent government is coming back to power. This is the Chief Minister house. He is the man of the moment. The man himself is parked there. He's parked with the family, and we are just waiting for him to walk out maybe a few hours from now. He's actually waiting for the scores to settle down, and then probably he will be coming face to face with the media. Now, the reasons what actually worked for him on the ground, because we were speculating for last 1 month regarding the Bangladeshi illegal immigration issue, which the BJP was raising time and again. Batoge to Katoge was the narrative by BJP on ground. But whether these things were working for BJP on the ground, we were speculating about it. Now it is clear that it did not work for BJP. BJP was not able to A, dent into the tribal vote bank, B, it was the woman factor which worked in favor of JMM, because they had floated a scheme called Maiya Samman Yojana, where the women folks were given 1,000 rupees monthly stipend, and JMM has promised that stipend would be increased to 2,500 rupees if they are voted back to power, and now they are voted back to power. And most importantly, what the JMM cadres feel on the ground, and even BJP leaders used to concede, that sending Hemant Soren into prison on a corruption charge was a bad decision actually, because that backfired. He was a tribal leader, he was a chief minister, he was an elected chief minister, and BJP people believe, the message to the tribals were that it was BJP which was victimizing him and he was sent behind bars. So the BJP was not able to tolerate even one tribal chief minister in the country.
And even in the very important Santa Kolan area, where even for Champai Soren, who defected from the JMM, went to the NDA, even in that point of time, he has not been able to create any impact for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, it just seems that the tribals have firmly gone with Hemant Soren. They have accepted him as the leader. Even the defectors have not been able to work for the NDA here.
Not really, because Champai Soren, remember, is a localized factor, because we know about him, we talk about him because he became the chief minister here. Otherwise, Champai Soren basically is a leader in the Kolhan region. Now, talking about tribals, see, it's the Shibu Soren who is the tallest tribal leader out here. And remember, Jharkhand is one state where if tribals don't vote for you, you can't ever actually dream of coming to the power. So Shibu Soren is the man actually, and the baton has been handed over to Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren has successfully taken over the baton. So now the Soren family, I would say, is the tallest leader as far as the tribals are concerned, and they still associate themselves with the Soren family, and that has this time again been proven on the ground. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyanka, for joining us with all those details. What a day has this been. It seems for the opposition alliance, 55 is the magic number. Whether they are winning or losing in Maharashtra, they are at 55, and they are losing in Jharkhand, it's 55, where they are winning at this moment. So they are stuck with 55 on this election day. Prabhakar, thanks for joining us. Let me very quickly get a word in from Sam Daniel as well. Sam has been keeping a close eye on Wayanad. Wayanad, Sam, in many ways was a given result. I mean, it was expected that Priyanka Gandhi is going to win, but the margin was something that people were talking about. Massive victory for Priyanka Gandhi, and probably Wayanad is the only place where the Congress put in all their energies more than even Maharashtra or Jharkhand, and the result is there for us to see.
That's right, Ankit. Her victory was a kind of a foregone conclusion, but the margin speaks volumes in terms of the kind of springboard this mandate has given Priyanka, who's making her electoral debut in politics this time. And she has exceeded the margin of Rahul Gandhi. As we speak, she is nearly 6 lakh. She's leading with the margin of nearly 6 lakh votes. The second and third, the UDF and the LDF candidates, the NDA candidates are at a distant second and third with 1.95 lakhs and little over a lakh in the case of the NDA candidate. And the Congress is quite ecstatic about this, and they look at it in a different way. They say, while another Gandhi family member has now been elected from the south after Rahul Gandhi moved to Raebareli, this would also, they say, catapult Priyanka Gandhi to be a strong woman voice for the Congress in the parliament. They say she'll be articulate both in Hindi and English, and she'll be a good bet to take on the BJP, as they say. Many Congress leaders also look as a slice of Indira Gandhi in Priyanka Gandhi, and that way they say, besides her performance and tackling of the issues in the parliament, they hope she would also be able to spend considerable time working on the organizational challenges of the Congress. They look at Rahul Gandhi as a kind of a mass leader who likes traveling across the country and emerging as a people's leader, listening to people, understanding their problems. And they look at Priyanka with the strength to fix the organizational challenges of the Congress in a bid to strengthen the party and take on the BJP in a more effective way. And they hope she'll spend more time working with the AICC leaders and taking on the challenges. But as an MP of Wayanad, the larger challenge could be also to spend enough quality time as an MP in Wayanad, as the criticism against her during the campaign by both the BJP and the left was that she could be an outsider. She is an outsider. She could continue to be an outsider and she could abandon the constitution. So she has to disprove that and live up to this mandate she has won. So that's a big challenge for her. But certainly for the Congress, which lost Maharashtra, here is something big to be happy about.
Some solace for the Congress party, and more they are consolidating in South, whereas in North India and West India, now we are seeing a complete decimation of the Congress party. Gurpreet Cheena also joins us. We'll talk about Punjab in just a short while. Gurpreet, just give me a moment. Let me introduce my guest. Sajjan Kumar is joining us at this moment. He's a political analyst. Mr. Brij Mohan Shrivastava, National General Secretary of the NCP. Ajit Pawar faction is also with us. Subhashini Yadav, spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us at this moment also. Thank you. Mayank ji is also with us at this moment, our in-house political expert. Mayank ji, the Congress party, like I said, more and more relegated just to the south of India.
South or Wayanad?
South. Also, right now Telangana and Karnataka is with them. They've won all the 3 bypolls in Karnataka. But the fact remains, if you look at and analyze the numbers like you have been doing, even in terms of the vote percentage, this is warning bells for the Congress party after Hindi heartland states in Maharashtra as well. Maharashtra, though the Congress has not been able to perform like they used to at one point of time in their dominance of the 80s, but even then, the Congress party had pockets of massive influence. They have been decimated in those pockets as well.
And we have discussed this before, and not in the studio and outside of it. Case of misplaced priority, and we have discussed this. Congress party gave everything in Wayanad and left everything else. See, in Jharkhand, all big leaders of Congress put together held 11 rallies. And I think they held very few rallies in Maharashtra also.
Yes.
And we had discussed this. See, what is Congress's priority? See, Maharashtra is one state where Congress has always been very strong. Even till late as 2024 Lok Sabha election, they had 16% vote share, despite contesting fewer number of seats. But now they are reduced to just 10% vote. Just 10%, which is less than all 5 major parties. Less than BJP, less than both the factions of NCP.
So of the 6 major parties, Congress has number 6 right now.
Yeah, in terms of vote share. Even though Congress contested more than 100 seats. So this is stunning reversal for stunning rejection of the Congress.
Would you attribute that largely to the way the performance of the Mahavikas Aghadi has been, the Congress party not being...
Congress has pulled everybody down. Congress has let its allies down. Maharashtra is rejection of Congress. It has never happened before. Maharashtra is rejection, and because of negativity around Congress, everybody else failed.
Let me just to ponder on this point further. Subhashini ji, Rahul Gandhi, like Mayank was making a point. Rahul Gandhi held 8 rallies in the state of Maharashtra. Was an important state. After Haryana, people were thinking that there will be a renewed Congress which will try and pull its weight as far as Maharashtra is concerned. 8 rallies, 2 of them were closed-door Samvidhan Sabhas. Has the Congress party, in fact, relied too much upon the narrative that they had 5 months back in the Lok Sabha election, not been able to reinvent itself, and the BJP has learned from what happened in 2024 Lok Sabha and has completely decimated the Congress party? The situation is that none of the opposition would not even have a leader of opposition in the Assembly of Maharashtra.
Certainly, we are a bit disappointed with the results which has come out in Maharashtra. This is not we were expecting. Why? Because as you just mentioned, there were a lot of rallies, programs, and I myself was there during the Samvidhan Sammelans. I am one of the organizers for them. We got the support of the people. And it was a narrative set by BJP that they will be changing the constitution. And their leaders used to say during the general election, and they themselves took this back and they took their Nara back, Ab ki baar 400 par. It was the reason why, because there was a threat to constitution. Our leader, Rahul Gandhi ji, is adamant to safeguard the constitution, and he has taken this promise that whether his life is there or not, but he will be protecting the constitution. It's not about how it has worked amongst the people in Maharashtra or anywhere else. It's about when we were on the ground, people supported us. They were organic people who attended our programs. We did not manage anything like how we saw a few days ago. The people of Maharashtra, BJP Maharashtra leaders were distributing money. So we were not managing things. We were fighting on the ground. Now, whatever the results have come, with due respect, we accept this and we are disappointed. We will get back to the drawing board and we will check whether where we have not fulfill the gaps, and we will again come back.
Your own supporters,
definitely
even
this
for
is
your own
disappointing,
supporters, your
but,
party cadre,
not every...
after Haryana, much more would have been expected from the Congress party. I mean, you are saying, all those factors, money and all. People have answered that. People have answered those questions. Is it time for the Congress party just not to go back to the drawing board, but also to think how they want to lead, the kind of issues they want to pick up?
I would like to intercept in this, that it is not like that it has not worked. You never know what changed the tide. There was, your media channels were showing that we are winning Haryana. Till last minute, the media channels were showing till yesterday we were neck to neck. We also rely on the surveys, the same survey which you conduct amongst the people. The party also rely on those surveys.
But
whatever
the elections are not fought in the television studios, they are fought on the ground. At this moment, it seems that on the ground, the people of Maharashtra has completely rejected you. I'm just going to come back to you.
I gave my view on that.
I agree with you.
I gave my view on that. We fought the elections on the ground. We went to the people, and the people, wherever we went, people were supporting us. People said that we are going to change this government. If something has happened, of course we will sit and look into this. I am accepting the defeat. I am not saying that we are not accepting
that Maharashtra has not seen in a very, very long time.
Absolutely.
Gurpreet, our colleague, is also joining us. Maria joins me at this moment as well. Gurpreet, very quickly, a word on Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party leading on 3, Congress on 1. There also the incumbent, and it was also a prestige battle for Bhagwant Mann. A lot of questions were asked about his leadership. For the Aam Aadmi Party, this will be, especially for the Chief Minister, some sort of vindication, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course, in Punjab we have seen crucial 4 bypolls are happening, and if we can talk about Aam Aadmi Party, in 2 bypolls they have already been won the election, and now in the 3rd election from where we are reporting at this point of time, showing these visuals from the Giddarbah, where we can see that a huge number of the supporters from Aam Aadmi Party, they have already been reached here, and we are joining us son of Dimpy Dhillon, who is the candidate from Aam Aadmi Party, who is winning at this point of time. How do you see this victory in Giddarbah? Because before that, we have seen Congress bastion here, and before the Congress, it was the Akali bastion here. So, no Aam Aadmi Party is able to make base here. How do you see this victory?
First of all, I would like to thank the people of Giddarbah who have made us win today in a huge margin, with a huge margin. And the people who call themselves like the upcoming CM, like our opposition of Congress used to call himself the upcoming CM.
You are talking about the Congress chief Amrinder Singh Raja?
Yeah. In his own mind, he was the upcoming CM. But now that wishes are gone. So I would just like to say this.
Your Dadiji has also made an appeal to the people of this constituency, and that was very emotional appeal when she was talking to her. Do you think that has also worked in the emotions of this election?
For sure, my grandmother was very emotional in this election, because for the last 2 times, we were defeated, and she was very emotional when she campaigned in the city. But finally, God has listened to us today, and it's a very blissful day, and yeah.
So thank you so much for talking to NDTV. So once I'll request my visual to just show all these visuals from the ground, what is happening at this point of time. We can see huge number of Aam Aadmi supporters. They have already started celebrating the victory from Giddarbah, and somewhere down the lane, what we have learned, Aam Aadmi Party says it seems the people had again given mandate, because out of 4 bypolls, 3 of bypolls, Aam Aadmi Party is able to win from the various constituencies, and 1 Barnala seat.
Right.
Yes, we are shifting focus now from Punjab to Maharashtra, and we have a newsmaker joining us. Naresh Arora was the strategist of Ajit Pawar. Mr. Arora, congratulations on what will be seen as an election which has settled the NCP debate. Which way is NCP heading? It is Ajit Pawar who will be carrying forward the mantle of the party.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. I don't know about that settlement because elections do keep coming back in circles. But yes, for now, this round has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction.
Naresh, hi Ankit this side. I just wanted to ask you, remember one interview I read about, I was seeing somewhere, and you said it is a change, Ajit Pawar. In 5 months, whatever happened in Lok Sabha, forget that. It's a change, Ajit Pawar. I have taught him how to smile. He's smiling more little these days, and pink is going to work. So the Ladki Behna, pink and Ajit Pawar, finally your strategy coming through.
First of all, Ankit, thank you for noticing the interviews I have given, but I have never said that I have made him smile. It's just that he has not been visibly smiling. So this time round, he was visibly smiling. He could be seen around smiling. And regarding the color pink, we were wanting that NCP needs to have a distinct identity apart from this, the blurring clutter of the colors that they are already there with the 6 parties in Maharashtra. So they needed to stand out. And with the Ladki Behan Yojana coming in, the kind of scheme that it was connecting with the women household and women folk force, so it was required something that which could give them a presence for which they could just feel that there is a happiness in their camp rather than the gloom of the Lok Sabha results.
But Naresh, the question here is that in terms of strike rate, of course, the NCP within the Mahayuti is done really well, and it would be seen as cohesive, fight where all the 3 alliance partners came all guns blazing. I mean, all the cylinders firing here. What do you think changed in the last 5 months? From a party which received a debilitating blow at the hands of Sharad Pawar to now, where the strike rate of NCP, Ajit Pawar is much better, much better than NCP Sharad Pawar. Over 60%. Over 60%.
Yeah, of course, Maria, they are going to be nearing 70%. There are a couple of seats which we are on very tight trail at the moment, but I think they'll also come through. So we'll be touching some 40 seats. Regarding the changes in the 5 months, what I would say is that the first was a realization that they need to pull up their socks. Because till now, I think the way NCP functions for the last 25 years, they have been winning in their own bastions, and there has never been a requirement for them to work as a party. So another thing was that Mr. Sharad Pawar used to play the role of that vote getter. He was the one who used to be the public face, and Mr. Ajit Pawar was the one who was running the administration. And he runs the administration so efficiently that even his critics approve of his administrative skills. And if you talk to any bureaucratic setup, they will also have the same words for him. So Mr. Ajit Pawar was to realize that his role has changed now. He needs to function as a party president and not just as a deputy chief minister. He enjoys the role of being an administrator very much, but he had to come out of his comfort zone, which he did. And another thing which people have not been knowing about it, that Mr. Ajit Pawar is a very hardworking politician who gets up at 5 o'clock, starts meeting people at 6 o'clock, but has never been doing it in a way that people would be seeing it that, okay, fine, this is one mass leader. So once he realized that there is a change of role required, and he came into his own, the Jan Samman Yatra, the adoring of the pink color, and of course the big smile, which is now, again, I think the bigger one has been pasted on his face today after the results. But these all things work together, and then there was the concentrated approach towards the number of seats to contest, because generally the jostling and the tug of war among the alliance partners always that who will get more seats to contest. So my role here was the first thing that they should be contesting the seats which are in winning distance, where we have a winning shot, because the numbers today are going to matter, not the numbers on the day the tickets were announced. Once that was clear, then the candidates were worked upon, the right candidate selection happened. He did give in to, he had to give up, in fact, sorry, I should say that he gave up a couple of candidates with whom he had emotions attached, because he could see that they might not be able to make through. Right. So some tough decisions on the course hard work which he showed on the ground, and it motivated his candidates as well. Because when the Lok Sabha results were out, I remember my conversations with the MLAs that how were they feeling at that point in time. And 4 months down the line, once the elections were announced for Vidhan Sabha, the mood was completely different. And confidence is a big thing in politics, that how you think that how are you going to make it or you're not going to make it. There were certain candidates who were not even willing to contest at one point in time. And now today they are winning by 28 or 30,000 votes. So this is the kind of confidence that came back. The party worked unitedly. The presence was felt. The campaign was, by all accounts, I would say, on a positive note.
More or less,
and
of course,
one major change
factors
from Lok Sabha
coming together to
Yes.
make that kind of victory. But Naresh, very interestingly, like you were saying, how in 5 months, you've been able to bounce back, recreate the whole image and the way things were functioning. But can I ask you, because interestingly, you worked at some point of time with the Congress party as well. Where did the Congress party and the opposition fail? Were they not able to answer the narratives that you and the Mahayuti was able to create?
And was it them holding on to an old narrative? I mean, Constitution khatre mein hai, may have worked in the Lok Sabha, but how does it work in a state election? That narrative of caste census, it may have worked in the Lok Sabha, it did not work this time around. Or do you think their strategy was wrong from the word go? Or there was too much of confidence, I mean overconfidence as we keep talking about, or complacency?
I should not be commenting on their strategy now that I'm not working with them, but because this question has been asked and I am on the opposite side, what I see is that they were complacent to start with. After the Lok Sabha, they thought it was a done deal. And based on that, I could see that in the last 5 months, the playground was left open for the youth players to have a field day. And Congress or their alliance partners came to the playground very late in the game. By then, I think the match was already over. The Ladki Bahin Yojana had penetrated and disseminated in the way that they could not have an answer to it. With the Ladki Bahin Yojana also, they were very confused. Initially, they opposed. Then they said that this will not be coming again. This will be just one installment thing. Then they said that they are doing just for elections. So they were not clear that how to first of all react and then to set their own narrative. And by the time they decided to have their own narrative, there was just 20 or 18 or 20 days to polling, which is very little time for any narrative to come along. And yes, the constitution narrative or other such narratives were not holding ground, especially because the elections are localized. And in our party, we try to localize elections as much as possible with the local manifestos, etc., so that we can see that the narrative is specific to the constituency and the candidate, and not if anything negative comes around, we can be able to hold our fort.
So are you giving, many are saying that one singular factor which dominated this election and is responsible for this kind of landslide for the Mahayuti is Ladki Bahin. And the fact that there was DBT, direct benefit, which happened to most of these women across Maharashtra. So they had tried that party, and that is the reason why they went ahead with it. How much of Ladki Bahin was the factor in this election for this kind of victory, Mr. Arora?
Oh, definitely. Ladki Bahin is the clear runaway winner. And I think if opposition, what they tried to do with Ladki Bahin was something they should have considered, that they have been implementing such kind of guarantees or schemes in their own states as well. So to criticize them, they should have thought about it twice. Because if the schemes are getting implemented and there are electoral benefits or political dividends that the party is reaping, they should have thought twice before criticizing it. First they said that it is going to be withdrawn, then they said this is buying of votes, then they said there are multiple installments not going to come in. And credit to Mr. Ajit Pawar and the UT partners that they were able to disburse 5 installments of it, which lent credibility that this scheme is there to stay, number one. Number two, with the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the schemes don't win elections on their own, and the governments don't win elections. It is the parties who take those schemes to the voters, and in a cluttered political space as cluttered as Maharashtra with 6 symbols on display, it was very difficult, I can tell you, for the ladies to understand that which symbol they need to press, because they were going to vote for Ladki Behan Yojana, that was a given. But which symbol to go and press, for that the credit should be given to all political parties of the Unity Alliance, that they were able to convey to the voters.
I think that's the central pivot around which a lot of other strategies also came through. You know, the micromanagement, as Mr. Arora was also telling us. Thank you so much. Naresh Arora, thank you so much. Congratulations today. You and your the party that you're working at this moment, the leader you're working at this moment, are one of the big winners of this election in Maharashtra. Thank you for joining us here on NDTV. You know, Maria, very interesting. Like we were talking about the Ladki Behan Yojana, it almost now has become like a some sort of a textbook case for any incumbent government.
And huge recall value. Across Maharashtra, there were huge posters, be it of the BJP, be it of Ajit Pawar's NCP, or of Shiv Sena. Everybody had 1,500 rupees and the party symbol and the faces. Because they understood, if the pink voters, the women voters come out in their favor, the X factor are the women voters. Let's not forget, it's the same Maya Samman, which has actually got Hemant Soren that victory, that emphatic victory in Jharkhand.
And Sajjan Kumar, you know, let me bring you in on this. We've seen a jump in the women voters in Maharashtra. We've seen that same in Jharkhand. And just go back, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal for Mamata Banerjee. Nitish Kumar. Women voter now is
and Prime Minister Modi.
Prime Minister Modi. From 2014, we have seen a concerted effort to cultivate women as a vote bank. Which cuts across religion, which cuts across your caste, arithmetic, which cuts across everything, which is paying dividends specifically for the incumbents.
So if you see the shift, what happens that when we analyze it during the elections, we tend to treat voters as either community or as farmers, as women, as youth. What happens that voting is decided at the household level. And in household level, who is the pull factor? Is it going to be the women? Is it going to be some patriarch, male elderly men? So we have seen in the case of Madhya Pradesh, 6 months before the assembly election, there was perceived anti-incumbency and criticism against Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But come closer to the election, not only the women became the pull factor, they also ended up pulling in many of the male households, you know, along. So the same thing happened in the case of Maharashtra, because the extent of victory clearly indicates that women did not just voted more for Mahayuti, but they also influenced the voting behavior within their household of the male members.
Maria has to go, but before Maria leaves, let me ask you this. In a way, this election result, and Subhashini, I'm just coming to you, in a way, this election result once again reinforces the fact that whether it's the 2024 Lok Sabha election was indeed an aberration.
Yes.
And the BJP has the ability to learn and bounce back, something that we are at this moment not seeing in the opposition parties, especially the key opposition party, that is the Congress.
Yes, absolutely. BJP knows how to do course correction because they have the nuts and bolts of party which works on the ground. They get feedback from the ground. These are netas which are not parachuting in and out of Delhi. They believe in issues which will resonate with the Janta. And I think welfareism, yes, but that faith that here is Prime Minister Modi at the center and a BJP plus government in Maharashtra, which can ensure double engine. So, across Maharashtra, what was palpable there was, Ankit, stability. Buzzword was stability, a government that will complete 5 years in office. They had this faith that Prime Minister Modi's governance model will ensure that there is infrastructure projects in urban centers and the concerns, be it of farmers, be it of women, and of various voting blocks are addressed. And what added was Eknath Shinde, almost like a pepper on this cherry on the cake, I would say, where he ensured that the Maratha constituency, because he himself was a Maratha, a Maratha addressed the concerns of the Maratha constituency and completely neutralized that entire talk of the Maratha agitation.
The Marathi Manus that the Shiv Sena stood on, that pillar, has been completely taken off under the feet of Uddhav Thackeray, even in a Worli seat where there is a concentration of a large Marathi-speaking population. Aditya Thackeray is finding it very tough. I mean, last I checked, he was trailing by about 600 votes. I have to take a very quick break. Subhashini ji, I just need a moment from you. Once I come back from this break, okay, she's left. Tough day for the Congress party, but let me say, Jharkhand also, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Maharashtra, of course, a victory of mammoth proportions. But in an 81-member assembly, Hemant Soren is making a comeback with 56 members at this moment. And that's also a huge victory.
But that is also because of Hemant Soren and JMM, not as much as the Congress party.
Sure, but so it also tells you the bigger narrative of 2024 as we end the last result day of 2024. Don't count the regional satraps out yet. It's not all done and dusted. Like after 2024 election, people started saying it's once again going back to the bipolarity. Congress will need to pull up its socks much more before we can once again have that kind of bipolarity in elections of India. Quick break. We are coming back. Stay tuned. Our coverage continues.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond.
Welcome back. The big result day here on NDTV. 2 important state elections ending the election cycle of 2024, Maharashtra and Jharkhand, where Maharashtra and Jharkhand both have given a very clear, emphatic mandate, a tsunami for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra and a fantastic wave for Hemant Soren in Jharkhand as well. 56 seats out of 81 assembly and 230 is where the Mahayuti is sitting. BJP clocking in their best ever performance in the state of Maharashtra. Their strike rate almost touching 80%, if I'm not mistaken, at this moment. Brijmohan Srivastava also joins us, National General Secretary of the NCP, Ajit Pawar. Mr. Srivastava, does this now settle the debate over the nephew and uncle tussle? Who has the real NCP? Now Ajit Pawar can go out and claim NCP is his.
Actually, no need to claim now, because the Election Commission of India already recognized us as a Nationalist Congress party, headed by Ajit Pawarji and headed by the working president Praful Patel Sahab. So it's very loud and clear. But no doubt, this time the peoples have given us mandate, and they have clearly announced that the real NCP is run by the Ajit Dada Pawar. And this election has also given a clear-cut mandate to the Mahayuti leadership that work for Maharashtra and keep all promises, whatever we have done with the peoples, should be work for them to get the result of those promises. And on behalf of through your channel, I want to assure the voter of Maharashtra that whatever they have given us, we are very thankful to them. and humbly we want to pay the respect to the voters that they have recognized our leadership for serving the people of Maharashtra.
Srivastava ji, let me ask you this as well. Now, of course, there will be all talks about a government formation. Ajit Dada Pawar always wanted to become the chief minister, still harboring that dream, but has been the perpetual deputy chief minister of Maharashtra. So, chhati baar bhi, are we going to see him as the deputy chief minister? Because with these numbers, the bargaining power of both the Shinde Sena and Mr. Ajit Pawar is considerably less with the BJP. Unke khud ke paas 127-128 vidhayak hai. So, your bargaining power is less. Does this mean that Ajit Pawar will settle to a comfortable deputy chief minister, sir, in the new government formation?
Actually, I am not agree with his word bargaining. There is no bargaining. Actually, we are the united force as a Mahayuti party. So we do not bargain each other. Our leadership will decide the total. All our MLAs will decide. They will sit together, and the parliamentary board of all the parties will sit together, and they will decide who is the right person for this time for Maharashtra. Because the selection of chief minister doesn't it is not limited to the number of MLAs. It's the leadership also minutely analyze the political need of the state also. So,
श्रीवास्तव साहब, एक सवाल मैं आपसे और पूछना चाहूंगा. इस रिजल्ट के बाद क्या अजीत पवार जी कोशिश करेंगे शरद पवार जी भी साथ में आ जाएं? उनके लिए अभी भी कुछ रास्ते खुले हुए हैं, या फिर उनके जो एमएलएज हैं 12-14 जो एमएलए हैं उनको तोड़कर अपने साथ लेके आने की कोशिश, या उनके लिए रास्ता खुला हुआ है, उनके लिए कम से कम दरवाजा खुला हुआ है अगर शरद पवार जी की पार्टी से कुछ एमएलएज आपकी तरफ आना चाहें तो?
देखिए, मैं एनडीए और महायुति की ओर से एक बात बहुत स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं. कोई भी व्यक्ति जो महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए महाराष्ट्र की सरकार के साथ या महायुति की सरकार के साथ काम करना चाहता है, ऐसे किसी भी व्यक्ति का हम लोग स्वागत भी करेंगे, सम्मान भी करेंगे. क्योंकि ये जो जीत हुई है, ये जीत निश्चित रूप से महायुति के नेतृत्व की हुई है, लेकिन हमारा कमिटमेंट पूरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए है. और इतने बड़े विशाल प्रदेश के लिए हम सब लोगों को मिलजुल कर जब तक हम काम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम महाराष्ट्र को देश के सबसे बेहतरीन राज्यों में से एक नहीं बना पाएंगे. इसको हम लोग जानते हैं. तो अगर कोई भी साथ देना चाहता है, कोई भी काम करना चाहता है हमारे पार्टी प्रोग्राम को लेकर, जो सरकार की नीतियां उनके लिए अगर कोई भी समर्थन देगा, तो हम लोग निश्चित रूप से उसको स्वीकार करेंगे.
Okay. Technically, if you look at these numbers, and Sajan, if I may bring you in, the BJP technically, can in fact form the government on its own as well with the help of some independents, because they are at this moment at 130. 55 for Mr. Shinde, and if I'm not mistaken, some 38 or something, 39 for the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP at this moment. So the bargaining power goes less, and B, with this kind of mandate, there is zero doubt that the BJP will have its own chief minister. I mean, it's not going to be allies dictating the terms at all.
Not only that, in fact, it would be very difficult for Eknath Shinde to, insist that he should be the chief minister. He should continue as the chief minister, because the kind of mandate BJP has got. Now see the permutation and combination, just for the, hypothetically. Uddhav comes in, BJP forms the government minus Ajit Pawar, minus Shinde. Ajit Pawar just retains, comes with the BJP, BJP forms the government. BJP manages some independent, and here and there pulls through, it forms the government. So that way BJP has. But the real question is, one, at this point of time, the kind of mandate is there, the kind of social ambience by Jharkhand Patil factors, Sharad Pawar factors, etc., though it has been decimated. But I think BJP would be quite careful at this moment to carry everyone along and try for some internal adjustment, despite the fact that they can go alone at this juncture.
I'm sure. Because the mandate is for the Mahayuti. Of course, the BJP is the biggest component of the Mahayuti. They have performed exceedingly well. Fought 149, have at this moment leading on 130. It's remarkable strike rate.
Remarkable, but also do not forget that Ladki Bahan Yojana, if that is the X factor and game changer, then despite the lesser performance, Eknath Shinde has to be credited, because he was the one, not only he was the one who insisted for its implementation, while the report goes that Ajit Pawar was not very keen on that.
Right. One factor is that, but let me also ask you this, larger ramifications or indications of this result, both Jharkhand and of course Maharashtra. Are we back nationally to the 2019 Lok Sabha position? The realization that 99 for the Congress party is only 99, it's not 199 or 272. And for the BJP, the 240 at this moment will at least be weighed over 272 of their own.
Exactly, and decisively, if you see the implications, I mean, it seems as if 2024 Lok Sabha verdict, which was a dashing hope for BJP, was an aberration, because in terms of the narrative wherein Congress had started acting as if it has the mandate to insist on policy direction, certainly has taken a setback after Haryana Assembly election. Then comes Maharashtra. Certainly it is going to further kind of augment the policy direction which the BJP government at the center would like to have. It will also have its implications on the Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who would like to have a better pedestal in their respective home state, while at the center they would be giving free hand to the BJP government. Also, it will have the implication on all the leadership transition debate that was taking place as a subtext within the BJP.
Right.
So that way you see, I mean, from everything in terms of the policy direction, Congress is further demoralized, and I think that will be reflected in the parliament session that is about to begin.
Right.
And policy direction will go the BJP's way.
If you leave the southern states, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, of course, they are in government with an alliance, but Karnataka and Telangana, the Congress party still, despite the fillip that they got after the 2024 Lok Sabha election, is finding it extremely tough to take on the BJP on its own. And it's dependent largely on the alliance partners for its performance, whether it's Jammu and Kashmir or now in this case Jharkhand. So the Congress dependence on Jharkhand, their bargaining power with their allies goes further down, with the BJP in fact coming on its own, and its bargaining power even at the center with its allies will significantly rise after these results. Let's very quickly also bring you some reports that our colleagues have sent from various bypolls. Interesting, because these bypolls are also sending out a message, ladies and gentlemen, in those particular states for the ruling alliances. In Punjab bypolls, 4 assembly constituencies, the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact leading on 3. And after the disastrous performance of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha elections, it was a very important election for Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
In Giderba bypolls, we have seen it was one of the hot seats where there was 3-corner contest, and we have seen Aam Aadmi Party was able to win this seat from the Giderba, and it's the mandate from the people of Punjab to Aam Aadmi Party in Giderba constituency. We can see these visuals here that how this victory is being celebrated by the supporters of Dimpy Dhillon, Hardeep Singh Dhillon, who had contested election from Aam Aadmi Party. He was earlier contesting from Akali Dal, and here in Giderba we have seen high-stake battle was between Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and Congress also. From Congress we have seen that there was a high-stake battle which was going on there. One side we have seen Congress chief Amrinder Singh Rajawarding. He was one who was his wife was contesting from here. At the same time, what we have seen from the BJP, the former finance minister, he was contesting from Giderba. So as of now, what we are showing from the ground, how this victory is being celebrated by the supporter of Aam Aadmi Party on the dole beats. They are also celebrating this huge victory here in Giderba. So as of now, what we can understand, the party was able to maintain its own mandate in the people of Punjab. If we can talk about bypolls which are happening in the state of Punjab, and specifically from Giderba, what we have seen, the Aam Aadmi Party is able to make a historic victory from this seat. With Vijay Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh Chinna.
Okay, let me very quickly take you to Maharashtra, where one of the big winners today, Devendra Fadnavis, the man who could be the next chief minister, is speaking at this moment.
त्या फेक नरेटिव्हच्या विरोधात लढणाऱ्या ज्या वेगवेगळ्या संघटना आहेत राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या, त्या संघटनांचा विजय आहे. आणि विशेषतः जे मतांचं ध्रुवीकरण करण्याचा प्रयत्न या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीने केला होता, त्याच्या विरोधात लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती करणारे आमचे विविध पंथांचे जे संत आहेत त्यांचा देखील हा विजय आहे की ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला एक ठेवलाय. अशा सगळ्यांचा हा खऱ्या अर्थानं विजय आहे. गावामध्ये, पाड्यामध्ये, तांड्यामध्ये, वाडीमध्ये, वस्त्यांमध्ये सगळीकडे जाऊन ज्यांनी हा अलख जगवला त्यांचा विजय आहे. आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं महाराष्ट्रातले आमचे महायुतीचे जे लाखो कार्यकर्ते आहेत, या कार्यकर्त्यांचा विजय आहे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, मी, अजितदादा, आमचे रामदास आठवलेजी, आमचे सगळे मित्रपक्ष, आमच्या एकजुटीचा हा विजय आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की प्रचंड मोठा अशा प्रकारचा विजय आज मिळालेला आहे. या निमित्ताने मी निश्चितपणे आमच्या देशाचे गृहमंत्री अमितभाई शहा यांचे देखील मनापासून आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये ऊर्जा भरली.
He was here to instill a lot of energy in all our volunteers.
आमचे राजनाथ सिंग जी असतील, नितीन गडकरी जी
Not
असतील,
just him, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, all the national
या ठिकाणी
leaders
अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे मार्गदर्शन केलं.
helped us a lot throughout this process.
या ठिकाणी आमच्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पियुषजी असतील, भूपेंद्रजी असतील, आमचे सगळे
Especially Maharashtra, Bhupendra, Mr. Bhupendra, Piyush, Goyal sir, all of them were very instrumental in getting all of the volunteers together and helping us win the election.
पुढे आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज
I bow down in front of my voters.
अक्षरशः साष्टांग दंडवत महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला, ज्या महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने हे प्रेम दिलेलं आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की
I bow down to the people of Maharashtra who have showered us with so much of love.
त्या प्रचाराला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्या कृतीतून उत्तर दिलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून अशा
They
जनतेचा
tried to run a lot of negative campaigning, but the people of Maharashtra gave an answer to them through their action, through the ballot paper.
की आम्ही आधुनिक अभिमन्यू आहोत, आम्ही चक्रव्यूह तोडून दाखवू. तो चक्रव्यूह तुटलेला आहे. आणि
They tried to put in a Chakravyuh for us, but we are the modern Abhimanyu. We know how to break the Chakravyuh.
आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है. और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारे लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ. क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजितदादा पवार जी, रामदास आठवले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है. जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी है, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ। पहले मराठी हो जाना फिर आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंडमध्ये झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय। आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे, ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेममध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर झालेला आहे। मला असं वाटतं की कुठेतरी अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आत्मचिंतन केलं पाहिजे आणि खरी कारणं काय, मला काय त्यांना सल्ला द्यायचा नाही आहे, मी तेवढा मोठाही नाही आहे, पण कधीतरी त्यांना खरी कारणं काय आहेत याचा विचार करावा लागेल।
मुख्यमंत्री पदाची स्वप्न पाहिली असे राष्ट्रवादी आणि काँग्रेसमधल्या बड्या नेत्यांचे या विधानसभा निवडणुकीमध्ये पराभव झालेला आहे।
असं लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून दिलं।
मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये यश मिळालेलं आहे। मागच्या वेळेस दातृत्व दाखवत भाजपाने एकनाथ शिंदेंना सीएम पद दिलं। आता सगळ्या तुमच्या लोकांच्या अनेक राजकीय नेत्यांचे बाईट्स येत आहेत किंवा प्रतिक्रिया येत आहेत की भाजपाला आता यश मिळालं तर भाजपाने मुख्यमंत्रीपद घ्यायला हवं।
या बाबतीत माननीय अमित भाई शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्री पद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही, मुख्यमंत्री पद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित बसून ठरवतील। एकनाथराव शिंदेजी त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत, अजितदादा त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत आणि आमचे जे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत त्यांना आमचं पार्लमेंटरी बोर्ड हे ऑथराईज करतं। ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही।
सीएम पद क्या बीजेपी के खाते में?
सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजितदादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से लोगों ने अपना मैंडेट दे दिया, लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है। बाला साहेब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है, और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली है।
या निवडणुकीमध्ये कास्ट पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला। तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय, याचं प्रमुख अॅनालिसिस काय?
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं। लोकांच्या मनात त्यानंतर एक प्रकारची सहानुभूती तयार होते, लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जात आहे। तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं, पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं, कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला आहे, आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे, त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं आहे। मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे, हिंद हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे, किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे। त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे, आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे।
आईसोबत आणि अमित शहा
आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय, आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमितभाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमितभाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचं अभिनंदन देखील केलं।
मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर बड़ा मुद्दा बना, इसके बावजूद आपकी पार्टी बड़ी जीत यहाँ पर हासिल करी। आपके ऊपर चूंकि एक तरह से आरोप हुआ, आपको अभद्र शब्दों में आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों को?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले थे। तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुंचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा। ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा। सारे समाज आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में। देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है, तो लोगों का विश्वास संपत है।
2019ला मला आठवतं की वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली होती, त्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमचं आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं कालांतराने, त्याचा बदला घेतला आहे का आता? तेल लावलेला पैलवान
कुठलाही बदला मी घेतलेला नाही। राजकारणामध्ये जनता ठरवते कोण जिंकेल कोण हरेल। कधी कधी एखाद्या गोष्टीचा नापसंती ही जनता कळवते, त्यामुळे यातनं जनतेने कदाचित नापसंती कळवली असेल आणि आमच्या बाबतीत पसंती कळवली असेल। मला असं वाटतं की याला वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं पाहण्याचं कारण नाही, आणि नंबर्स काय आहे याच्या आधारावर मी विरोधी पक्षाचं मूल्यमापन करणार।
सर एक सवाल ये है की
नीतीवरतून जी चर्चा सुरू झालेली आहे, महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य म्हणून शरद पवारांचा उल्लेख वारंवार केला जायचा, आता महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य बदलला आहे.
बदलला असेल तर मला माहीत नाही. फक्त मी एवढंच सांगू शकतो की मी तरी चाणक्य वगैरे काही नाही. मी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे. माझा पक्ष मला ताकद देतो, माझ्या पाठीशी उभा राहतो, म्हणून मला हे सगळं करता येतं. आमच्या पक्षातले जे वेगवेगळे नेते आहेत, हे सगळे नेते माझं नेतृत्व मान्य करतात, म्हणून मला पुढे जाता येतं. त्याच्यामुळे चाणक्य वगैरे नाही. म्हणून सांगितलं, हे जे काही आम्ही जिंकलो आहे, ही एकत्रित भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा हा विजय आहे. याच्यात देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे फार लहान आहे.
गैरकानूनी जीत एक कह रही है. संजय राउत ने स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि गैरकानूनी जीत है, इस जीत को नहीं मानते क्योंकि जनता आप लोग के खिलाफ थी. और सर, और इसी से एक सवाल इसी पे कंटिन्यू कर लेता हूँ सर, क्या देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रूप में समंदर वापस आ गया है? जो लोग घर किनारे पे बसाए थे बह जाएंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि संजय राउत, इनके ऊपर मैं कभी प्रतिक्रिया देता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन आज आवश्यकता इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. मुझे ये पता है कि झारखंड में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जीता है तो बहुत लेजिटिमेट जीता है. वहाँ चुनाव एकदम फेयर हुआ है. वहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया है. वहाँ पर ईवीएम इतना पक्का था कि वो हैक ही नहीं हो सकता. वहाँ लोकतंत्र का विजय हुआ है. और महाराष्ट्र में अगर हमको लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन भी बायस हो गया है, यहाँ का ईवीएम हैक हो गया है, यहाँ पर लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो गई है. देखिए, कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करने की आवश्यकता होती है. जो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करते जिंदगी में, वो समाप्त हो जाते हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए, और इस प्रकार से वो बात करेंगे तो क्या लोगों का विश्वास बैठेगा? चलो, थैंक यू.
सर एक फोटो उद्धव ठाकरेंनी खुनशीपणे म्हटलं होतं, एकतर तू राहशील किंवा मी तरी राहील या निवडणुकीमध्ये. काय उत्तर द्याल त्यांना?
मी त्याच वेळेस उत्तर दिलं होतं की तुम्ही राहाल आणि मी राहील. राजकारणामध्ये कोणीच कोणाला संपवू शकत नाही. जनता तुम्हाला कमी अधिक करते, त्याच्यामुळे मी आहेत आणि तेही आहेत.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू सर. समंदर वाला जवाब नहीं दिया सर आपने. समंदर वाला जवाब. समंदर सर, क्या देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रूप में वापस आ गया है? और जो अगल बगल में क्या वो बह जाएंगे? बड़ी चर्चा सर आपके इस बयान.
देखिए, समंदर 2022 में ही वापस आ गया. अभी हम सब लोग मिलकर यहाँ पर सरकार स्थापन करने वाले हैं, इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि कोई अब इसमें बहुत शेरो शायरी करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. मैं एक गोष्ट मला या निमित्ताने सांगायची आहे, जी निश्चितपणे सांगितली पाहिजे, की आमचे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे यांच्या नेतृत्वात गेल्या 2 वर्षात पार्टीने खालपर्यंत जे कार्यक्रम राबवले, त्यामुळे पूर्ण पार्टी जिवंत झाली आणि पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी ही निवडणूक अंगावर घेतली. म्हणून मी बावनकुळेजी आणि आमच्या पार्टीच्या बावनकुळेजी और पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. इन कार्यकर्ताओं ने हमारे बावनकुळेजी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 2 साल लगातार नीचे तक जाकर पार्टी को प्रस्थापित किया. पार्टी के कार्यक्रम उन्होंने वहां पर संपन्न किए और उसके कारण पार्टी में एक नई जान आई.
Devendra Fadnavis speaking to the media there, one of the very strong contenders for the chief minister's post in Maharashtra, and he said that there is no infighting over the chief minister's post, and the alliance partners will sit together and decide as to who becomes the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Well, it's an impressive win for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, with the Mahayuti standing at 231 seats.
But Kitty, notice what, while he was saying that there is no fight about the chief minister, he's speaking like the man who smells that seat. He's speaking like the man who is all set to take the oath as the chief minister. Devendra Fadnavis, vilified, got a lot of brickbats after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, was the chief minister, had to come back, demoted to a deputy chief minister, to a junior partner. Eknath Shinde was in his government as a minister. He worked under him. This is his moment, and that's how this long press conference, the man of the moment, Devendra Fadnavis there. There is no denying after 132 that the BJP is leading at this moment that Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP will not claim the chief minister's seat. All right, let's. We have our colleagues. Just to get you a sense of the mood after this massive tsunami of the victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party-led Mahayuti alliance. On the other hand, of course, a very impressive victory, a wave at least I can say for Jharkhand JMM-led India alliance there. But Radhika, Devendra Fadnavis there, absolutely happy, confident, radiating, looks like the man who's ready to take on the chief minister's chair.
This is certainly man of the moment. BJP clinching 132 so far out of 149 seats it's contested. So it's hardly lost that number of seats. Of course, Shiv Sena also putting up a great strike rate. So is NCP Ajit Pawar. A very embarrassing situation as far as MVA is concerned. They have a lot to introspect on. But certainly man of the moment is Devendra Fadnavis and of course Eknath Shinde also. But Fadnavis could be poised as the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Not entirely certain because he says that there will not be any disagreements over chief ministership post. But we'll really have to see how the next few hours will pan out because Eknath Shinde is also in a way man of the moment. He is the one who broke away from Sena, made sure that the government is formed along with the BJP. The reason why BJP came to power is as a result of Shinde and his set of MLAs. And of course, after he became the chief minister, the slew of initiatives that he undertook under his chief ministership. So that has also contributed to this victory. So therefore, as much as this is Devendra Fadnavis' victory, this is also Eknath Shinde's victory. And we saw what happened after Lok Sabha defeat. Fadnavis was ready to step down as deputy chief minister. He wanted to concentrate on organizational structure of the BJP. He took responsibility of the defeat. However, he did not do so after he was convinced by the top brass. And then, of course, there was no looking back as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned. So we'll really have to see how this will pan out. He says there's no disagreement. He, of course, has said the reason for the victory is due to blessings of Ladki Behan. And, of course, fake narrative of the opposition has been busted. This is a win against the fake narrative of the Congress party, of the MVA, is something that Devendra Fadnavis has once again emphasized. So, yes, I am at the BJP headquarters in Mumbai. A lot of activity, movement, as I was been showing you since morning. This is buzzing, of course. There is a huge banner that has been put up. Number of people have assembled here. A lot of winning candidates are also expected to be here. Fadnavis will take over the podium along with several other winning candidates and top leaders. Earlier, Piyush Goyal was here, but not too many of them are speaking to the media at the moment. It started with Fadnavis, and then perhaps after this, many more leaders will perhaps come out and give their victory speech. But this is the, this is how the BJP headquarters in Mumbai looks like. We did speak to a lot of,
place here in the BJP headquarters
okay, so आपने
in
सुना
Mumbai.
फडणवीस जी के जो भी मीडिया में एड्रेस की, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्या है contributing factors for the win of BJP? Reasons बताइए, मैडम. क्या बोल रहे थे? हाँ, क्या है?
सबसे महत्व की बात आपके माध्यम से मैं पूरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करूंगी जिन्होंने महायुति के ऊपर विश्वास रखा। दूसरी बात, जो महायुति ने विकास की गंगा 2.5-3 साल में जो चली थी उसके ऊपर लोगों ने वोट दिए। तीसरी बात, जो लाड़की बहन योजना जो मुख्यमंत्री ने लाई थी तो महिला शक्ति ने भी उसके ऊपर विश्वास रखा, ये तीसरा फैक्टर। चौथा बड़ा, सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर, जो योगी जी ने हरियाणा में एक नारा दिया था, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, और दूसरा नारा मोदी जी ने यहाँ पे रखा था, एक है तो सेफ है। ये दो नारे जो हिंदुत्व के थे कि हम बट रहे तो हर टाइम कट रहे तो
एक है तो सेफ है, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, and of course Ladki Behan schemes and multiple other schemes contributed to this victory is what several of these women karyakarta are saying. But yes, great day for Mahayuti, but who will be the chief minister is the next big question.
Absolutely. 53 lakh more women have voted in this Maharashtra election in comparison to 2019. That's 6% vote percentage, yes, up by, the rise in the vote percentage that we have seen in comparison with 2019. And of course, it looks like the female voter has rewarded the Mahayuti for the Ladki Behan Yojana. And that's, of course, has come as a big boost for the BJP here. All right, let me go across to Prabhakar also. Well, Prabhakar, we do understand celebrations are taking place in the JMM camp as well. But the RJD, of course, here has also sprung a surprise with the party leading in about 5 of the 7 seats that it contested.
Yeah, very interesting. And those seats actually are the districts which are adjoining Bihar. So RJD very carefully chose those seats where it already has a stronghold and where it has an influence because those districts are adjoining Bihar. Now remember, we are right now at the Chief Minister residence. This is where the man of the moment, Hemant Soren, is resting with his family, and he's expected to talk to media maybe from few hours from now. He'll be talking to media. So they are waiting for the numbers to settle down, and after that he would actually make a statement and talk to media. He has made a political history of a sort. This is the first incumbent government which has repeated its repeated comeback to power after completing 5 years in power. So it's a big day for him, and he was fighting a very tough battle. We saw the narrative on the ground when the BJP was talking about the illegal immigrants, when there was a similar like a Ladli Behna scheme. Go Didi Yojana was promised by BJP here, where a 2100 rupees monthly stipend was to be given. But what worked for him on the ground was that he was able to sell to his voters, especially to his tribal voters, that BJP was victimizing him because he was the lone tribal chief minister of the state, and that's the reason why he was sent behind bars on the corruption charges. The tribal voters stood by him, and see the Maiya Samman Yojana, which is again a similar Yojana like Ladli Behna Yojana, which JMM has launched around 6 months back, and they have already paid 1,000 rupees per month stipend to lakhs of women. So that actually worked on ground. Then women actually, they had to choose between promises being made vis-a-vis something which has already been delivered, and they chose the party which actually delivered money into their accounts. And remember, just 4 days before the first phase of polling happened in Jharkhand, that is on 13th. Just 4 days before that, 1,000 rupees had hit their accounts. So, and lakhs of women are beneficiaries of it. So these things, the women, the tribals, and the playing victim as a tribal leader, actually worked in his favor, and he's again back in the power with a thumping majority. I would say this is a very clear and a very clean victory he has achieved.
Very significant verdict, to say the least, in Jharkhand at this moment. 57 of the India bloc led by JMM placed 23 of the NDA. So the entire narrative, which people were calling a divisive narrative, a polarizing narrative, may possibly have had some resonance in Maharashtra, but absolutely rejected there in Jharkhand. But what a contrasting picture, Kitty, there in Maharashtra. BJP, going completely overboard with their celebrations, and where Prabhakar is standing absolutely stunned, silence there in the JMM quarters as well. But let's shift our focus from these two big states to the other story, the other headline of the day. Priyanka Gandhi winning Wayanad. It was expected, but the margin was something that people were talking about. She'll be the third Gandhi now in the parliament. This will also be some solace for the Congress party, because Kerala is the state where elections are due next year, and possibly the Congress would hope with the victory of the Wayanad they can keep the momentum on. And eventually, in southern states where Karnataka, Telangana, and if Congress wins Kerala, they are able to establish themselves as a party which is still dominant in south of India.
That's right, Ankit and Kitty. It's a stunning margin with which Priyanka Gandhi is leading in Wayanad as we speak now. I'm not able to give you the updated figure, but it could be closer to 6 lakh votes margin, and the LDF and NDA are at a distant second and third positions. And in that sense, it's certainly a huge victory for Priyanka, who's making her electoral debut to be in the parliament. And certainly by exceeding the margin of Rahul Gandhi, who has been elected here twice. She also emerges as a strong Congress leader representing the Gandhi family in the south, and also to be a strong vocal leader on the floor of the House and the Parliament. Many say she's articulate in English as well as Hindi, and the Congress here bets on her to take on the BJP in that sense. Many also look at in her a slice of Indira Gandhi, and they say, besides emerging as a strong woman leader of the Congress, they also hope that Priyanka Gandhi would be able to spend more time at the organizational challenges of the Congress in Delhi at the AICCE, so that they'll be able to fix all the challenges, the problems, and make the party more stronger and effective to take on the BJP in that sense. They say, unlike Rahul Gandhi, who's seen to be a kind of a mass leader who likes to be traveling across the country and understand the people's problems, they look at Priyanka with another set of skills which they hope she'll be able to help the party get strengthened in that sense. But the challenge, of course, would be for her to spend quality, adequate time in Wayanad, because all through the campaign, both the left and the BJP have been targeting her, calling her an outsider, that she will abandon the constituency and she will not be able to spend time here. And now she has to disprove those allegations, that criticism, and make sure she lives up to the huge mandate with which she is leading here at Wayanad.
Absolutely, and her vote margin has, I think, already crossed Rahul's margin as to the vote margin that Rahul got in 2024 election in Wayanad.
All right. Thanks, Sam, for joining us. We are also being joined by our guest, Jayant Manikar, a senior journalist who keeps a very close eye on Maharashtra, is joining us at this moment. We also have Dr. Kartikeya Batra, political researcher, analyst, traveled extensively across Jharkhand, I may add. And we have Ruchika Agarwal of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Welcome. Sachin Kumar continues to be with us here in the studio. I just request all of you to indulge us for a couple of more minutes. I have to take a very quick commercial break. I'm coming back. We have lots of questions for you to decode this election result. Coming back in just a short while. Stay tuned.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
To go straight to Mumbai, from where senior BJP leader Vinod Tawade is joining us live here on NDTV. Mr. Tawade, thank you so much for your time here. इस जीत को आप कैसे देखते हैं मिस्टर तावड़े? तावड़े साहब, इस जीत को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं है कुछ।
Okay, we'll try and connect with Mr. Vinod Tawade in just a bit. But Vinod Tawade, of course, was in the eye of the storm. There was a lot of controversy around him 12 hours before Maharashtra went to polls. We'll try and connect with him in just a bit. But what has emerged from this election is that as far as the BJP is concerned, they had their nuts and bolts right, they had their issues right, they knew what was resonating with the people of Maharashtra, and that is the reason why this mandate across Maharashtra has been in favor of Mahayuti. The BJP, the NCP, and also the Shiv Sena getting this emphatic victory, a historic victory never seen before in the history of Maharashtra. We will try and connect with Mr. Vinod Tawade in just a bit. Okay, Vinod Tawade ji, if you can hear me, you're live on NDTV, sir. My question is जीत को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
ये जीत जो है, मैं मानता हूं कि पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट एंड पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट बेनिफिट, एक तरफ विकास के काम और दूसरी तरफ लाडली बहना योजना, किसान बिल जीरो होना, इसका एक बैलेंस जो किया एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजीत दादा ने, मैं मानता हूं कि इसका है. सेकंड पॉइंट इज दैट इन 2019 when Sharad Pawar took Uddhav Thackeray away from Hindutva and Uddhavji went with them, the voters of Balasaheb Thackeray who were for Hindutva were annoyed. When Eknath Shinde get back with BJP with the symbol bow and arrow and the name Shiv Sena, these votes came with Eknath Shinde and they have voted with Mahayuti because Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena is in the mainstream of Hindutva.
Vinodji, this kind of mandate has never been seen in the history of Maharashtra. You know, 230 is something that perhaps NDA or Mahayuti also did not calculate or estimate. From where did these seats come?
In the last 5 years, the way politics was deteriorating in Maharashtra, the basic persons behind there were Sharad Pawar ji, Uddhav ji and Congress leaders. Maharashtra is of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Shahu Phule Ambedkar, Savitri Bai. They will not accept this deterioration of politics, so they have punished the people who have done it.
But what about the Chief Minister's chair? Is it settled or will there be talks around it? You have functioned as a senior party functionary in Delhi. You know the minds of the party leadership. You know the minds of Mr. Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi and also BJP President JP Nadda. Do you think the Chief Minister's question is still open or is it decided?
I think Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Dada and our central leadership, they will sit together. They had discussed this before the elections also, and now after the result today, they will have a meeting and they will come out with a final decision which will be out by a day or two.
Since you are saying that it could be all settled in a matter of 2 days, because the fact is that the tenure of the Maharashtra Assembly comes to an end on 26th, sir. Do you think you'll be working against time to ensure by 25th perhaps the question of Chief Minister is done and settled?
I think the way mandate is there, it is very much clear, and we as three parties have good understanding. They will sit together, discuss together and come out with a decision in a day or two.
And Mr. Tawade, you know, hours before Maharashtra went to polls, we saw that entire controversy surrounding you. Of course, you have filed a defamation notice. But would you say that that was really not an issue in this election?
I think that was the issue in that election where both of them have lost father and son because they unnecessarily made out the issue targeting a middle class politician like me, which have never tried such things in my own election also. So people have given their mandate against such type of gimmicks in elections by Thakur, father and son.
Congress is saying that you have used money power in your favor, and that is the reason you have got this mandate.
Thank God Congress has come from EVM to money power. Slowly they will accept all the things that they didn't have their leader. The leader they projected was asked to go back again. There was infighting on seats which Mahayuti did not have, and more than that, the public mind was against Congress, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar.
Will you be continuing to pursue the defamation case that you have filed against Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi?
Of course, I am going to pursue it because this type of gimmicks, using the channels, using media to malign anybody's image is very bad. At least senior leaders should have confirmed what happened there. Before that they start tweeting and coming on media is a very bad practice which Maharashtra never experienced. So I am going to pursue it for sure.
As someone who has fought several elections in Maharashtra, Mr. Tawde, let's look at the party's performance. A strike rate of 85%. I mean, this is BJP's best ever performance as well. Why do you think the people have come out with this kind of mandate in favor of your party?
Number one, I think people believe in Prime Minister Narendra Modi a lot. The way he is working, taking ahead the country, all the states, so people believe him a lot, number one. Number two, at the time of Lok Sabha, Maharashtra 4-5% voter missed it because they thought ab ki baar 400 par, so Modi ji is going to come. So this time they were very vigilant that Modi ji should not get less seat. So all thumpingly came out to the person who is trying to develop the nation, who is trying to take the nation's name at a top level.
My last question to you, of course you are saying that in the matter of next 2 days we'll know who the chief minister is. How much of factor was Ladki Behan? Because one thing is becoming clear that women were the X factor in this election because in Jharkhand they are responsible for your loss because they have voted for Maiya Samman and in favor of Hemant Soren. Here they have voted for Ladki Behan and in favor of Mahayuti.
I think as I said, the politics of direct benefit and politics of indirect benefit balance was the main reason. But yes, in Ladki Behan, the women in Maharashtra got that money in their hand. On other way, when Congress first opposed it and then declared 3,000, they did not believe Rahul Gandhi because he had declared same in Karnataka and Himachal, which he failed to pay. So they know Congress only give false promises, which BJP, Mahayuti doesn't. So they believed it, and women voters have voted for us for sure.
Vinod Tawde ji, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Senior BJP leader there, Vinod Tawde, doing his analysis of this election. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital news report.
Welcome back after the break. It's a Maha-blockbuster in the state of Maharashtra with the Mahayuti at 229 seats and the MVA trailing at 54 seats at this point in time. We have guests on the panel here, Congress spokesperson Neeraj Mishra joining us on the broadcast, senior journalist Jayant Manikar, Dr. Kartikeya Batra, political researcher, as well as Sajjan Kumar with us in the studio here. If I could go to the Congress spokesperson here, Neeraj Mishra first. Neeraj Mishra, one of the biggest takeaway of this election is the stunning rejection of the Congress party actually. The Congress party stands at 18 seats, if I'm not wrong, out of the 101 seats that it contested. What's gone wrong for the Congress party? How do you see the results here?
So, there were two elections in the country, not only one in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, we have a strike rate of almost 60%. But yes, we need to ponder upon what has gone wrong in Maharashtra. What we feel at the onset is that the deceitful campaign which the BJP was doing in Maharashtra, it I think struck a chord with the people, I don't know why. And also because this fiscal disparity which has been showing throughout the state when it comes to the federal relation of the center and the state, people of Maharashtra must have thought that whatever policies or freebies as BJP calls them, they are getting, it might get hindered if MVA comes to power in Maharashtra. That is one reason which we think is the most prominent one. But later on we will have a discussion on this. 5:30 we have a press conference at AICC headquarters.
But you're
also.
satisfied with the
And
results
then we ponder upon what were the
You're satisfied
factors
with the results
that
in Jharkhand. You're saying that the BJP has managed to deceive the people and has tried to steal votes or done what in Maharashtra. But the results in Jharkhand here, you're satisfied with that. There's nothing gone wrong in Jharkhand.
No, in Jharkhand, there was also a scope for more improvement. But at this point in time, we can tell you that we had a coordinated campaign in Jharkhand where we only talked positive. We were not there experimenting like they did in Assam or Tripura. They had outsourced their campaign and they were primarily hanging on this infiltration issue, which they were successful in doing in Assam and Tripura. But Jharkhand, because people came to know that there is no border with any international country, there is no international border.
Right.
So this kind of experiment failed there, and the positive campaign of Hemant Soren, Kalpana Soren, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and entire political parties came together and the result is there.
Sir, anyway, otherwise it become a very big discussion about the top leadership campaigning, because we saw hardly the top leadership campaigning Mr. Rahul Gandhi himself in Maharashtra and Jharkhand in that sense. But Kartikeya Batra, if I may bring you in at this moment, Jharkhand also by no means is a small feat. I mean, if it's a tsunami in Maharashtra, it's a wave in Jharkhand for sure, led by Mr. Hemant Soren. What worked in Jharkhand? One thing is very clear, that both the incumbents, the direct cash benefit to the women seem to be the underline which worked in both the states, Maharashtra also and in Jharkhand also. But let me just ask you for the Congress party, riding here at least, romping home on back of Hemant Soren, in a one-on-one fight with the BJP in their strongholds of Marathwada and Vidarbha in Maharashtra, they have been decimated. What worked for the Congress or the opposition in Jharkhand that they could not replicate in Maharashtra?
Ankit, first of all, let me start by saying that I penned on an op-ed also some days back saying that whoever wins Jharkhand with as much conviction, the reality on the ground is that of despondency, lack of opportunities, lack of jobs, etc. So we may celebrate a wave or a tsunami, and maybe even in Maharashtra, I have not been on the field, but actually the realities are far away from any sense of political euphoria. Having said that, what worked for the opposition in Jharkhand were 3-4 very broad points. I think one you mentioned was a slew of these welfare schemes, not just the Maiya Samman Yojana, but also electricity bill waivers, which was striking a chord not just with the women, but also men, cutting across caste lines. That is number one. There were other such schemes like housing and KCC waiver, but their impact was limited, more muted. The second thing was that the BJP fought the campaign using the central leadership. So Himanta Biswa Sarma and Shivraj Singh Chauhan had been deputed, whereas the JMM had a very strong rooted local face. If you went into the tribal areas or the non-tribal areas also, even if you found a BJP voter, the resonance was not so much with a Babulal Marandi or an Arjun Munda or a Raghubar Das. It was more with either the lotus symbol or with Mr. Modi. That is number two. Number three is the rise of the JLKM, Jairam Mahato's party, which may have absorbed some of the anti-incumbency amongst the youth against the JMM. And so that vote, instead of going to the BJP, ended up with them. So that probably was something that might have benefited the JMM, although in some pockets, it may have dented them as well. And fourth, Ankit, I think most importantly, when I was in Jharkhand, I had the chance of talking to some of the people who were working on the JMM campaign. There was this very big hunger to win, as if it was all about survival. So they did not leave things to chance. They fought a very tough campaign. I mean, I remember them micromanaging every response to the BJP's tactics.
Kartikeya, I'll just come back to you. We had these latest visuals coming in of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, as well as Ajit Pawar in the same frame here. And celebrations, of course, are taking place at the BJP headquarters in Mumbai. And here, all leaders here, all three big leaders of the Mahayuti celebrating as well, giving mithai to each other. Well,
I think, you know, one important theme, Kitty, like you were saying, in celebrations they are together, one important theme and one important difference between the Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi in the run-up also has been that Mahayuti has been able to somehow project a united front. These leaders on more than one occasion have been able to stand together, come together and send out that message, while the Mahavikas Aghadi, barring one rally in Mumbai, we did not see them coming together, all the top leadership, senior leaders standing together. And then, of course, there was a lot of bickering as well. I think they're just about to begin.
Yes, this kind of bickering has been going on. And it was happening yesterday also when we've seen about the Chief Minister's post. There were different statements coming in, one from Sanjay Rao, then Nana Patole. Somebody said that the Chief Minister would be from the Congress party if the MVA comes to power. But of course, that hasn't happened.
Right.
But on the other hand, you had Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut saying that no, that is not happening. There is, of course, going to be a discussion. So, of course, that bickering right from the campaigning that was happening and till now was clearly visible. And today, well, the results are very much clear. The picture is quite clear. The Mahayuti has secured an impressive win in Maharashtra with 229. The official results, of course, are going to be out in the evening. But looking at the picture here in Maharashtra, it's very much clear that the NDA is forming the government, and the BJP, of course, has emerged as the single largest party, and the strike rate. All right, I'm being told that the press conference has started now.
आज सकाळी काउंटिंग सुरू होईपर्यंत प्रत्येक जण आपापले परीनं अंदाज व्यक्त करत होते. काल तर मी स्वतः वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलला बघत होतो. म्हणजे आम्ही तिघं कशातच नसल्यातच जमा होतो. बाकीच्यांच्या गाड्या फिरवणं, ड्रायव्हिंग करणं, इकडे जाणं, तिकडे जाणं, इतकं काही सुरू होतं की आम्ही पहिल्यांदा 1:45च्या पुढे जाऊन
काउंटिंग began, everyone started giving their own prediction.
त्यानंतर आम्हाला वाटायला लागलं की आपण कुठेतरी खाली जातोय का काय. परंतु
with all those predictions, even I was thinking that sometimes we were in the lead while sometimes we were trailing behind.
प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं जे यश प्राप्त करून दिलंय त्याबद्दल महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम
But finally, I would like to thank the whole state of Maharashtra wholeheartedly for giving us a thumping victory on behalf of the entire Mahayuti.
उमेदवार राबले, सगळे सहकारी घटक,
all the workers, all the cooperative parties, all the candidates, all of them worked very hard for this result.
स्वतःची निवडणूक आहे असं समजून त्या ठिकाणी काम.
Most importantly, everyone thought that it was their own election.
योजनांच्याबद्दल बरेच थोडीशी चेष्टा मस्करी करण्यात आली.
We brought in policies and those policies were made fun of by the people, especially by the opposition.
टीका टिप्पणी करण्यात आली की
even criticized these policies to a fair extent,
परंतु
to some
नंतर
extent.
त्यांचे जाहीरनामे बाहेर आल्यानंतर आम्हाला ते दिसलं की हे काय चाललेलं आहे, कसं चाललेलं आहे, कुठलाही हिशोब न ठेवता.
But when their promises came out, we saw that they were basically using our own promises to garner votes, that too without really thinking about the treasury of the state.
निमित्तानं आम्हाला मोठं अपयश आलं. म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
We faced a huge setback during the Lok Sabha election. We didn't really expect that kind of a defeat earlier this year. But we accepted the defeat and then we tried to work wherever work was necessary.
आम्ही सरकारमध्ये तिघांनी मिळून काही योजना जाहीर केल्या.
After that, we tried to bring in some policies.
त्याच्यामध्ये लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे
all of these policies became so popular, especially the Ladki Bahin Yojana.
असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले.
All of the Ladki Bahins came on the street and helped us, and that surprised everyone. But now the responsibility on us is more, especially because we've been given such a strong mandate by the people of Maharashtra. 222 or 225 is something that no other alliance that I've seen in Maharashtra has received up until now. This might have happened in the earlier days when the Congress used to ally with other partners, but I haven't seen this happen in recent history.
जसं आम्हाला समजतंय तसं तर एवढं प्रचंड यश हे
This is an unprecedented success for us.
पण जाणार नाही आणि आम्ही अतिशय जमिनीवर पाय ठेवून आता
We'll promise you that we'll keep our feet on the ground and we'll not take this victory for granted.
देवेंद्रजींना पण फोन केला तेव्हा म्हटलं देवेंद्रजी खूप काही काम करावं लागेल. एकनाथरावजींना पण तसं सांगितलं की फार आर्थिक शिस्त आपल्याला त्याच्यामध्ये आणावी लागेल आणि आम्ही आणू. त्याच्यात आम्हाला हे नवीन नाहीये. आम्ही सगळे अनुभवी माणसं, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये कुठली काही अडचण नाही आणि शिवाय आमच्या पाठीशी केंद्र सरकार आहे.
After these results, I dialed the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, and told them that we have to work a lot and we'll surely work because we are experienced people. And more importantly, it is also important to note that we have our own government at the center as well, so that will help us.
बॅलेट पेपरनी घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. मग बॅलेट पेपरने लोकसभेला पण घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. लोकसभेचा निकाल लागला.
The opposition now is saying that the election should have happened with the help of ballot people.
मग मशीन काय EVM
But what if the same thing would have happened during Lok Sabha? The Lok Sabha election was using the EVM. But that result was accepted by everyone and this result is not.
महाराष्ट्रातल्या विशेषतः
We did not say anything when we lost the Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra.
मराठवाडा, विदर्भ, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र, कोकण, मुंबई अशा सगळ्या वेगवेगळ्या रिजन मध्ये, नाशिक, सगळीकडेच तुम्ही बघितलं तर सगळीकडे महायुती जोरात चालली.
In all the different regions of the state, we've seen that Mahayuti has been leading everywhere. It is not like we were only leading in one or two places, while in the rest of the places the Mahavikas Agadi is on the lead. But it is Mahayuti which is leading everywhere.
आणि तसं ह्या वेळेस झालं नाही. तुम्ही जर अंदाज घेतला तर सगळीकडेच चांगल्या प्रकारे महायुतीला यश मिळालं. काही जागा गेल्या त्या फार थोड्या मतांनी त्या बाबतीमध्ये गेलेले आहेत.
Some places which we have lost are because of the difference of some 100 or 1000 votes.
प्रिंट पण मीडिया आहे. मला एक कळत नाही, तुम्ही खऱ्या बातम्या देत चाला ना. जे खऱ्या देत नाही त्यांना मला म्हणायचं तुम्ही बाकी सगळे खऱ्या बातम्या देतात, त्याच्याबद्दल दुमत नाही.
I would urge the media to spread
अजित पवार पोस्टर
correct news.
माग मी विचारतोय तिथं फोन करून ते म्हणले नाही दादा आपण पुढे आहे. आता माझं लीड 1 लाख.
There was a lot of news about who is trailing and who is not. Most of it was incorrect. But media should refrain from showing news which is not proven correct.
वाढत नाही. अरे तुमच्या TRPला आम्हाला का मातीत घालताय, आमची का बदनामी करताय. त्याच्यामध्ये मी नंतर
Why are you using us as props to increase your TRP?
पोस्टल बॅलेट मध्ये पण आम्ही पुढे होतो आणि रेग्युलर मतदानामध्ये पण पुढे होतो. सांगायचं तात्पर्य की
We have been ahead ever since the counting started. Even when the postal ballot votes were being counted in the first half an hour, since then we have been leading in the election, and till now we are leading.
बाकीच्यांवर फार विश्वास आहे. माझं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की खऱ्या बातम्या दिल्या तर काही वाईट होणार नाही. पण खूप चांगलं यश मिळालं. अजून पण काही काउंटिंग चालू आहे. काही ठिकाणी
recounting is still on some places.
प्रत्येकाचा अधिकार आहे.
Recounting has been called on certain places and that is their right.
राज्यातली जबाबदारी महायुतीवर वाढलेली आहे
But now the responsibility is even more.
बारकाईने इथून पुढे काम करावं लागणार आहे, कारण एवढं दैदिप्यमान यश
We'll work even hard now because, as I said before, this is an unprecedented success that we've gotten.
म्हणजे काय आता त्यांच्याकरता म्हणजे त्यांच्या ऋणातच आम्ही राहू इच्छितो आणि 5 वर्ष अक्षरशः
We would be ever so thankful to all the people of Maharashtra for giving us such a huge victory.
टाकलेल्या विश्वासाला कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये तडा जाऊन दिला जाणार नाही.
We'll make sure that your trust is not broken in the future.
सर्वांगीण विकासाच्या करता जसं आम्ही
We will all work for development.
पुढे गेलो तशाच पद्धतीने
Development has been the epicenter, has been the fulcrum of all our work since the last few years, and it will continue to be so in the future as well.
मी आपल्या पत्रकार मित्रांना पण देतो आणि आपल्या मार्फत महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेला देतो. पुन्हा एकदा मतदार बंधू भगिनींचं सर्वांचं मीडियाचं
I would once again like to take this opportunity to thank everyone, all the voters, all the candidates, all the people in the media for supporting us. Thank you.
अरे मराठी मातृभाषा अभिजात भाषेचा दर्जा आत्ताच दिलाय ना, लगेच विसरायला लागला. नाही नाही ते दिल्लीत बहिणी बोलतात.
मी माझी भावना मगाशीच मांडली आहे.
I've already told what I'm feeling a while back.
महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसमोर आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत.
We bow down in front of the people of Maharashtra.
खऱ्या अर्थानं हा विजय
They've given us a historical mandate,
वाढवणारा विजय आहे.
but this victory is going to increase our responsibility even more.
महाराष्ट्राने दाखवलेला विश्वास आहे आणि त्यामुळे आता आम्हाला खूप काम महाराष्ट्रामध्ये करावं लागेल.
We'll have to work a lot in the state to prove all the trust that you've put in us, right?
एकदा महाराष्ट्रातल्या सगळ्या मतदारांच्या चरणी आम्ही नतमस्तक होतो.
I once again take the opportunity to bow down in front of all the voters
त्यांनी
who
जो
gave us
विश्वास
this
दाखवला
success.
त्या विश्वासाला आम्ही तडा जाऊ देणार नाही. सगळ्यांचे अतिशय मनापासून आभार.
Thanks to everyone.
खरं म्हणजे आजचा हा महाराष्ट्रातला ऐतिहासिक दिवस आहे.
This is historical day for Maharashtra.
ऐतिहासिक विजय देखील आहे.
And a
आतापर्यंतच्या
historic victory.
अनेक वर्षांच्या निवडणुका आपण पाहिल्या.
We've seen a lot of elections till now.
ही निवडणूक लोकांच्या हातात घेतली अशा
People
प्रकारची
took this election in their own hands, and that is the difference that I saw this time around.
जो काही विक्ट्री आपण म्हणतो ऐतिहासिक, याला काय शब्द वापरायचे मला कळत नाही, परंतु लोकांनी
received a landslide victory this time around.
महायुतीवर केला.
People have showered us with a lot of love.
लाडकी बहीण असेल, लाडका भाऊ असेल,
बीट लाडकी बहीण योजना, बीट लाडका भाऊ,
एकंदरीत सगळ्याच घटकातल्या
or many other schemes.
यावेळेस महायुतीवर प्रेम
All the sections of society showered their love on Mahayuti this time around.
धन्यवाद देतो.
I would like to thank all of them for doing that.
ऐतिहासिक विजयासाठी साष्टांग दंडवत घातला पाहिजे अशा प्रकारचं काम मतदारांनी केलेलं.
Even I would like to bow down in front of all the voters for all the love they've shown us.
गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये
in the last 2.5 years,
अजित दादा,
all three of us,
या राज्यामध्ये की शिवसेना, भाजपा, राष्ट्रवादी, आरपी आमचे आठवले साहेब इकडे आहेत आणि आमचे इतर घटक मित्रपक्ष, आणि जे निर्णय आम्ही घेतले ते निर्णय आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये न भूतो न भविष्य ते असे होते.
The way we worked in all the
विकास केला आम्ही, डेव्हलपमेंट म्हणजे जे 2.5 वर्षात महाविकास आघाडी सरकारने जी काही कामं बंद पाडली होती, स्पीड ब्रेकर टाकले होते, सगळी कामं थांबवली होती. तुमच्या काळातली जी कामं, जसं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार 2019ला आलं त्यानंतर ती सगळी कामं बंद पाडली, त्याला स्टे दिले आणि ते स्टे आम्ही सगळे काढले आणि कामं सुरू झाली. मग अटल सेतू झाला, समृद्धी झाला, आपला कोस्टल झाला आणि मेट्रो झाली, कारशेड झालं आणि मोदी साहेबांच्या शुभ हस्ते त्याचं आम्ही उद्घाटनही करू शकलो. ज्याचं भूमिपूजन मोदी साहेबांनी केलं त्याचं उद्घाटन करण्याचे भाग्य आम्हाला मिळालं आणि त्यामुळे कामाला आम्ही प्राथमिकता दिली, विकासाला आम्ही प्राधान्य दिलं आणि आम्ही त्यामध्ये एकच डोळ्यासमोर ठेवलं की या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास आणि राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करत असताना सर्व घटकांना आम्ही समोर ठेवलं आणि पाहिलं की जे 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जी कामं त्यांनी थांबवली आणि 2.5 वर्ष त्यांनी
We've never really tried to barricade any sort of work in last 2.5 years.
किती वेगाने आम्ही सुरू करू शकलो.
All the work that was restricted by the former government, we took that work on war footing and tried to end it successfully.
समृद्धी दिलं, अटल सेतू दिला,
be it Samruddhi Expressway, be it the Atal Setu bridge.
कल्याणकारी योजना आम्ही केल्या.
Along with that, we also invented a lot of social welfare schemes like Ladki Bahin Yojana, Ladka Bhau Yojana, Yuva Prashikshan Yojana, Free Gas Cylinder Yojana, policies for farmers, policies for unemployment. We waived off the electricity bill for all the farmers.
किती 7.5 HP 3, 5, 7.5 हां 3, 5, 7.5 आणि त्या पंपाचं वीज बिल माफ केलं. शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही 2.5 वर्षामध्ये 2.25 वर्षामध्ये
in the last 2.5 years
आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये जेवढा मोबदला दिला नव्हता 15,000 कोटी रुपये तो
the amount of
त्यांच्या योजनांसाठी 45,000
the amount of money that we have provided to farmers through different policies is unheard of, at least in Maharashtra.
विकास आणि दुसरीकडे कल्याणकारी योजना.
On one hand, we focused on development. On the other hand, we made sure that there were several social welfare schemes that were brought in.
आमचा उद्देश एवढाच होता की या राज्याला पुढे न्यायचं. या राज्यात
our aim is simple. It is to take this state forward.
प्रत्येक घटकाला काही ना काही
every element of this state
आधार मिळाला पाहिजे.
should receive help from state government in some way or the other. And that is why I say that this government belongs to the common man.
सामान्याला काय मिळालं याचा विचार आम्ही केला.
A common man's government can only be judged on what does the government give back to the common man.
केंद्र सरकारने देखील आमच्या पाठीमागे उभे राहिले ताकदीने.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the central government also stood behind us. They helped us whenever needed.
आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर
They agreed to a lot of our proposals.
10 वर्षामध्ये
and in the last 10 years
या राज्याला 10
they've tried to help this state as much as possible.
वर्षामध्ये देखील आम्हाला लाखो कोटी,
especially in the last 2.5 years, they've given us lakhs and crores of rupees for several different projects. That is why the double engine government is so important. It was such an aggressive government that it took all the important decisions in no time. We took up and finished most of the projects on time.
124 सुप्रमा दिल्या. म्हणजे एक फक्त उदाहरण की अशा प्रकारचं काम आम्ही केल्यामुळे या राज्यातल्या जनतेने सर्वसामान्य माणूस आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानला. त्याच्यामध्ये
while doing all the work in the state, we tried to keep the Maharashtrian at the center, be it the women, be it the youth, be it the unemployed, all the backward. They were our major point of concern here, and all of our policies were centered around them. They made a lot of fun of our schemes. They said that we are trying to buy out the votes of our sisters. They even went to the court against our policies.
त्याचबरोबर शासन आपल्या दारी, आम्ही याच्यापूर्वी शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही केलं. डायरेक्ट तेव्हाही योजना होत्या पूर्वी.
Besides Ladki Bahin Yojana, we also brought in a new scheme where we made sure that the government reaches out to people, whereas the case was different earlier. Earlier people used to come to the government, now the government goes to the people.
आपल्या लाडकी बहीण योजना यामुळे एकंदरीत लोकांनी विश्वास ठेवला की हे देणारं सरकार आहे.
Because of all these things, people put a lot of faith in the government as they knew that this is the government which gives and does not necessarily take.
आणि कल्याणकारी योजना ज्या केल्या आम्ही,
it was this and the social welfare schemes which we implemented.
बहिणींच्या खात्यात टाकले सुद्धा.
We just didn't make claims, but we've also given 5 installments of Ladki Bahin Yojana in the accounts of all the women.
नोव्हेंबरच्या पैशामध्ये अडकाटे आणतील म्हणून आम्ही ऑक्टोबरमध्येच आचारसंहिता लागायच्या
We knew that the MCC was going to be implemented, which is why we gave the money for the month of November and October together in advance.
कागदावर योजना ठेवायच्यासाठी केलं नाही.
We don't bring policies to just keep them on paper.
या राज्यामध्ये सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार सर्वसामान्यांसाठी काहीतरी करतंय ही भावना.
It was basically a common man's government which tries to do its best for all the common people here in the state.
कॉमन मॅन आता कॉमन मॅन ने आम्ही ठरवलंय की त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये काही बदल घडवून चांगले दिवस आणून त्याला सुपरमॅन करायचं.
Now we've decided to bring a lot of changes in the life of common man and to make them or to transform them into Superman.
आशीर्वाद दिले की लोकांनी एवढंच आहे की यामध्ये बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या.
A lot of things became clear in this election.
राजकारण स्वीकारलं.
People have accepted the politics of development.
द्वेषाचं राजकारण झिडकारलं.
People have rejected the politics of hatred and criticism.
लोकसभेत फेक नॅरेटिव्ह वगैरे सगळं केलं, काय काय केलं,
All the fake narratives were put in place during the Lok Sabha, be it the division amongst caste, be it the fear about the constitution, all of it fell flat on its face this time around.
आता ते म्हणाले जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ, आम्ही जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ. लोकसभेच्या वेळेस पण गेले, पण शेवटी एवढं करून एवढे सगळं खोटं नाटक सांगून लोकांना घाबरवून पण
After all these stunts and after fearing or scaring the people so many times, now they faced another defeat.
दरबारात जाऊ, दरबारात जाऊ.
They said that we will go to the court of people
जो काय
to prove which Shiv Sena is right. But then the people have given the mandate that they had to give.
पूर्णपणे विकासाला आणि कल्याणकारी योजनांना
What we can say that the people have finally accepted and voted for a progressive politics and for social welfare schemes.
सरकार पडणार. रोज आम्हाला
As soon as we formed the Mahayuti government, they used to talk about how the government is going to come down in no time.
त्याचा उच्चार करू इच्छित नाही, पण चौथा शब्द होता का? नाही. पण आम्ही त्याला आरोपाला आरोपाने उत्तर नाही दिले.
We did not answer the criticism with another criticism, but we answered them with our work.
लोकांना भावलं की बाबा हे काम करणारे
And that is what hit the people at the right spot. People knew that we are working for them.
सीएम म्हणजे चीफ मिनिस्टर आहे, मी म्हणायचो कॉमन मॅन आहे.
And as I always say, CM is not a chief minister but a common man. I would always live with the common man. It is not just me, but also the two deputy chief ministers. All of us would work with the people by staying with them. You cannot run the government by staying at your home. You cannot run the government via Facebook. You have to be with the people.
शासन आपले दारी आम्ही घेऊन गेलो.
We have to go to the people, and that is where the government looks the best.
आज बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांनी आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं 2019 ला. मोदी साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने. आणि
in 2019, keeping the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray in mind.
स्थापन व्हायला पाहिजे होतं, ते सरकार स्थापन झालं नाही.
But in the state, a similar government should have been formed, but that did not happen.
विसरलेले नाही.
And people haven't forgotten that.
या निवडणुकीत देखील कोण कुठल्या पक्षाचा, आता तुमचा कुठला पक्ष आहे? राष्ट्रवादी. आता तो कोणाचा आहे ते लोकांनी ठरवलं. आणि
शिवसेना
Now people have put all these debates down. They have made it very clear whom Mrs. Shiv Sena belongs to.
त्यामुळे आता बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी त्या स्पष्ट झालेल्या आहेत.
A lot of things have become clear now.
आणि मला समाधान आहे की 2019 ला 56 जागा आल्या होत्या.
I'm satisfied that in 2019 there were 54 places,
चालू आहे.
54 candidates won, and now the number has increased even more, while the counting on some places is still left.
आता अमित भाई
People have voted for development.
जे आहेत, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपले भूपेंद्रजी आहेत, राजनाथ सिंगजी, बऱ्याच सगळ्या लोकांनी, आठवले साहेब तर आपल्या सोबतच आहेत. आठवले साहेब सोबत 100%. तर एकंदरीत आपण सगळ्यांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता एकत्र
All the people came together and worked for this election.
काही लोकांनी म्हणा त्याचा अर्थ वेगवेगळा काढला. मोदी साहेब म्हणाले एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या. आता
When Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a call for unity, many people started trying to bring out different meanings of that sentence. They tried to make it communal, a statement which was only meant for development, only meant for the progress of this state. He called for the unity of all the people, for unity.
टक्केवारी वाढली, मतदानाची टक्केवारी वाढली.
And people did listen to that, because we can see that there has been an increase in the voting percentage.
टक्केवारी कमी असायची पुरुषांपेक्षा.
Earlier we've seen that women used to vote less in number as compared to men, but now the trends have changed.
सावत्र भावांना चांगला जोडा दाखवलेला आहे.
And now we can very safely say that the Ladki Bahins have shown the stepbrothers their own place.
ही निवडणूक जी आहे ही निवडणूक विकासाच्या अजेंड्यावर, कल्याणकारी योजनांच्या
Finally, this election was fought on the agenda of progressive politics, of development, and of social welfare schemes.
मोदीजींची जे काही जो त्यांचा सपोर्ट आहे,
We run these parties keeping in mind the ideals of Balasaheb Thackeray under the guidance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
लोकांना आरोप प्रत्यारोप नको आहे, लोकांना सुडाचं राजकारण नको आहे, लोकांना हवंय.
What they need to understand is that people do not like criticism, rudeness, and hatred. All they need is development in different sectors of life.
किती आरोप केले, खोटे बोला, आपण रेटून बोला. आता अजितदादा मगाशी म्हणाले की तुम्ही पण काय काय ते बातम्या अशा सकाळी तर अशा बातम्या चालल्या होत्या.
They made a lot of baseless claims while criticizing us.
काय कार्यक्रम होतो का काय?
आमचा करेक्ट कार्यक्रम करायचा.
तर याच्यामध्ये खूप चांगलं निर्णय झाला, चांगला एक आपला ऐतिहासिक विजय झालेला आहे आणि आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे.
And that's why responsibility has increased even more.
आम्ही निर्णय आहेत की आमचा एकही निर्णय कागदावर राहिलेला नाही. मी त्या सगळ्या
None of our decision has stayed on paper. Everything has been implemented.
कुठली योजना आहे ती कार्यान्वित केली आम्ही आणि त्यामुळे जो लोकांचा विश्वास,
all the policies have been implemented to the best of its capabilities.
की काँग्रेस सरकार ज्या ठिकाणी असतील त्यांनी किंवा महाविकास आघाडी ज्यांनी काही निर्णय घेतले, काही आश्वासनं दिली, ती पाळली नाही.
People know that the Congress government or the Mahavikas Aghadi government have basically named a lot of schemes and policies but have not fulfilled them. Be it in Rajasthan, be it in Telangana, Karnataka, or even in other states.
निवडून आल्यानंतर केंद्राकडे पैसे
They made claims, they got elected to power, and then they basically went to the center asking for money for those same schemes. We did not do that.
पांघरून पाहून आम्ही ते आम्ही अंतरून पाहून पाय पसरले आणि ज्या योजना आम्ही केल्या.
We acted within our limits. All the policies that we named were something that we knew that the state government was capable of giving it to the people, and that is why all of them have ended up being so successful. We followed all the guidelines and all the rules of all the central agencies. We did not violate anything.
आम्ही नियोजन करायचं ते केलं आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना लोकांनी खोटं ठरवलं. ते आम्हाला म्हणाले
this is exactly why the people have proved them wrong. They asked us where are we bringing the money for the Ladki Bahin Yojana. But on the other hand, they copied our own Yojana and introduced it in their manifesto. So where do you bring the money from? After that, people realized that they are just claiming, they are just criticizing, but then they cannot really act. But Mahayuti, on the other hand, is a trustworthy government. Everything has been transparent in Mahayuti.
लोकांच्या दरबारामध्ये आम्ही गेलो आणि लोकांना काम आवडतं, लोकांना विकास पाहिजे, लोकांना कल्याणकारी
people like work, people want policies, people like social welfare policies,
प्रयत्न केले यामध्ये
and that is what we have tried to give it to them.
खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सपोर्ट मिळाला. 10 वर्षामध्ये मी तो आकडा
we received huge support.
मनमोहन सिंग प्रधानमंत्री होते, 10 वर्षात राज्याला त्यांनी 2 लाख कोटी दिले. पण यावेळी
when Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, he gave us 2 lakh crores. But in the last 10 years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given us 10 lakh crores to the state.
म्हणजे डेव्हलपमेंट साठी जे आहे, मग ते एअर कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, वॉटर कनेक्टिव्हिटी,
there's a lot of development projects that have happened, be it about air development, be it about air connectivity, water connectivity, or even road connectivity.
मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सपोर्ट केला आणि
all of our projects were supported by the central government, and that is why we could take this state or put the state on the path of development.
याच्यामध्ये मत नाही, आम्ही लोकांची मन जिंकलेली आहे.
We did not just win their votes, but we also won their hearts.
विश्वासावर
For us, their trust is more important.
काही सांगा आणि नंतर
trust is second to none.
अशा प्रकारचं काम आमच्याकडून झालं नाही आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही काम करणारे लोक आहोत, कार्यकर्ते आहोत.
We are the people who would work.
24/7 काम केलं. जेव्हा
We are the ones who work 24/7.
मागे आम्ही उभं राहिलो, त्याला वाऱ्यावर आम्ही सोडलं नाही आणि त्यामुळे जो सर्वसामान्य घटक
whenever the people needed us, We did not leave them hanging. We try to help them as much as we can and stand behind them.
एक पाठीराखा सरकार, एक
This government is the one which stands behind the people. It gives justice to all the common people.
ताकदीने उभं राहणार सरकार आहे. जसं
It stands with all its full force behind the people.
राहिलं तसं आम्ही जनतेच्या मागे उभे राहिलो आणि म्हणूनच आम्हाला हा असा प्रचंड दैदिप्यमान हा विजय मिळालेला आहे.
And because of all of these reasons, we've received this huge victory.
या विजयाचं श्रेय जे आहे आमच्या मतदारांना देतो, जनतेला देतो.
We give the credit of our victory to the people, to the voters, to the volunteers and the workers of all of our three parties.
जे काही काम आहे या जनतेच्या हितासाठी करणं एवढंच आमची जबाबदारी आहे. त्यामुळे
Now we are very, very aware that we have to work very hard in the future. And finally, I would like to say thanks to all of you.
आणि आता इथून पुढे तुम्ही खऱ्या चांगल्या बातम्या दिल्या तर तुमचा TRP वाढत जाईल. आमचे प्रकल्प जे आम्ही सुरू केले त्याच्या बातम्या द्या. लोकांच्या फायद्याचे जे प्रकल्प आहेत त्याच्या बातम्या द्या.
वाचाळवीरांच्या बातम्या देऊ नका.
देवेंद्र जी, एक सवाल ये है कि महाराष्ट्र में पिछले कुछ समय से जाति जाति में लगातार एक दंगा फैलाने की कोशिश हो रही थी. क्या स्थिर सरकार को लेकर की मैंडेट है क्या? दूसरा, वोट जिहाद शब्द आपने इस्तेमाल किया था, इस बार भी ऐसी कोशिश कई जगहों पर हुई थी, उसको कैसा जवाब?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, सब समाज को साथ में लाने वाली जो बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको रिस्पॉन्ड किया है और महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाजों ने एक साथ मिलकर एक बड़ा मैंडेट हमको दिया है. मुझे लगता है कि आज निश्चित रूप से जो लोग तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, उनको करारा जवाब जनता ने ही दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात को लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक्सेप्ट किया.
आप दोनों को लेकर ये आरोप लग रहे थे बार बार, आप दोनों के लिए साथ की लड़ाई थी शिवांगी ठाकुर जी न्यूज, एकनाथ जी और अजित पवार जी की नकली है. क्या आपको लगता है आज के बाद ये आरोप अब जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है, आपकी ओर से क्या जवाब दिया जाएगा? क्योंकि असली और नकली का फैसला
जनता ने दिखाया ना. अभी आपने पहले ही बोल दिया ना.
नहीं, आपकी ओर से जाना चाहते हैं क्योंकि देखिए बार
नहीं, देखिए जनता ने आज बता दिया है. असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है. कौन है? मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने आज. अभी तो मुझे लगता है वो तो अभी उनको तो हम कैसे रोकेंगे, वो तो और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे. लेकिन जनता की अदालत में जाने के बाद उनको भी दिखाया है और हमें भी दिखाया है. ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. जब भी अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं. उनको वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते हैं तो बोलते हैं अच्छा है. ऐसा कैसा है? तो ये तो देखिए, यही तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जनता ने पूरी तरह, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पूरी तरह थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी. ये पूरा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये पूरी तरह. अभी ये जनता ने भरपूर दिया है. अभी उनको उनकी जगह दिखाइए. अरे भैया, अभी हम लोग, अभी तो आंकड़े भी आने के अभी चालू है ना, काउंटिंग. काउंटिंग चलो अभी होने के बाद हमारी तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी। हमारे जैसे आपको बताते हैं, जैसे हमने सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ, हमें कोई मतभेद हमारे में नहीं थे, आज भी कोई मतभेद नहीं है। हम हमारे वरिष्ठ और हम लोग बैठकर उसके ऊपर निर्णय लेंगे।
बच्चे हैं नई सरकार को लेकर के, तो क्या कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास?
अरे हम ही करो ना,
कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास? क्योंकि अब 26 तारीख जो है वो डेट पिछली बार हुआ था, 5-7 पूरा होगा,
समय पे सब बराबर होगा।
पहले तो तीनों पार्टियां अपना अपना नेता चुनती है, अभी रिजल्ट ही आने का है। रिजल्ट आने के बाद सारे एमएलएस को बुलाना पड़ता है, अपने अपने पार्टी का नेता चुनते हैं, उसके बाद ये प्रक्रिया होती है। आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए, तीनों पार्टियां साथ में बैठकर और अठौली जी का भी मशवरा हम लेंगे और इसका निर्णय करेंगे।
महाविकास अघाड़ी में दादा होटल बुक किए थे, वहाँ पर एमएलए को रखा जाएगा,
तो ये जनता ने तय किया है ना।
पर एक कमेंट दादा,
जनता ने इतना भरोसा दिखाया है, अभी हमें जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। हाँ, तो फिर वही तो पब्लिक जनता ने दिखा दिया है, जनता ने पूरा विश्वास दिखाया, तो हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ अभी काम करेंगे।
सीएम साहब 3 होटल महाविकास अघाड़ी ने बुक किए थे, कल से 3 होटल हुई थी यहाँ पर।
हमने एक भी मीटिंग नहीं करी थी, हम लोग शांत बैठे थे।
हमने मीटिंग भी नहीं करी थी और होटल भी बुक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि हमें मालूम था थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलने वाली है।
उनके आवश्यकता पड़े तो उनके होटल हम मांग लेंगे,
उनकी बुकिंग हम ले लेंगे। नाही, बरेचसे झालेत ना, काँग्रेसचे मोठे बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि काय काय पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण, बहुत से लोगों का हुआ है।
संजय राउत जी बरोबर आहे।
आता 2 प्रश्न मराठीत घेऊ आपण। महाराष्ट्रात बसलो आणि मग संपतो। 2 प्रश्न मराठी।
अरे जाने दो ना, एक ही सवाल है क्या? आपका सवाल खत्म हुआ? सवाल खत्म?
असं म्हणतात की बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या, ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय माहीत नाही।
पुन्हा एकदा तुम्हाला विचारतो, संजय राऊत कोण?
ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय मान्य आहे, मान्य आहे, मान्य आहे।
The Mahayuti alliance partners all in one frame with Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar. You have Ramdas Atavale also in that picture there, and the BJP workers, of course. Well, Eknath Shinde just a while back said that it's the opposition's fake narrative that has been decimated, and our development work seems to have worked, and also the credit goes to the Ladki Behan Yojana that seems to have worked in the favor of the Mahayuti here. All right, who becomes the chief minister next? On that also, when the question was asked to Eknath Shinde and also Devendra Fadnavis, they said they're going to take they're going to speak to Ramdas Atavale also, and they are going to speak to everybody else in the Mahayuti, and the suggestion, the opinion of every leader will be taken. And they burst into laughter there. Sajjan, isn't that what really happened? Just a while back, we've seen, these visuals that have come in, and also the press conference that was just held. Well,
Before
it's all.
Sajjan, a word from Shehzad Poonawala. Shehzad, ek hai to safe hai. I can see that prominently displaying on your T-shirt as well. When is Prime Minister Modi expected at the BJP headquarters?
Very soon, perhaps by 6:30 or 7 p.m. And given that there will be
hundreds and hundreds of people here. It might get a little delayed, but it will happen this evening.
Okay.
But having said that, Maria, thank you. Ek hai, safe hai is not just on my T-shirt. It's on the lips of every Maharashtrian. It's on the lips of every Indian. And I think those who wanted to take the support of those politicians who do appeasement, I think they have been rejected roundly and soundly.
Okay, but Shehzad, Ek Hai To Safe Hai came into this entire political discourse in Maharashtra only towards the last leg. You entered this election campaign with Ladki Behan. Why is the party not giving enough credit to Ladki Behan and the Behanas of Maharashtra who were responsible for this victory?
You know, unlike the MVA, we are neither fighting over the CM post, neither are we fighting over credit. But the fact of the matter is, Maria, and you are a now very seasoned journalist, you know that Narendra Modi means pro-incumbency. And Sajan is sitting here, he'll tell you that before this, the intellectuals would talk about anti-incumbency. But Modi jab se aaya hai, third time NDA government at center, गुजरात में गवर्नमेंट रिपीट, मध्य प्रदेश में रिपीट, हरियाणा रिपीट, उत्तराखंड रिपीट, उत्तर प्रदेश रिपीट, महाराष्ट्र रिपीट, गोवा रिपीट. ये रिपीटेशन के पीछे व्हाट इज द कॉमन फैक्टर? That common factor is called Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi's PDA is performance, delivery and aspiration. This PDA gives us and powers us in every election, and therefore 2.5 years we have done spectacular work in the Maha-Yuti government. But that is overall taken forward by the vision and leadership of Prime Minister Modi, and that is why we have delivered this great victory in Maharashtra. By the way, not a single party in the opposition has enough seats to get LOP position, by the way. And in fact, even the three parties together have not got more seats than our Eknath Shinde's party.
All right, and Sajan, well, it's of course the women who've rewarded the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, the OBC consolidation that seems to have worked. The farmers have also voted in large numbers, we do believe, in Maharashtra. All these factors combined have given the Mahayuti a clear edge over NPA.
Yeah, the Mahayuti really, I mean, I am surprised by the degree of mandate, not by the direction of mandate. That was very much clear. And women were the X factor, that was also evident, but it seems that women as a X factor, pull factor, ended up, I mean, pulling entire household along with them. So along with the Ladli, it seems the Ladlas also got, I mean, pulled along. Otherwise, this sort of a mandate and reward was not, I mean, this is historical.
Yes, yes.
I've never seen before. And to the Congress spokesperson, you know, of course, you will be looking at the India bloc victory in Jharkhand. And of course, it's a landslide there. A big thumbs up to Hemant Soren. But ma'am, the concern would be that it is not the Congress which is responsible for these results. Here it is Hemant Soren. So, yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, you know, when you were talking about Maharashtra and Jharkhand after the Haryana elections, if you remember, most people were saying that the Congress party needed to give more space to the regional parties. And of course, since it's easier to target the Congress party, now, of course, this question is going to be raised that in Jharkhand, it is not you.
Targeting Congress party, ma'am. Nobody is targeting Congress party. We are just asking questions to you as a Congress spokesperson. Please.
I'm also asking you, answering your question in my own way. There's no issue with what you are asking. We believe in democracy and you can ask us any questions. But what I'm saying is that the Jharkhand win is a great win. And of course, when we talk about Maharashtra, we do need to introspect and do need to see why we were not able to counter the narrative of divisiveness that the BJP had really put forward so strongly and aggressively in the campaign. We kept giving a positive campaign to the people of Maharashtra, and we did believe that people were going to vote against the Katenge Batenge, and because unity in diversity is what we believe in. However, there are a lot of questions that are going to be raised, but we are definitely going to see why we were not being able to counter the Maratha and OBC divide that the BJP was creating, or the tribal and Dhangar community divide that they were, you know, creating. And of course, a very major question is also going to be raised on the people's names that were removed from the voting list and voters list, and we should have worked harder on that as well. So it's all for us to kind of work out where we went wrong
Could have
and how
worked
we
harder
can
on
do it
that
better.
front. All right, Shehzad. Shehzad wants to respond to that. Shehzad, before I go to the other guest.
Jharkhand also. Let me finish about Jharkhand.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Jharkhand, we must not forget, because there also the Ghuspetia narrative which the BJP tried to set did not work. And of course, people did recognize that the tribals were being targeted over there. And if you see Jharkhand, everybody was saying that the BJP under Dr. Raman earlier was there, and now again they would be coming back, because people did seem to feel that the narrative of Ghuspetia was working, but clearly it did not work. And Hemant Soren, who is again a brand icon for the cutting of Ghuspetia kind, did not work.
Okay.
Did not work.
Okay.
So, if you look at that, so our Yojana worked. And one last point is that what we said in Maharashtra is what we said in Jharkhand. Only difference was that in Jharkhand, our government was in place and it is going to be in place. And we were able to implement our scheme for women also very well, and along with all the other schemes. But in Maharashtra, obviously, it did not work for us.
Okay,
so we'll have to
let the BJP spokesperson respond now. Shehzad, go ahead. The opposition also, leaders have said today that the Mahayuti has gone on to do some gadbad and stolen votes. It's the theft of votes in Maharashtra. How do you respond to that narrative?
I just hope that the Congress spokesperson will be as courteous as I was, and I heard her out, so she won't interrupt me. Look, first of all, it is so hypocritical that the verdict in Wayanad is fine, EVM is fine there, EVM is fine in Jharkhand, EVM is fine in Bengal, EVM is fine in Punjab, EVM is fine in Jammu Kashmir, EVM is bad in Haryana, EVM is bad in Maharashtra. So this sounds more like a person who has L written all over him, and is somebody who puts Constitution below the Parivar Tantra, puts Parivar Tantra above Constitution Tantra. That having said aside, now let me come to the larger issue. Look, analyze both the alliances, the India Alliance and the ND Alliance. The BJP is a positive booster for its allies. It takes its allies along. The BJP's strike rate, for instance, in Maharashtra is a healthy 85%. The others are 70, 60% are allies. Whereas the Congress party is a liability. In Haryana, it was a liability for itself. In Jammu Kashmir, it's a liability. In Jharkhand, it's a liability. Wherever Congress goes, it becomes a liability for people. Point number one. Point number two, Rahul Gandhi has lost his 89th election. How many more times are we going to relaunch Rahul Gandhi? That the larger ecosystem has to answer. So 89th election, Rahul Gandhi, 13th after Bharat Jodo Yatra. And thirdly that I want to say is that, look, this alliance was always, the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance was always based on convenience. They never really had anything solidifying them, any common plank. Even now, they don't accept Savarkar as a great leader. You ask the spokesperson of Congress. So therefore, people saw through that, and people stood by the development work we've done in the last 2.5 years.
I'll just go to the Congress spokesperson in just a bit. Let me go across to senior journalist Jayant Manikar also with us on the broadcast. Yeah, Jayant, if I could bring you in. With the messaging driven by Rahul Gandhi also in this election, that is also going to come into question because of the rejection that is being faced by the Congress party by the people of Maharashtra.
Yeah, it's a fact. Congress needs introspection, and particularly I feel this in 2019, the alliance that was between Congress and NCP got Shiva Sena. I think that particular
thing at the moment, we'll just come back to you.
So in Maharashtra,
thank you.
What is your planned project?
Thank you.
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's won by a huge margin in Wayanad. She's even crossed the vote margin that her brother had received in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Mr. Manikar, go ahead with the point that you were making.
So, Uddhav Thakere's entry in with Congress and NCP was, it seems, not liked by the people of Maharashtra, because from 1989 till 2019, the people of Maharashtra were aware about only a Shiva Sena BJP alliance, but the three parties, Khichdi or whatever it is called, three parties Mahavikas Aghadi, 2.5-year rule. And then the chaos, whatever that has happened, it is not liked at all. And so I can say that the first assembly election after the Uddhav Thackeray split from BJP, Maharashtra people have shown that which Shiva Sena is real Shiva Sena. Okay, there will be another
All right,
question.
Mr. Manikar, absolutely. We'll come back to you in just a bit. My colleague Mariga also now joins us on the broadcast. She has a special guest on the broadcast with her.
I'm going to go straight to Robin Sharma, who's joining us live. Robin Sharma has been the campaign strategist for Mr. Eknath Shinde and the entire Shiva Sena. Robin, congratulations to you. You would be among those rare strategists in the country today who would have a near 100% strike rate.
Thank you so much, Madhya, for having me today on NDTV. Yes, it's a great day today. The results are as per expectation. We are relieved that our hard work has paid off finally.
What do you think worked for the Shiva Sena? Mahayuti, we'll talk about it in a bit, but Shiv Sena and Mr. Shinde.
I think Shiv Sena, it's all about Eknath Shinde ji. His mass appeal, the way he worked hard, his initiatives of welfare schemes and keeping welfare and development balanced. And Latki Behna, I think the way he worked hard, campaign, he reached out to places during the campaign where no CM in the past did. And he did highest number of election meetings. He also went about to campaign on BJP seats and NCP seats. So the coordination of alliance, I think for Shiv Sena, it's all about Eknath Shinde ji.
Okay, and Robin, if we were to talk about how this entire campaign panned out, 6 months ago, all of you were not really hopeful. I mean, I did not have a conversation with you, so I can't say much. But BJP certainly did not bank much after the debacle of sorts it faced in the Lok Sabha polls to now. What changed in 6 months?
I think the fear of loss that we have felt during Lok Sabha, that fear has motivated us to work hard, do course correction, and do whatever is necessary to bring the alliance back on track. We were very well organized, well planned. Our preparedness, we were ahead in comparison to Maha Vikas Aghadi, in terms of planning, in terms of preparedness, in terms of coordination, in terms of campaign strategy. So I think Lok Sabha results have helped us to be on our toes and not let ourselves become complacent and work hard till the last vote is polled.
And in terms of Ladki Behan, there has been a lot of emphasis on it. Is that really the X factor in this election, ensuring the kind of landslide that you are seeing?
Definitely, because Ladki Behan was not just an announcement. We have given, women have received 7,500, 7,500 rupees in their account. That too during some major festival. We have seen the data that how these women have started spending this money on themselves, taking care of themselves, especially women who are suffering from anemia. They have started the enrollment in schools have gone up. And they have also started saving money for themselves. So you see, if you look at the statistics, if you look at the feedback that we have received from women, they have a lot of trust that we will deliver. So the money that they received, 7,500, this is first time they have received in Maharashtra. No, they have not received any such a big amount in the past. So that really helped us. That Ladki Behna gave us the fillip in the to the campaign that we started doing after Lok Sabha elections.
Okay, and and in terms of the Maratha factor, how much of that really helped? Because the Chief Minister himself was from the Maratha community, so he was able to reach out to Jarange Patil in many ways to ensure that he doesn't really become this big figure in the run-up to elections. He was neutralized in many ways.
See, whether it is Maratha or any caste for that matter, one quality and one extraordinary feature and positives of Eknath Shinde ji is that he reaches out to people. He believes in having conversation with people. He believes in having dialogue with people. So he always had a dialogue with Manoj Patil. He always was in discussion, always reached out whenever there was a need, and always tried to convince people that trust me, that I'm doing everything in my capacity to ensure that reservation happens. Now, there are certain legal restrictions, but still, I think the people at the end of the day decided that, okay, among all the options, it is better that we trust Eknath Shinde ji and Mahayuti alliance compared to Mahvikas Aghadi. So I think for Maratha, at the end of the day, it's all about trust, who you trust the most, because it's not as simple as we see.
Okay, then how much of this last 2.5 years of governance made him reach out to people to say, trust me, I have delivered, we can do good governance in future as well?
Yes, so if you remember, I think once the election was announced, within 24 hours, we released our report card. And in that, we described and we mentioned all the parameters, whether it is economy, whether it is social justice, whether it is various initiatives and schemes. We presented to people what we did in the last 2.5 years and what Mahvikas Aghadi did in first 2.5 years of their governance. So it was very out in the open. Data is for public consumption. It's taken from authentic sources, government sources. So anyone can go and validate whether it is right or wrong. So within 24 hours, we were able to present a report card. And Eknath Shinde ji and Devendra ji and Ajit Dada all said it, that this is the first time that in Maharashtra that is happening, that we are going to elections with our work. You decide. If you believe that we have worked, then you give us the mandate. But you decide, because we believe we have done it and this is our report card in front of you. And we are accountable to present our report card as a public and elected representative.
Okay, my last question to you. It was a hyper-localized election, Robin. 288 mini battles, that's what it was called. In the absence of an overarching narrative, what do you think played as an important factor? Do you think it was equally important to have good candidates? And that's where the Mahayuti perhaps had the edge.
Yeah, I think Mahayuti, if you go back in time, you go back a couple of months before the election, you will see Mahayuti leaders having a lot of dialogues and conversation on seats, coordinating on seats compared to Mahvikas Aghadi. The top leadership was always hands-on, sitting and discussing each and every seat, sitting which candidate suits which party, where which symbol suits which seat. So all those combinations were worked out. So we were well ahead in terms of planning. And apart from, of course, state narrative was there that this government has delivered, it is more trustworthy. There is a hard-working CM who is working almost 20-21 hours or 18 hours a day, 18 to 21 hours a day. And then there is Mahvikas Aghadi, where there is a competition that who will become CM. So that confusion and lack of narrative, I think, helped us, because at the end of the day, people decided to go with something which is more systematic, more structured, and more clarity and trust. So I think in terms of seats, I think the credit goes to leadership of Mahayuti.
All right, Robin Sharma, congratulations to you. You can have a relaxed evening and go on a little break. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
On that note, we are slipping into a short break. After the break, we have a big newsmaker lined up for you. It's a surprise, so don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
And we have a very special newsmaker joining us from Mumbai. Amrita Fadnavis is live with us. Banker, singer, someone who wears multiple hats. Also, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' wife. Amrita Fadnavis, we'll connect with her in just a bit again. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just tweeted about the results. He says, I thank the people of Maharashtra. NDA's pro-people effort resonate all over. I thank people across various states for blessing NDA candidates in the various Bypolls. That's what his reaction is to overall Bypoll results. With regards to Maharashtra, he says development wins, good governance wins. United, we will soar even higher. Heartfelt gratitude to my sisters and brothers of Maharashtra, especially the youth and women of the state, for a historic mandate to the NDA. This affection and warmth is unparalleled. I assure the people that our alliance will keep working for Maharashtra's progress. Jai Maharashtra. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted minutes before he heads to the BJP headquarters for that celebration, almost a protocol of sorts, or tradition I should say, which has been followed at the new BJP headquarters ever since Prime Minister Modi arrived in New Delhi in 2014. There are celebrations after every assembly election win. When there is a loss, of course, there is a great degree of introspection, retrospection, analysis which goes into it. But what we are seeing here is a day of celebration for the BJP, a result like no other coming in from one of the most influential states of India. Aditi, a quick word before we bring in Amrita Fadnavis.
Of course, there's joy and there's celebration, but do you sense a slight sense of a slight shadow, a slight anxiety on the faces of all the people whom we are seeing on the screen? Who is going to become the chief minister? There is, there's a slight wariness that I can see on the face of the man who has led the government to victory, Eknath Shinde, as well as Sharad Pawar, as well as Ajit Pawar, as well as Fadnavis ji. But
United we soar. That's what Prime Minister is saying. I think he has been very careful in his choice of words. He's talked about it as NDA ki victory, not as much as talking about BJP per se. Okay, we have our newsmaker joining us now. I'm going to go straight to Mumbai, where Amrita Fadnavis is joining us. She is a banker, actor, singer, someone who wears multiple hats. Also, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' wife. Amrita Fadnavis, a big day for you and the people of Maharashtra. How do you look at the verdict?
Today, the verdict has been phenomenal. People of Maharashtra have stood by development, have stood by good governance, and you can see the result which has come out with flying colors for BJP and Mahayuti.
So you see this as a victory of the BJP and Mahayuti, and how much of the heavy lifting was done by the BJP in particular, given that in this alliance, the strike rate of the BJP is 85%, ma'am?
Yeah, this has never happened in the past, and this is unforeseen. This has been unforeseen. I think so. Every Karyakarta went out to the grassroots. Every Karyakarta worked hard every single day. Devendra ji worked. Every leader of BJP worked. Our Ladli Behnas were always there with us, and they showed their love this way. Our brothers were there for us because they saw a governance which was for development. And all the false narratives which were thrown in by the opposition during Lok Sabha have also been cleared off. So it's a result of this whole joint effort by the party members, by the cadre, by the leaders, which has shown us these kind of phenomenal results.
Since you spoke about Ladki Behan, we have seen a surge in women voters in Maharashtra, and many say that that was because of the announcement of Ladki Behan Yojana. Why do you think women have emerged as the supporter for Mahayuti in this election?
Modi government or state government under Mahayuti has always worked for women in terms of policies and in terms of supporting women. So Ladli Behan was just one of them. We have so many of them. We have Maji Kanya Bhagyashri, Sukanya Samriddhi, Lake Ladki, Vidva pension. We have 50% rebate in ST travel. We have Annapurna Yojnas, and there are so many such Yojnas which are pro-women. I think so, starting from triple talaq to these kind of Yojnas, everything was for women by the BJP. So I think so this had to be there. Women had to support BJP.
And women-centric development, do you think that's the key here perhaps? Because
yes,
of this victory?
The bill for the first time for women in parliament was also passed by Modi ji. So the way they support women, naturally women will always love this party and support this party.
Okay, and overall when you look at the support which has come in for Mahayuti has not only come in from certain pockets, is pan-Maharashtra. And the mandate is never seen before in Maharashtra's history.
So that's what it is like, bhuto na bhavishya. Ye kabhi na hua hai na kabhi hoga. I'm sure aisa hoga if they continue with this kind of governance and these kind of policies. And I'm very happy that the people have voted for development, have voted for Modi ji's good governance, have voted for Maharashtra's prosperity.
And, the fact is that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was the face of the BJP in Maharashtra in these elections. Of course, this was a united Mahayuti which went in for this election. How do you look at the role of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis and his campaigning?
He has worked hard for this mission. He has given it all for this mission. And I'm happy that all his people stuck to him in good times, bad times, because of which this result is what we can see. And I think so, the mission of his life is serving Maharashtra and nation, and it will continue irrespective of the position or the post which he gets.
Yes, and we have seen the highs and lows. I mean, in 2014, he was the chief minister, then he went on to become the deputy chief minister. There is a huge buzz around him again, whether, and particularly among the cadres who are saying that given the kind of strike rate that the BJP has, and given how it is the dominant player in this election and in this victory of Mahayuti, he should return on the chief minister's chair. What are your thoughts?
I think so. We all wish best for Maharashtra. Whatever best for Maharashtra should happen, and that decision will definitely be taken by the parliamentary board, by the party leaders, and everyone will follow their decision. And that would be the best for Maharashtra.
Okay, so you tell me, I mean, as someone who has been, a spouse of the former chief minister and then the deputy chief minister. How has the performance of the BJP been, and what kind of efforts do you think the party put in these many years in Maharashtra?
I think so. Let's just compare our Lok Sabha results to our results today. The false narratives which they had put in, they have been washed off, and that is because of the work which the grassroots Karyakarta of the party has done. They have gone every house and cleared so many doubts. The infra development which the Mahayuti has brought in, the transparent governance which has been set forth compared to how it was governed before. There are many such factors, including, as we discussed, Ladli Bahin, Ladki Bahin, and other policies and yojanas which were very beneficial, have been beneficial to women. So I think so all these put together, it's a win-win situation.
Okay, how has the last 12 hours been? I'm sure a lot of anxiety for you, and how do you look at the next 24 hours?
Yeah, this was the biggest anxiety regarding how the performance would come out, how the voting pattern would turn out to be. And now we are all relieved. I would sleep today. That's what I can say. I had sleepless nights since the last 3 nights. But now today is the day where we can have we have a sigh of relief. So I'm very happy. And regarding tomorrow, there is no pressure because it will be in the best of solutions for everyone, for everyone, whatever whatever will be decided.
Okay, now tell me, my final question to you. This is regarding this landslide victory. Did you anticipate this? And I'm sure you would have been aware of what are the talks which is happening in the inner circle. As the spouse of Devendra Fadnavis, what was the chatter like, in the sense that did this kind of victory, and was it really even in the back of mind that is this a possibility?
Possibilities can never be ruled out, but on the higher side, they did expect a 120, and the lower side, as we know, around 100. And this has gone definitely beyond expectations, and very happy about this phenomenal victory. It has shown a new roadmap to Maharashtra, a roadmap of development, a roadmap of good governance, a roadmap which will take Maharashtra to different levels in coming days.
All right. Amrita Fadnavis, a thought on your husband and his hard work?
I would just like to say that I'm proud of the way he worked all through these days. I'm proud of how the party Karyakartas worked through these days and joined him for his mission Maharashtra, which is accomplished today. I feel very happy, and I have no words to express my happiness.
And the fact is that Devendra Fadnavis is not known to be talking much. He's a man of few words. So what was his first reaction to this victory?
I can just say that he's happy, and he's meeting people, and he's enjoying his moment at this point of time.
All right. Congratulations, Amrita Fadnavis, and thank you for speaking to NDTV and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
People deliver decisive mandates. People keep faith in incumbents in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. It's a Mahayuti landslide in Maharashtra, saffron surge which completely drowns Mahavikas Aghadi. Eknath Shinde says that opposition's fake narratives have flopped. Celebrations erupt as NDA is set to sweep elections in Maharashtra. Saffron wave stuns Mahavikas Aghadi. Who will be... And Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's stunning debut in Wayanad. She surpasses her brother's margin of victory. Big win for India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in Jharkhand. TMC's massive sweep in first polls after RG car case. TMC wins 3 seats, leads in 3. And what a day it has been. The Janta, that is Janardhan, has clearly said that be it in Maharashtra or in Jharkhand, there is no chaos. They won't give a mandate which will be about hung assemblies. They want to vote for governance. They want to vote for Ladki Behan and Maiya Samman. I mean, these two schemes have brought back the incumbents in both these states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. A decisive victory for Mahayuti with the BJP leading in Maharashtra, a total of 230 plus for Mahayuti in Maharashtra, 57 for India bloc in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving at the BJP headquarters in some time from now. An interesting tweet there put out by him where he says that this is a victory for NDA. He says development wins. Good governance wins. United we will soar even higher. Heartfelt gratitude to my sisters and brothers of Maharashtra, especially the youth and women of the state for this historic mandate to the NDA. This affection and warmth is unparalleled. I assure the people that our alliance will keep working for Maharashtra's progress. Jai Maharashtra. That's Prime Minister's tweet. Even as in an hour from now, he heads to the BJP headquarters. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri and Aditi Fadnavis here in the studio. First thanks is to the women. He says, heartful gratitude to my sisters. Aditi?
Well, that's, that's not unnatural. That's quite expected. But whether that heartfelt gratitude is to his sisters or it's to the current Chief Minister, I mean, he accepted Deputy Chief Ministership despite having been Chief Minister in the past. I understand that's not unnatural in Maharashtra, where Chief Ministers have accepted to become members of cabinet. But now what happens? Who will, obviously the Chief Minister will be the person who claims the credit for this victory, and on that basis he will be made Chief Minister. So who will it be? there's not too much time left because it's going to be, day after tomorrow is the swearing in. It has to be held. It's a constitutional requirement.
Yes.
If you look at the Prime Minister's statement, he is endorsing what has helped the BJP win several times, the youth vote and the women vote. Both these segments of the voters have been complimented by the Prime Minister, and there is no question of doubt that these two segments have had an important role to play in the victory of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Just as I presume these segments have had a role to play in the victory of the JMM-led alliance in Jharkhand. I think election after election we are finding that women as a segment of the voters are playing a decisive role, just as are younger voters, those below the age of 30, who constitute quite a big chunk of the voting population. So I think the specific thank you to women and to youth
in particular
was very much in place because that is the flavor of the day in many ways.
We will analyze Jharkhand as well, because I think that's also in a way rejection of this entire politics around the CBI and the ED. People of Jharkhand have said that they would have rather faith in their leader rather than someone who has gone to jail.
State assembly elections are increasingly being fought on very much localized issues. And the campaign of all the alliances in the two states have been specifically on local issues. If you see what the BJP campaigned on in Maharashtra and what they campaigned on Jharkhand are two very differently distinct set of issues. In Jharkhand, they campaigned on the question of tribal areas and the infiltration there and the changing of the composition of tribal areas, whereas the JMM stuck to its agenda of appealing to the tribal vote, even seeking a religion status for the tribal practices. And it's very clear that in Jharkhand also, the vote was split between the tribal and non-tribal vote segments, with the JMM doing very well in the tribal area and the BJP doing well in the non-tribal area. And the JMM, I think, had the advantage that the Congress got votes in the non-tribal area also, which accounted for the type of victory that their alliance has been able to achieve in the state of Jharkhand.
Okay, let's connect to Radhika as well, who is joining us from the Mumbai BJP headquarters. But before that, there was a press conference that was done by Mahayuti to showcase the united victory, saying that this is a joint effort of all the three political parties, which was led by Eknath Shinde, because he was firmly seated in the middle, while flanked by, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis. Those images we don't miss. Clearly,
I don't know whether he was hemmed in or flanked by.
Absolutely, flanked by or hemmed in. Let's see. But for the moment, let's listen in to what the three leaders jointly said, and then we'll go straight to Radhika.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था। जब भी अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको। वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है। अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था। तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते हैं तो बोलते हैं अच्छा है। ऐसा कैसा है?
आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है, और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है, और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था, और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं।
लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली। अंडर करंट असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले, कारण एवढ्या प्रचंड बहुमताने, म्हणजे मी तर जसा राजकारणात आलोय तसं 222 आणि 225 महायुतीला किंवा कुठल्याही आघाडीला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तरी कधी असं यश मिळालेलं माझ्या तरी पाहण्यात नाही, माझ्या तरी ऐकवत नाही।
Let me go straight to Radhika, who's joining us live from outside the BJP headquarters. You know, Radhika, on 26th is when the term of this present Maharashtra Assembly ends, and that is the reason why there has to be that rush in forming the government. What are you picking up in Mumbai?
Right, I'm not able to hear you. It is very loud here. I'm outside BJP headquarters, and you can see Devendra Fadnavis there along with Bawankule. A cake cutting ceremony is going on at this point. Several other top BJP leaders also present. Devendra Fadnavis, man of the moment at BJP headquarters, celebrating the victory. Of course, he did address people just a while ago and also took a press conference along with Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. Spoke about how this is a win against fake narrative, an unprecedented victory of sorts. BJP winning almost every seat except a few. He says fake narrative has been busted and defeated in the state of Maharashtra. This is nothing but a blessing of citizens of the state of Maharashtra. Ladki Behan scheme and several such schemes for farmers, women, youth really worked wonders as far as Mahayuti is concerned. So yes, this is a huge day for the BJP, for Mahayuti. Celebrations going on. You can see dhols, drums, saffron all around the BJP office in Nariman Point. Those are the drummers there. They've been at it since this afternoon, and several thousands of BJP karyakartas in and around this particular place. Saffron flag, BJP flag all around the podium erected just to celebrate the victory. You can see Fadnavis's pictures, posters being flashed by people here. It is a huge moment for BJP, of course, and Fadnavis also thanking Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda and several top leaders of the BJP. Of course, this is in a way vindicating the position of BJP and Mahayuti particularly, especially after the Lok Sabha defeat. We know for a fact that it was a massive defeat for the BJP, for Mahayuti, after which this is certainly a comeback, and the man behind that is none other than Devendra Fadnavis, who has made this possible for the BJP and for Mahayuti, of course. So not just Devendra Fadnavis, but also Eknath Shinde. Under the chief ministership of Eknath Shinde, multiple schemes were launched. Development is at the fulcrum of it all, is what the leaders have been saying. From coastal road to metro projects to several other infrastructure projects in Mumbai and Mumbai metropolitan region, definitely making lives of people easier, which is what led to the victory of this kind, is something that the BJP and several other Mahayuti leaders have been reiterating since this morning. So yes, a landslide, unprecedented victory, and in a way, this vindicates the position of the BJP, of the Mahayuti, and also in a way gives clarity on perhaps the identity battle, survival battle and prestige battle that we've been talking about since 2019 as far as Maharashtra's political landscape is concerned. And somebody is giving me jalebi. Thank you so much. So yes, this is indicative of the joy and relief as far as the BJP camp is concerned. So jalebi is finally being distributed at the BJP headquarters.
Thank you so much for joining us and getting us all those pictures there. A big victory sign being flashed by all those leaders of Maharashtra. This is of the BJP. Aditi, a word on Devendra Fadnavis. Let's discuss his rise in the BJP, the highs and lows at the same time. I can see Dr. Shama Mohammed join us. We also have Tuhin Sinha. Welcome on this broadcast. Yes, Aditi, a word on Devendra Fadnavis.
So Devendra Fadnavis rose from the RSS. We know that. His relations with Nitin Gadkari, who is also from Nagpur, so is he from Nagpur, were not very, how shall I put it, not very cordial. But he pressed on ahead and he has emerged as one of the most important leaders in the BJP now. There was a time when Pramod Mahajan, when he stitched up the alliance between the Shiv Sena and the BJP, BJP leadership was felt it was kind of crippled by the dominating personality of Shiv Sena. And Shiv Sena and Balasaheb Thackeray's stature was such that he could do parallel deals with various people, including Sharad Pawar, to the detriment of the BJP. So it was kind of playing both sides against the middle. After Balasaheb Thackeray passed away, that factor was no longer there, and politics emerged in a very different way. And Devendra Fadnavis arose as one of the younger, more clean leaders in the BJP, but he is not universally acknowledged as everybody's leader in the BJP. Quietly, BJP leaders, I spoke to many who have become MPs, quietly they do accept that he is the only person who can keep the BJP together.
In Maharashtra?
In Maharashtra. But there are others who also believe that he is not equipped for the job, including Pankaja Munde sometimes.
Yes, Professor Sandeep Shastri, some jalebi is being made in the BJP office there.
I think it's important to remember that his roots have been in local governance. He served as mayor of the city and did reasonably well and then rose in the ranks. The fact that he served as a chief minister for a term and then decided to accept the deputy chief ministership because of an arrangement which the BJP wished to make, and today in hindsight that arrangement has stood them in good stead, allowed them to focus on a Maratha leader when they did not have the numbers that they have today. And of course, today is a very different occasion when the BJP has done so well in leading that coalition. It may be a little difficult to sidetrack now the expectations of a leader from within the BJP to head the new government in the state.
And Congress contesting on 101 seats. It has managed 17. There is a massive setback for the Congress party, of course, for the entire Mahavikas Aghadi. Dr. Shama Mohammed, will there be introspection, or will the entire spotlight will be about celebrations in Wayanad for a victory which was almost given?
No, definitely there will be introspection. It's a very bad loss for us. I truly agree. But I just want to say 2 to 3 points. One is that this Batega, Katega, I was just watching the former CM Devendra Fadnavis saying that Ek Hai To Safe worked. Then it should have worked in Jharkhand. Jharkhand, there was a landslide for JMM Congress. There, the polarizing speeches given by him and
Let's dip into that, and I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Shama Mohammed.
सरकार ने जनहित के काम किए उसकी वजह है
अपोजिशन लगातार ईवीएम की बात कह रहा है
बेबुनियाद
All right, you heard from Piyush Goyal. We'll try and connect with that soundbite again. Yes, Dr. Shama Mohammed, go ahead.
So, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Yogi Adityanath, and of course, the Home Minister of India, talking about Guspetya and the despicable ad last which they released spewing hatred onto Muslims. So that did not work. In both states, what worked was Ladli Behna. And we did not overcome it in Maharashtra like what we did in Telangana and in Karnataka. Our guarantees were released very late. And we should have released it much before. And also, let me tell you, I'm not blaming the Election Commission, but last time in 2019, it was October, when the Maharashtra elections were held along with Haryana, they postponed it saying that, you know what, we have to do J&K and you need security. But when you want to go in for one election, one poll, one nation, one election, you would have security issues in Chhattisgarh, Punjab, West Bengal. So you'll need to take care of it. So that was prolonged for the simple reason. And the other excuse they gave was festivals. Festivals, in the beginning of the month. So that helped, like 3 months to 4, they could give the Ladli Behna scheme or Ladki Behna, in which in their account, more than 6,000 rupees have come in. So the women were really taken in by it. And we did not overcome that by showing that we are giving you 3,000, much more. And we've done it in Karnataka and in Telangana. So we did not do that. So of course, I think this is the two important things which
All right, before I bring in Tuhin, a word from Aishwarya Jain, who is joining us from BJP headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive in some time from now. Aishwarya, as reporters who cover the BJP, we have seen these celebrations happen way too often. It was only a few weeks ago in Haryana, after Haryana victory, and now Maharashtra, which is making Prime Minister arrive here.
Well, and that gives a lot of confidence and morale booster for the Karyakartas who had been doing their job, spending time for the party for so many months, and therefore the reason perhaps such a massive gathering already out here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, where in different from different areas of the national capital, in fact from outside as well, we've been told, from Telangana to Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra, from every part of the country, the Bharatiya Janata supporters have gathered over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. We have been told at 6 p.m. the Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda will be arriving, and at 6:30 p.m. Prime Minister will be arriving at the BJP headquarters and addressing the Karyakartas after that landslide victory in the state of Maharashtra. But let me show you a quick glimpse of what's happening around at the BJP headquarters. The SPG already in place because of the security protocol for the Prime Minister. The security arrangements are in line, and on the other side, such massive screens had been set up for Prime Minister and the other top leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party will be arriving soon. Apart from it, large number of Karyakartas had already gathered over here and waiting for the Prime Minister to see him speak on this massive victory. Remember, his tweet as well also came, thanked thousands of people who had supported this time for the Bharatiya Janata Party. A tremendous one, in fact, for the BJP, such a mandate that they have also not thought of. But certainly at 6 p.m. we've been told BJP President first will be arriving, and later top leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, including union ministers, and post that Prime Minister will be arriving very shortly. But these Karyakartas certainly enthusiastic and now very much confident after this victory for the upcoming polls as well.
But yeah, we have seen few months ago, after the Lok Sabha victory, when the Prime Minister arrived, he was relatively somber, and that the mood changed soon after when we saw the Haryana victory and now Maharashtra victory. It's only the BJP which has turned the table completely on the opposition, sending that message that brand Narendra Modi is strong and it continues to dominate the political discourse. But talking about Maharashtra in particular, Aishwarya, can we expect a decision to be taken in terms of the observers who will be sent to Maharashtra for the legislature party meeting today itself? Because it will be a race of sorts to form the government in the next 48 hours.
Well, certainly, and 25th is what we have been told, 25th November, the sources have stated that there would be a legislative party meeting in Mumbai, and tomorrow all the leaders will be rushed as far as the observer are concerned from national capital, and they will be holding meetings tomorrow itself. A core group meeting will be held tomorrow in Mumbai, and the sources have also confirmed that on 25th of November there will be a party legislative meeting and a leader will be elected. Of course, who will be the chief minister, a big question, and top leaders will be sitting and doing a manthan over it. But certainly there had been phone calls that had been made with top leaders amongst each other, and now of course the observers who will be appointed very soon by tonight or by tomorrow morning, we will get to know about who will be the observers who will be sent to Bombay, where they will be holding crucial meetings. And certainly because time is very less, before 25th they have to elect a leader. A legislative party meeting has to be called, and therefore the reason perhaps these decision has to be taken as the soonest.
Right, Aishwarya, I'll come back to you in just a few minutes. Let me bring in Tuhin Sinha as well. Tuhin, as someone who is in Bombay at present, a leader of the BJP, there are reasons to celebrate. We can see Devendra Fadnavis carrying that huge, it's called Gada, right?
Gada.
Gada at the BJP headquarters.
Good evening, Maria. I'm in fact in Delhi, just came out of the party office. So yes, it's an absolutely historic day, an unprecedented win. And if you just look at the cumulative strike rate of the Mahayuti partners, 81% plus. And if you look at the other side, somewhere they are languishing in the vicinity of 17%. That pretty much tells you the story of the election. I'm someone who in the last 2 weeks has been sticking his neck out. Of course, I've been saying it's going to be 160 plus and possibly 180 plus, but nobody anticipated the magnitude of this win. And this in some ways reminds me of the massive win of JDU, BJP combined in 2010, if you recall, in Bihar.
Quickly, a word on Hemant Soren, his wife Kalpana. All of them are doing a press conference now. Let's go full frame to that.
Well, Hemant, I wouldn't know why Hemant Soren is not doing a press conference, but, yes, as far as we are concerned, I'm a bit surprised by the results of Jharkhand. The issues of...
Okay, let's listen into Hemant Soren now, please. Just hold on to your thoughts there, Tuhin.
थोड़ा सा सब शांति बनाए रखा जाए. बहुत उत्साह उमंग का माहौल है. आज झारखंड विधानसभा का चुनाव परिणाम घोषित होने का दिन है. सुबह से ही लेकर अभी तक कई लाख मतों का गिनती हो चुका है और प्रत्याशियों का भी जो परिणाम है उनको बता दिया गया है और कुछ जगहों पर अभी गिनती चल रही है. आप सबको मालूम है कि इस राज्य में इंडिया गठबंधन और एनडीए के बीच में ये चुनावी प्रतिस्पर्धा चली और इंडिया गठबंधन का बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन होता दिख रहा है और राज्य की मतदाता को इस राज्य के आधी आबादी को नौजवानों को महिलाओं को पुरुषों को किसानों को मजदूरों को सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों ने जो मतों का उपयोग किया है इसके लिए मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और लोकतंत्र का इस महापर्व को बहुत ही उत्साहपूर्वक लोगों ने मनाया। विशेषकर हमारे राज्य की आधी आबादी महिला समूह जिन्होंने बढ़ चढ़ करके हिस्सा लिया, लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में एक अहम भूमिका निभाई। नौजवानों ने जिन्होंने पहली बार अपना मत डाला होगा, उन लोगों ने भी इस लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में अपनी भूमिका निभाई। और इस प्रतिस्पर्धा में जितने भी लोग चुनावी मैदान में थे, उन सभी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं, जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र की ताकत को जन जन तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया। और पूरा परिणाम आने का हमें इंतजार है। और वो परिणाम घोषित होने के बाद हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो हमें जानकारी मिली है आपके तरफ से भी और कई आधिकारिक सूचनाओं के माध्यम से भी, जो इंडिया गठबंधन का प्रदर्शन रहा है वो बहुत बेहतर रहा है। लगभग 56 प्रत्याशी हम लोगों के जीते हैं और 24 एनडीए गठबंधन के लोगों ने जीत हासिल की है, जो लगभग 2/3 के बराबर हम लोगों के हिस्से में आता है। कुछ जगहों पर शायद रिकाउंटिंग की खबर आ रही है और कुछ जगहों पर बहुत मार्जिनल वोट में निर्णय होने के आसार दिख रहे हैं। उन सभी सीटों पर भी हम लोगों की नजर है और अबुआ सरकार का एक इतिहास झारखंड में गढ़ने जा रहा है। आप लोगों ने पहली बार, मुझे लगता है, ऐसा चुनाव देखा होगा और ऐसे लोकतंत्र की परीक्षा को हम लोगों ने सफलतापूर्वक पास किया। और आप सबको भी मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार, शुक्रिया कि आप सब लोगों ने राज्य की गतिविधियों को देश की जनता और राज्य की जनता तक पहुंचाने का काम किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और कुछ बातें कांग्रेस प्रभारी जी साहब की तरफ से भी हम और जो अभी अभी मुझे जानकारी मिली है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बधाई के संदेश हमें भेजे हैं। मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं।
Hemant Soren there talking about the factors that led to his victory. Man of the moment, someone who was incarcerated for a few months, then returns on the political horizon of Jharkhand. In his absence, it was his wife who held together the party. We saw that rebellion of sorts which was done by the man he chose as his successor. And then we saw how events played out. But first up, let's also listen into what Piyush Goyal, Union Minister and also a Member of Parliament from South Mumbai, had to tell Radhika at BJP office in Mumbai.
What do you attribute this victory?
Well, this is a victory of the good governance and public welfare that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently given the people of India. It is a victory of the good governance of the Mahayuti government and the confidence people had that the future of Maharashtra is safe under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
The Chief Minister, are there going to be disputes about that?
Okay, a brief soundbite there by Piyush Goyal, of course, talking about the governance model, one issue which played out certainly in favor of the BJP in Maharashtra, because people have given a thumbs up to Prime Minister Modi's infrastructure push, which we have seen across Maharashtra, not just in certain pockets or, in Mumbai, because I took that entire, road, Mumbai, from Nagpur to Mumbai highway, and you could see several pockets of development across Maharashtra. I think Maharashtra is one of the most developed states in the country. A word now on Hemant Soren's wife. I think Kalpana Soren deserves a lot of credit than she is getting at the moment now.
Yeah, she's a very, I've heard her speeches, she's a very well-spoken person. And in a certain category of tribal women, she is absolutely an icon. I mean, all tribal girls, many tribal girls want to be like her. Because she's educated, she is articulate, she has great clarity in how she speaks. So yeah, she's quite a
firebrand.
And
surprisingly, the larger calculation of the BJP was that in Hemant Soren's absence, the entire party will collapse, and you have Champai Soren jumping over to the BJP. But here is the woman who not only held the party together, there is a rise of a new political leadership in Jharkhand and in JMM.
They often say in moments of adversity, you have the rise of a new leadership. And when their leader was in jail and their government still was running, I think she took a major role and was behind the scenes looking after all developments. And even today, in the press conference, you see him next to her husband and guiding him in some ways on certain issues, those staying very much in the background.
Okay, Tuhin, while you have lots to celebrate in Maharashtra, but there is a lot of lessons also from loss in Jharkhand.
Well, yes, certainly, the issues which we had raised, the issue of illegal migration, which I was there in Jharkhand and even I thought was echoing not just in the area of Santhal Parganas, but across the Kolhan region, across, the cities of Ranchi and Jamshedpur. Somehow that has not worked. Somehow, even the corruption thrust, it's a fact that Hemant Soren had run one of the most corrupt governments in the history of Jharkhand, but even that didn't seem to cut eyes. So yes, we will introspect on the reasons for a defeat. In fact, that's the core difference between BJP. When we don't do well, we very clearly say that yes, there is a need for introspection, and we bounce back like we did post June 4th. But today, if you ask Congress leaders about the Maharashtra performance, most of them would first abuse Adani, then the Election Commission, and then talk about the performance. So BJP as a party is very cognizant that about its strengths, about its weaknesses, and I think we are going to bounce back very soon in Jharkhand as well.
All right, Tuhin, continue to be with us. I would request our studio guests to stay with us as well. We are slipping into a short break. At 6 p.m. is when the celebrations would begin at the BJP headquarters. All spotlight will be on the Prime Minister as he delivers the victory speech to the Karyakartas of the BJP.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on.
From Vidarbha to Konkan to Marathwada to Mumbai, from West Maharashtra to the North Maharashtra, it's a tsunami for the Mahayuti, where they have swept all regions. It's not one region only which has voted for the Mahayuti. It's a pan-Maharashtra endorsement of this governance model and the model of what the Prime Minister believes in. Multiple factors, one would say, Aditi, for this victory, but we are looking at Vidarbha. 62 seats in all, NDA winning 50, up 13. Konkan, 39 seats in all, BJP and Mahayuti leading in 35. Across Maharashtra, you know, there is a lead of 13, 14, 11. The only region where they have minus is Mumbai.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, so out of 36, NDA has won 22, they are -1 in Mumbai.
So in Mumbai, the strategy was that you pit the Shiv Sena against the other Shiv Sena on the premise that you need a thorn to take out a thorn. So clearly that strategy has not been as successful, because you were saying they're down 1.
Yes, they're down 1.
Has not been as successful as it was, and I don't know, the BMC elections will probably be held in another 6 months. So we have to see now which.
And are you also of the opinion, as Professor Shastri has been saying, that it will be difficult for the BJP leadership to explain that why should they settle for a non-BJP chief minister?
Sure. I mean, obviously, of course. BJP fought the largest number of seats. It was,
they have won the largest number of seats.
They won the largest number of seats. It has a very high strike rate. So, I mean, it's no rocket science that they should become chief minister.
They should get the chief minister's chair.
They should, but they will.
They?
Now the should and will question, I think, comes in. While in terms of the electoral performance, in terms of the alliance politics, it looks as if the BJP should get the leadership. But if the BJP has some larger national calculations which they make, and the need to give up the leadership to their junior partner becomes important for them as part of that national plan, then of course you may have them persuading.
But Professor Shastri, the BJP in this victory has sent a message to both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu that Prime Minister Modi's brand is very, very strong and it continues to be strong. So even if they are thinking to go haywire, they really do not have that option anymore.
I think more important is Bihar,
Bihar,
where the situation is very much like Maharashtra, where the larger number of seats are with the BJP,
and
but the leadership is with the JDU. So what they do in Maharashtra will in a way set the tone in the event of their being in a position to form a government later in Bihar. Otherwise, because if the model of the largest party having the leadership is set in place in Maharashtra, it would be then natural that the same model is copied when if the situation so arises in Bihar, that the NDA will form the government.
I think if the BJP had got 100 seats in the election, its approach to the other partners would have been quite different from what it is today.
That's right.
I think it had a plan in place for a 100-seat performance. Now the question is
132 out of 149. I mean, that's a 90% strike rate.
So that is pretty impressive. And with 132, do you really need your alliance partners anymore? You don't.
141, 145. 45. So that means another 14 seats. So either NCP or Shiv Sena can be enough.
And assuming that it is BJP who becomes the chief minister, and predictably Shinde goes into a huff, but the question is, where will he go in this kind of a house? He can't go anywhere. It's not like it was in 2019 when Uddhav Thackeray had the choice of going across to the other side. So, I mean, Shinde and Ajit Pawar can either like it or lump it.
And only relief, perhaps for the... Yes, sir.
There is a likelihood that Shinde would either be accommodated in a senior position at the central government or asked to accept deputy chief ministership with key portfolios. I think something would be done to assuage him if they are able to push the argument of the largest party having the chief ministership.
Because they still need him for the BMC. Without him, it will be very difficult for. I mean, BJP does not have that kind of a presence in the local area, and BMC is very, very important.
Absolutely.
Both optically as well as in terms of resources and in terms of the clout that you exercise.
And the only relief that Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction has, that Aditya Thackeray has won from Worli. Overall, their performance has been extremely dismal.
They were recent, just a while ago in single digits. I don't know if they have moved back to double digits.
So, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray is at 21 now.
Okay.
And overall, the entire MVA, of course, is down and out. They are party number 4 in the entire Maharashtra Assembly, with the BJP at 132, the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde at 55, NCP of Ajit Pawar at 41, and of course Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray is at 21. But the biggest relief would be Aditya Thackeray winning from Worli.
And also the fact that they have won more seats than the Congress in the state.
Yes, and the biggest loser though is NCP Sharad Pawar, just about 10 seats.
Well, other channels I just got to know are saying that it could be 9, which is possibly...
I think it's being constantly revised.
Yeah. Which is possibly the most disastrous defeat.
For someone for whom it is being seen as the last electoral fight, last election, because he's 84, he's going to turn 84 next month. It's not really the kind of farewell that Mr. Sharad Pawar would have wanted.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, don't get me wrong, he is the maker of modern Maharashtra. He has, I mean, his contribution to the creation of Maharashtra as we see it today can never be underestimated. And as a party person, as a person who has built up institutions and parties, he is also a very towering figure. And we must give him his place in history for that. In fact, the Prime Minister at one of his birthday meetings or felicitation meetings also said that Sharad Rao, you are the true son of Maharashtra.
Yes.
But
there was a massive celebration that happened in Vigyan Bhavan.
Also earlier in
on
Pune.
On his 75th birthday, yes.
But that said, I think, there is a time, and there is, in Hindi literature we call it Desh Kal Vatavaran. There is a place and a time for everything, and this is not a good time for Sharad Pawar.
In a sense, the factors of a succession battle seem to have taken over, and decisions which were made even by the people were possibly linked to that.
I would really wait and see whether Yogendra Pawar and Rohit Pawar have won or not, because I think
Yogendra Pawar hasn't won.
Yogendra Pawar has lost because Ajit Pawar,
won.
and you know, it's really interesting how the wheels turn in politics. So thank you so much for joining us, Aditi Fadnavis and Professor Sandeep Shastri. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates will continue on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you
This kind of mandate has never been seen in the history of Maharashtra. You know, 230 is something that perhaps NDA or Mahayuti also did not calculate or estimate. From where did these seats come?
In the last 5 years, the way politics was deteriorating in Maharashtra, the basic persons behind there were Sharad Pawar ji, Uddhav ji, and Congress leaders. Maharashtra is of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Shahu Phule Ambedkar, Savitri Bai. They will not accept this deterioration of politics, so they have punished the people who have done it.
But what about the Chief Minister's chair? Is it settled, or will there be talks around it? You have functioned as a senior party functionary in Delhi. You know the minds of the party leadership. You know the minds of Mr. Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, and also BJP President JP Nadda. Do you think the Chief Minister's question is still open, or is it decided?
I think Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Dada, and our central leadership, they will sit together. They had discussed this before the elections also, and now after the result today, they will have a meeting and they will come out with a final decision, which will be out by a day or two.
Since you are saying that it could be all settled in a matter of 2 days, because the fact is that the tenure of the Maharashtra Assembly comes to an end on 26th, sir. Do you think you'll be working against time to ensure by 25th perhaps the question of Chief Minister is done and settled?
I think the way mandate is there, it is very much clear, and we as three parties have good understanding. They will sit together, discuss together, and come out with a decision in a day or two.
Amrita Fadnavis is joining us. She is a banker, actor, singer, someone who wears multiple hats, also Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' wife. Amrita Fadnavis, a big day for you and the people of Maharashtra. How do you look at the verdict?
Today, the verdict has been phenomenal. People of Maharashtra have stood by development, have stood by good governance, and you can see the result which has come out with flying colors for BJP and Mahayuti.
So you see this as a victory of the BJP and Mahayuti, and how much the heavy lifting was done by the BJP in particular, given that in this alliance, the strike rate of the BJP is 85%, ma'am?
Yeah, this has never happened in the past, and this is unforeseen. This has been unforeseen. I think so. Every Karyakarta went out to the grassroots. Every Karyakarta worked hard every single day. Devendra ji worked. Every leader of BJP worked. Our Ladli Behnas were always there with us, and they showed their love this way. Our brothers were there for us because they saw a governance which was for development. And all the false narratives which were thrown in by the opposition during Lok Sabha have also been cleared off. So it's a result of this whole joint effort by the party members, by the cadre, by the leaders, which has shown us these kind of phenomenal results.
Since you spoke about Ladki Behan, we have seen a surge in women voters in Maharashtra, and many say that that was because of the announcement of Ladki Behan Yojana. Why do you think women have emerged as the supporter for Mahayuti in this election?
Modi government or state government under Mahayuti has always worked for women in terms of policies and in terms of supporting women. So Ladli Behan was just one of them. We have so many of them. We have Maji Kanya Bhagyashri, Sukanya Samriddhi, Lek Ladki, Vidwa pension. We have 50% rebate in ST travel. We have Annapurna Yojnas, and there are so many such Yojnas which are pro-women. I think so, starting from triple talaq to these kind of Yojnas, everything was for women by the BJP. So I think so this had to be there. Women had to support BJP.
And
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a
Decisive mandates in the final electoral contests of the year. People keep their faith in incumbent governments in both Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand.
In BJP and NDA allies as Mahayuti sweeps elections in Maharashtra. Saffron wave stuns Kasakadi. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde says opposition's fake narratives have been defeated.
All eyes now on who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, who stars in BJP's biggest win in the state, says decision on the CM face will be taken jointly by the alliance partners.
Mega celebrations at BJP headquarters in New Delhi. Shortly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address party workers on the party's historic win in Maharashtra.
And Priyanka Gandhi's stunning debut in the Wayanad Bypolls. Priyanka Gandhi surpasses her brother Rahul Gandhi's win margin. Meets Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge shortly after her victory. All three Gandhis now will be sitting in the parliament for the first time. Meanwhile, in Karnataka Bypolls, Congress wins all the 3 seats.
Meanwhile, Hemant Soren, Chief Minister of Jharkhand, tides the anti-incumbency wave and retains hold over Jharkhand. Historic win in the state of Jharkhand by Hemant Soren.
After the setback in Lok Sabha polls, comeback by BJP in Uttar Pradesh. BJP wins 7 out of the 9 seats in UP in a big boost to the Yogi Adityanath government. Akhilesh Yadav says now the real struggle begins. Right, and we'll cut across live now to Ajit Pawar, who's addressing a press conference.
प्रत्येक जिल्ह्याच्या ठिकाणी संविधान भवन बांधण्याचा निर्णय झाला. अशा गोष्टी त्याच्यात झाल्या. मी मायनॉरिटीला सांगत होतो की आम्हाला सगळ्यांना न्याय द्यायचा आहे. आम्ही शिवशाहू फुले आंबेडकरांच्या विचारधारेशी संबंधित आहोत. आम्ही भेदभाव करणार नाही आणि ह्या पद्धतीने आम्ही लोकांच्या समोर गेलो. लोकांनी ते स्वीकारलं आणि प्रचंड बहुमत दिलं. प्रचंड म्हणजे प्रचंड बहुमत. इतकी जबाबदारी आमच्यावर वाढलेली आहे. त्याबद्दल तमाम मतदार बंधू भगिनींना, महायुतीच्या सर्व घटक पक्षांना, नेत्यांना, कार्यकर्त्यांना, उमेदवारांना सगळ्यांना मी मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. जे पराभूत झाले त्यांच्याशी पण अनेक उमेदवारांशी मी बोललो. खचून जाऊ नका, पुन्हा आपण उमेदीनं पुन्हा संघटना त्या भागामध्ये मजबूत करू आणि मोठ्या उमेदीनं लोकांच्या समोर पुन्हा जाऊ. आणि मी आपल्याला जसं सांगितलं तसं आमची जबाबदारी आता फार वाढलेली आहे. आम्हाला आर्थिक शिस्त किंवा तुम्ही बघितलं विरोधक आमच्यावर काय टीका इतकी खालच्या पातळीवर करायची. वाचाळवीरांची संख्या वाढलेली होती. रोज 9 ते 10च्या दरम्यान एक भोंगा वाजायचा आणि इतकं काहीतरी खालच्या पातळीवर टीका टिप्पणी चालायची. तुम्ही पत्रकार मित्रांनो कालचा दिवस आठवा. काय एकदम सगळे काही जण विरोधक तर हवेतच होते. आम्ही आपलं गप्प टीव्हीवर बघत होतो. आम्ही कुणी तुमच्याशी संपर्क साधला नव्हता. त्यांनी हॉटेल काय बुक केली, विमानं काय बुक केली, हेलिकॉप्टर काय बुक केली आणि सगळीकडे माणसं काय पेरली आणि लगेच तुम्ही इकडे घेऊन या, लगेच तिकडे घेऊन या. काही म्हणजे अंदाज पण त्यांना आला नाही. अंडरकरंट एवढा जबरदस्त होता. आणि माझं स्वतःचं मत आहे, तुम्ही मतदान पण वाढलं. लाडक्या बहिणींनी आमच्यावर विश्वास पण टाकला. लाडक्या बहिणींना दिलेला शब्द पण आम्ही पाळला आणि पुढे शब्द पाळतील असा एक विश्वास माझ्या लाडक्या बहिणींना सगळ्यांच्या मनामध्ये बसला. आणि 3, 5, 7.5 हॉर्सपॉवरच्या मोटरचं जे बिल माफ केलं तो एक शेतकऱ्यांच्या मध्ये खूप चांगला युवा युवतींच्या बद्दल देण्याचा निर्णय 6,000, 8,000 आणि 10,000 घेतला. तो एक चांगला निर्णय घेतला. मी सांगत होतो की केंद्र सरकारच्या विचाराचं आहे त्याच विचाराचं राज्यात सरकार आलं तर आपल्याला प्रचंड निधी आणता येईल. मोठे मोठे आपल्याला मार्गी लावता येतील. राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करता येईल. ते लोकांनी
and the funds do not become a problem.
आणि प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं बहुमत.
People realized it and then they supported us by giving us a youth mandate.
ऐका, त्यामध्ये एका ना अजित पवार, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टी आणि माझी सगळी असणारी टीम, म्हणजे सगळे आमचे मान्यवर आणि एकनाथराव शिंदे आणि त्यांची टीम, आमच्या दोघांच्या दृष्टीने ही निवडणूक फार महत्वाची होती. आमच्या पुढच्या भवितव्याचा प्रश्न होता. आम्हाला लोकसभेला जो फटका बसला त्याच्यात तिघांनी सावरलं. आम्हाला प्रफुल्लबाईंनी, भुजबळ साहेबांनी तिकडनं एकनाथरावांच्या सगळ्या टीमनी सगळ्यांनी साथ दिली. संघटनेने साथ दिली. लोकांनी साथ दिली आणि सगळ्यांनी ही निवडणूक
It's not just me, but all the senior leaders from my party, Dr. Patel, Sagan Bhujbal, all of them stood by me and supported me.
6 नंबरला अजित पवार जाणार, काहीच त्यांचं राहणार नाही. आम्ही
I saw several exit polls where in Baramati seat I was put on the 6th position.
41 उमेदवार निवडून आले. 4-5-6 उमेदवार माझे अतिशय
From among 55 candidates that we had, tested 41 won.
पर्सेंटेज चांगलं मिळालं. तीच गोष्ट
We got a good percentage on our side.
एकनाथरावजींच्या बाबतीमध्ये घडली. आम्हाला
He was true for the
जात होतं. काय एक जागा लोकसभेला एक जागा. आम्ही आमच्या मनाला सांगायचो, माझ्या आमदारांना सांगायचो, बाबा 5 वर्षापूर्वी काँग्रेसची पण एक जागा आली. आज सगळ्यात
In
जास्त
Lok Sabha, we got one seat. Back then I used to tell my workers and all my MPs that 5 years ago, even Congress had gotten just one place in Lok Sabha, but now their tally has increased to 40.
स्थापन केलं. असं चालतं, खचून जायचं नसतं, आपण जाऊ.
I tried telling them that we cannot take this setback too seriously. We need to make a comeback. We need to try hard again.
तर बारामतीमध्ये अशी पंचायत केली होती, सगळे माझ्या विरोधात, सगळे म्हणजे काही माझ्या बहिणी माझा
all of the people were
परिवार माझ्या बरोबर होता. मूळ म्हणजे बारामतीकर होते. तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल, मी
some of the family members with me, but most importantly all the Baramatikars stood by me.
मायनस असताना मी ते मायनस भरून काढून माझ्या बारामतीच्या मतदारांच्यामुळं, कार्यकर्त्यांच्यामुळं, सहकाऱ्यांच्यामुळं सगळ्यांनी आपण उमेदवार समजून झोकून दिलं. 1,16,000 मी लीडवर आहे. म्हणजे 48,000 भरून काढून 1,16,000 कुठं माझं लीड गेलं. म्हणजे मला तर पुन्हा त्या बारामतीकरांना सॅल्यूटच ठोकायचं आहे.
I have a lead of 1,16,000.
परंतु आता त्यांना सॅल्यूट ठोकतो.
Back in the Lok Sabha when I lost 48,000. Now my lead has gone up by 1,16,000. That's a good thing which makes me salute the Baramati.
घेतला नाही, काही नाही. मी कामाचा माणूस होतो. विकास मी त्या ठिकाणी केलेला होता आणि त्या विकासाला
They know that I am a man of work. I work for progress and development. They trust
करताना विकास हाच मुद्दा मांडून लोकांच्या समोर गेलो.
My only agenda is that of development. That is all I talk about when I go to people.
हम एक है तो सेफ है. मी लोकांना म्हणायचो हम एक है म्हणजे इथं असणारे सगळे आपण एक आहोत, तर आपण सेफ आहोत. ह्याच्यात काय चुकीचं होतं. परंतु जसं सबका साथ सबका विकास,
About एक है तो सेफ है, I looked at as a slogan for unity, where all of us present are one, and that's the only way we could make a progress. It's very similar to सबका साथ सबका विकास.
Well, NCP Sajid Pawar there, also the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, making it clear that it is his party that holds the legacy of NCP, and he's saying that, you know, the opposition tried every effort to mislead voters, but voters knew what was in their interest. The Mahayuti, as we know, is headed for a landslide victory in what seems like an impressive reversal of its recent setback in the Lok Sabha polls, in which it won just 17 of the state's 48 parliamentary seats.
Now, the ruling alliance is set to return to power with a considerable mandate. It's winning over 225 seats in the 288-member assembly in Maharashtra based on early leads. Having flipped at least 105 assembly segments, it had lost to the Mahavikas Aghadi candidates just months ago in the Lok Sabha elections.
Well, it's celebration time for the BJP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has thanked workers of the party and also voters of both states, Jharkhand and Maharashtra. He's going to be in BJP headquarters very soon to speak to party workers. It is a joyous time for the BJP. First, the Haryana win, and of course now the Maharashtra win. And this one is an impressive one, with the BJP itself performing so well. The question that arises now is who will become the Chief Minister of the state. Well, Devendra Fadnavis himself has said that parties will sit together and decide the name.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. जब भी अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको. वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है. ऐसा कैसा है?
आज महाराष्ट्र में
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं।
How do you attribute this victory?
Well, this is a victory of the good governance and public welfare that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently given the people of India. It is a victory of the good governance of the Mahayuti government and the confidence people had that the future of Maharashtra is safe under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
The Chief Minister, are there going to be disputes about it?
Well, Anuj Raite, my colleague, joins us from outside Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence in Maharashtra, and also Aishwarya, my other colleague, joins us from outside the BJP headquarters where the Prime Minister is expected soon. Anuj, to you first, lots of action today. You know, those optics of leaders sitting inside Varsha, Devendra Fadnavis completely owning this victory. You know, the man is showing that in his body language. Clearly, the BJP is also sending out a message there. But of course, Mr. Shinde has proved his utility, and it won't be easy to, in some ways, give him anything which is, you know, lesser in stature than the Chief Minister's position.
You know, this victory for Mahayuti is a great news for all the three partners, because we see that after the Lok Sabha elections, all the three of these major leaders in Maharashtra were put on a back foot in some way or the other, and a couple of them, at least, or rather, especially Ajit Pawar, was put on the fight for lifetime, right? Everyone talked about the fight for survival when it comes to Ajit Pawar. But then all three of them have not just passed this litmus test, but have passed this with some flying colors. Talking about Devendra Fadnavis first, there was a lot of question mark about the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis, not just after the Lok Sabha election, but after, you know, the 2019 election result, when he failed to convince Uddhav Thackeray to form the government, and that led to, you know, the formation of the MVA. And later we saw that when Shiv Sena was split, you know, a lot of the blame for it was also given to Devendra Fadnavis. It did impact his image a lot across the state, or at least that is what the perception was created by the then, by the then stronger alliance that was the Mahavikas Aghadi. Later we see that after the loss in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, he even asked the High Command to let go of his duty so that he can focus on the election. And he's indeed worked very hard, not just from Mumbai, but also from the ground, where he made sure that all the workers of not just the BJP, but also the RSS are spread across those regions, which costed the Bharatiya Janata Party a lot. And when I talk about these regions, I mean the Western Maharashtrian region, you know, the Marathwada regions and all of these places. When you talk about Eknath Shinde has had the best track record in the last 2.5 years. Even when they lost the Lok Sabha elections, we saw that Eknath Shinde was the one who had very good strike rate of 45, which was the best amongst the Mahayuti partners. And he also had he also is the fourth biggest partner of the NDA, or rather the third biggest partner of the NDA if you take the Bharatiya Janata Party out of it. But when you talk about Ajit Pawar, for him it was the most important test. We see it was not just about the existence of his party, but also about his own seat in Baramati, where a lot of question marks were asked, and a lot of people were doubting whether he'll be able to defeat his nephew Devendra Pawar. But he did that in quite some style, and now he's definitely put a stamp to his administrative qualities and also his qualities as a politician.
Okay. Aishwarya, we'll come back to you in a bit. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. Nalin Kohli, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court, and also part of the BJP, joins us. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, as always, for speaking to NDTV. What are your big takeaways, sir, from this impressive victory? Also, congratulations on the BJP's victory. But the question that people are asking, why did people of Maharashtra not vote this way just 5 months before, during the Lok Sabha elections? What really changed in the last 5 months?
I think, Vasudha, you've covered elections a long time. I've been around also for a long time. This kind of analysis is easy armchair analysis, because we've seen several elections now over the last 2.5 decades that I've been with the BJP, which is that during the same time, if you have Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha together, often the results are diametrically opposite. So I don't think you can read a Lok Sabha and a Vidhan Sabha compulsorily in the same thing. Sometimes there is a commonality, sometimes there's not. What's the big takeaway is that Maharashtra has given a historic victory to the BJP and its allies. Each one of the partners has done exceptionally well. The BJP has an almost 90% strike rate in its seats. The Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde group, has a strike rate of just under 70%. And Mr. Ajit Pawar's strike rate in terms of winning the seats is just over 70%. Contrast that with the three constituents on the other side. The Congress party barely has about 20% strike rate, losing 80%. Mr. Sharad Pawar's party has a strike rate of 10-12%. And approximately Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's party holds the same kind of numbers. So they've been trounced. That means that the messaging that was going from the BJP compared to the messaging of the other side, the BJP's messaging has gone home and people have come out decisively across all regions of Maharashtra, which is a big point, because often in Maharashtra, the different regions throw up different results.
Right.
All regions of Maharashtra, they've come out and voted clearly for the BJP and its alliance partners. Second, if I look at the by-elections, in the by-elections, again, the BJP has done very well. In Uttar Pradesh, 7 out of 9. In Assam, 5 out of 5. In Rajasthan, if I recall, it's, I think, 5 out of 7. In Bihar, it's 4 out of 4.
Right.
So broadly, we have really done well in the by-elections. Now comes the question of Jharkhand. In terms of vote share, we've got the highest. Now that's not translated into seats. So the analysis that will be required now is that despite having the highest vote share, what is the division of votes costing us, or the non-inclusion of a certain segment of votes with us? And the BJP has always been a fast learner from its mistakes. And I think finally, the most important is that the leadership that we have in the center, that is under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in terms of his messaging and his credibility, which is what our governments in the state are following, that's resonating consistently from 2013 when he was the Prime Ministerial candidate and from 2014 when he's been incumbent.
Right.
So all in all, it's a very good day.
Yes, Mr. Kohli, also what can we expect in Maharashtra now that BJP has this impressive performance on its own? It does not need allies the way it needed them just a few months ago. Tell us what can we expect in the next few days, because BJP is clearly in the driving seat now. It's going to call the shots. What can we expect?
So Vasudha, first, I think for the BJP, it's important that not just as our messaging has gone, the people, and we thank them, the voters have resoundingly put that faith. And I think in Maharashtra, what the voters and the citizens of Maharashtra can expect is a good governance model that's going to build on the double engine model that we have. Second is, I think, on the leadership, I think Devendra Fadnavis, she has just spoken very eloquently, and your channel has carried it. I think in terms of the BJP and its allies, we have gone into this election together. And the BJP has even earlier in the national level, in 2014-19, despite getting clear majority ourselves, we have respected our alliance and respected our alliance partners and continued with it. So why should that difference be seen in any way? Those who are trying to build a narrative on that, if I may say so, trying to fish in waters that are very calm and still and have no trouble at all.
Right. Mr. Kohli, of course, there are very few days to go now for the Mahayuti to actually spell out the details in terms of who will be the chief ministerial face, or if there are going to be any significant changes from what the arrangement was going into the elections. And we have also seen that, you know, there were certain hiccups that both the Mahayuti and the MVA felt in terms of managing the rebel factor. That was something that we saw in the run-up to the elections. But now post-elections, are there any hurdles that you expect to encounter leading up to the final swearing-in ceremony, which will take place most likely next week?
No, I don't think so. Because even if I would look at the pre-election stage, in every election, the number of aspirants will always exceed the number of seats. And there will be a certain set of people who, in that emotive moment, tend to then declare their candidature beyond the party line. But often, over a period of time, they return to the party fold.
Right.
And we recognize that eventually that was a decision in haste and a decision out of personal ambition taking over. Second, no question of hiccups, because we have a clear majority, in fact, a historic mandate, and the focus it has to be and will be is about serving the people with a developmental model. This is an opportunity for Maharashtra to build on the double-engine government. Right. After all, Mumbai is the financial capital of India. Maharashtra is a very, very important state. It has historically been development and other things. So I think it's a good opportunity. I think it's going to be smooth sailing. If at all I see hiccups and coughs on the other side.
Right. And even if there are hiccups, Mr. Kohli will not get to know, because BJP is like that. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, for speaking to NDTV. Over to my colleague Aishwarya, who is reporting from outside the BJP headquarters, where the Prime Minister is expected soon. Aishwarya, tell us what can we tell our viewers about when the Prime Minister is expected at the BJP headquarters, and what are the arrangements like?
And also, I just want to add, Aishwarya, you started your day with jalebis. Are jalebis still coming around at the BJP headquarters there?
Well, since morning, we have been eating jalebis. Karyakartas are distributing those jalebis to each other because it's a resounding victory that the Bharatiya Janata Party got in the state of Maharashtra, and certainly they had not even predicted the margin that they have got this time. I'm at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected shortly to arrive, and along with him would be senior leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and others as well. Let me show you quick visuals of what's happening. Karyakartas in large numbers have gathered over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. We see after each and every elections, this is a precedent where Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself arrives at the BJP headquarters in the evening and addresses the nation, addresses those Karyakartas who had worked hard for the party, and now certainly it is just few moments away when Prime Minister will be arriving. That's a grand stage that has been set up, in which it has been written महाराष्ट्र एवं झारखंड के विधानसभा चुनाव और अन्य राज्यों में हुए उपचुनावों में अभूतपूर्व आशीर्वाद देने के लिए जनता का आशीर्वाद और ढेरों शुभकामनाएं, and that's JP Nadda and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's portrait over there. On the other side, apart from all those Karyakartas who have gathered and waiting for Prime Minister to arrive over here, there is a long queue of leaders also, because very shortly we have been told that Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda would be arriving first. Apart from it, soon after that there would be senior leaders also who would be arriving, and therefore the reason to welcome these leaders at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters with bouquets and with flowers. These leaders have gathered because it's a resounding victory, a victory that certainly will be remembered for a very, very long time. And also this victory had boosted the morale of thousands of Bharatiya Janata Party supporters over just not in the national capital but also around the country as well. There are several Karyakartas of the Bharatiya Janata Party. इस चुनावों का असर आपको लगता है आने वाले चुनावों पर भी पड़ेगा? इतनी बड़ी विक्ट्री को किस तरीके से देखते हैं आप?
ये बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज महाराष्ट्र में जिस सरकार बनी है, ये विक्ट्री ऐतिहासिक विक्ट्री है और इसका असर पूरे देश में जाएगा। और जो लोग देश तोड़ना चाहते थे, जो देश में जाति पंथ मजहब को लड़वाना चाहते थे, ये उनके मुंह पे एक तमाचा है जो देश को तोड़ो मत, देश को जोड़ो, चाहे हिंदू हो मुसलमान हो।
Enthusiastic workers over here at the BJP headquarters. In a short while, I can tell that the security is in line, and therefore the reason perhaps Bharatiya Janata Party JP Nadda would be arriving very shortly, and then Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address from the BJP headquarters in the national capital.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. We'll be tracking that Prime Minister's speech very closely. We also have Aditi Fadnavis in the studio with us. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We have Adil Singh Boparai from the Congress Party. We have Manisha Priyam, political analyst. We also have Hitesh Jain from the BJP joining us. Thank you, all of you, for being here. To you, Aditi, ma'am, first. I distinctly remember after the Haryana elections, Congress came out and said that, there's a problem with the AVMs and all that. At least for now, the Congress seems to have accepted, or at least is in the process of processing what really went wrong. How will you explain the big takeaways for the Congress Party and the India bloc here?
That's a difficult question to answer because the Congress was contested so many seats that seat by seat it's very difficult to understand why they lost. One thing is clear, that this election was being seen as a candidate principal election. But this kind of result does not suggest that people voted only for candidates. They voted for parties. So the party system is surviving, thriving, thank you very much. And individual people have not been able to influence the outcome as much as we thought they had. That's number one. Congress is part of that. The Congress as a party has been undermined and has lost a lot of ground in Maharashtra. I mean, much more granular research will have to be done to understand why people are holding such a grudge against the Congress for which they voted in such large numbers barely 6 months ago. I mean, the Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh were the two reasons why the BJP reported a subpar performance in the Lok Sabha election. So what has happened in the last 6 months that people have turned so bitterly against the Congress? Congress's strike rate, as Nalin Kohli was saying, and he's right, Congress's strike rate is very, very poor indeed.
This is being called their worst performance in the state.
Oh yeah, of course. And I mean, it's really difficult to understand. I did not go to the elections, did not go touring during the assembly elections, but I did go during Lok Sabha. And there I found the Congress very much present, fighting, and present in people's minds.
Absolutely.
So, what has gone wrong?
That's an interesting question. So, Seeban Shah of the Shiv Sena also joins us. But let me go to Hitesh Jain first. So, we've had conversations on this before also. Tell us, what really did the BJP or the Mahayuti get right? Because it's not that all the problems ended for people, but they chose to go with BJP and the Mahayuti, an alliance that many of them rejected just 5 months ago. They've all voted back the same alliance because in some ways they did feel voting for the MVA was in some ways, or do you think that was Lok Sabha elections and it cannot be comparable to the assembly polls?
Vasudha, I think people overanalyze the Lok Sabha election. The gap between both the alliance was far and few. I mean, it was like few percentage of votes and few lakhs of votes that separated both the alliance. There were certain seats which we lost by narrow margin, and people tried to read. I was listening to Aditi that as if there was a mandate against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Two things were very evident, even in when we saw the vote share in the Lok Sabha and what we are seeing now. The brand Modi is intact, and the appeal of Prime Minister Modi was always intact and is intact now also. His slogan, basically, "Ek hai to safe hai," also made sure that people from all sections of societies, they came and turned around and supported Mahayuti. Now, second reason, there was a clear comparison available between the governance that took place in the first 2.5 years of MVA and the subsequent 2.5 years of Mahayuti. Now, what did one see? One see a lot of speed breakers during the MVA, them stalling all the project, Aditya Thackeray stopping the metro project in Mumbai, Uddhav Thackeray saying that we will remove the MMRDA. Mumbai doesn't need large infrastructure projects. Maharashtra doesn't need large infrastructure project. what was happening? There was a fake narrative of constitution, fake narrative of removing of reservations, fake narrative of when Maharashtra was number one in the investment, the fake narrative of all the investments going to the other state. People realized that there was a lot of fake narrative that was spread, and ultimately, and what was the campaign, the third part, as against the positive campaign of Mahayuti, you had a negative campaign of NBA. There was no positivity in their campaign. Their campaign was that we will put a speed breaker on the projects, we will stop the developments, we will basically, they did not fight the election to win. It was only Mahayuti who was fighting the election to win. It had an agenda into the place. Now, let me also give you one simple example. Now, when we came with the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the MBA opposed it tooth and nail. They said Exchequer has no money. They went to the court to stall the scheme. Now, imagine after that, the irony is that in the manifesto, they go and they double and they say, we'll give you 3,000. Now, who's going to believe the credibility of such people? It is not like they said that the promise is empty. We have given the 5 installments, and their argument was that the state exchequer had no money. So when state exchequer has got no money, how are you going to pay 3,000 rupees to the, as promised? So people realized that it was only fake narratives that was being sold, and this fake narrative has been defeated. During the Lok Sabha also, make no mistake, BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party got 240 seats, which were more seats than the India Alliance together. The vote share in Maharashtra was also intact. The vote share of BJP was number 1, and today also it is the same. The vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and if you look at the Mahayuti, it is the same. So basically, I think there was certain course correction that was required to be done, which we were able to get the look at the feedback to be course corrected.
I think we should give Adil Singh Bopara a chance to counter. Adil, what would you want to say? They are essentially saying that the MVA had a negative campaign in Maharashtra, which is what cost them.
Well, that statement is utterly false. It was the BJP which ran a campaign of Batenge to Katenge and Dharm Yudh. That was the BJP's campaign, a campaign of hate and divisiveness. They were playing tribals against non-tribals, OBC versus other castes. This was the BJP's campaign. And I will be remiss if I do not say that we were denied a level playing field. We were denied a level playing field in terms of the BJP's enormous access to monetary resources.
But let me just interrupt you. All the 75 seats, which was part of this direct fight between BJP and Congress in Maharashtra, specifically in Vidarbha, Congress won just 10, and it is BJP that is leading, or at least has won about 65 seats. So clearly, when it comes to a direct contest, be it Haryana, be it Vidarbha, there seems to be a problem. There seems to be an inability on the part of the Congress to counter the BJP.
I'll tell you what the difficulty is. The difficulty is that there is one industrialist who has put his weight behind the BJP, and the BJP has virtually become his spokespersons.
I will be very happy to continue with this campaign. They will continue losing up elections after elections.
Okay, let's go across to Manisha Priyam. Ma'am, your big takeaways from this result.
Don't be such a sore loser, for heaven's sake.
Okay.
Be gallant.
The fact of the matter
is... I'll come to you. Manisha Priyam, your big takeaways from this results, ma'am.
Why were the Maharashtra elections delayed? The problem is you don't want to discuss this objectively.
No, but the point is, why didn't you go earlier? Why don't you not take it up with the EC earlier? Why did you not go to the court? Come on. Stop being a crybaby all the time. Come up with programs, come up with manifestos. You search ahead. There is no program except for crime. Come on. Bhasma kar denge, scrap kar denge. Besides that, do you have anything? Now, I'm so sorry that I have to talk to you like this, but this was the reason that you were finished.
All right, let Manisha Priyam answer the question that Vasudha asked. We'll come back to our political guests.
Adil and Susie, we'll come back to you.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Please,
Manisha ma'am, your big takeaways from the outcome today.
Which one do you want me to talk about?
Jharkhand,
Maharashtra,
because we're talking too much about Maharashtra, so let's move to Jharkhand now.
Maharashtra is the state.
Very happy, sir. I thought I'll finally get a chance. If you permit, then I will speak. Otherwise, you all can have your word. I'm happy to keep my views to myself. If you agree, then I'll speak.
Manisha Priyam, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think Maharashtra is a clear example of a very, very strategic campaign